From Delta faucets to Behr paint, Masco Corporation is proud to deliver products that enhance the way consumers all over the world experience.
Cynthia and Edsel Ford Fund for Journalism at Detroit PBS.
The DTE Foundation is a proud sponsor of Detroit PBS. Through our giving, we are committed to meeting the needs of the communities we serve statewide to help ensure a bright and thriving future for all. Learn more at
One Detroit is all about community-based journalism that creates understanding in our region. We see the community as the experts and not us. What we try to do
From Delta faucets to Behr paint, Masco Corporation is proud to deliver products that enhance the way consumers all over the world experience and enjoy their living spaces. Masco, serving Michigan communities since 1929.
Support also provided by the Cynthia and Edsel Ford Fund for Journalism at Detroit PBS.
The DTE Foundation is a proud sponsor of Detroit PBS. Through our giving, we are committed to meeting the needs of the communities we serve statewide to help ensure a bright and thriving future for all. Learn more at dtefoundation.com.
We help organizations find their voices through what they do and who they impact. We are VVK PR and Creative, a Detroit agency telling the stories of critical issues affecting the big picture and the small moments. Stories at Skyline Heights and on-the-ground influence. We lead with relationships first, solutions always, and with diversity as our compass. VVK PR and Creative.
Nissan Foundation, and viewers like you.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us for day 3 of the 2025 Mackinac Policy Conference. I am Zoe Clark, and it is another full day here at the beautiful Grand Hotel on Mackinac Island. Today, Michigan's congressional leaders will take center stage. Then later, Bill Ford and Alexandra Ford English talk changes and challenges to the automotive industry, followed shortly by Governor Gretchen Whitmer's keynote address. And then we've got the first Detroit mayoral debate of the season. I am pleased first now, though, to kick off the morning with the president of this gorgeous hotel, David Jursak. David, it is always so great to have you here at the big desk.
Well, it's great to have all of you back. It's an incredible session today. It's going to be an incredible week.
It has been a busy week, which is just my first question because I have to ask. I mean, what is it like, right? Once a year, you have more than 1,500 folks just descend on this hotel for this conference.
Well, it can't kickstart the season any better.
Right.
Is to have people all across the porch, going out into the tea garden and the parlor, enjoying Grand Hotel. And what I really love about it is that the people continue to come back throughout the season. So it's helpful for us in all different ways.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the hotel. We sat here at this desk last year during the conference. It was year 2 of a 5-year, just huge restoration, renovation that you're doing. We're in year 3. Fill us in. What's new?
So the parlor.
Yes.
So you'll see we've redesigned the parlor.
Yeah.
New carpet. We worked with Dorothy Draper and Company.
Yeah.
Kept most of it the same.
Yeah.
But we expanded on it, got a little bit more expressive in some of our colors. Main dining room was completely redone. And then what we really appreciate is, we've been concentrating on the porch, and on the west side of the porch, you'll see wood flooring. Yeah. And we're going to continue the wood flooring across the front porch. First time since 1932 that it's been an uncovered wood front porch.
Wow.
So we're bringing back some historical elements that have been gone for many, many years.
Yeah. And for folks who maybe are streaming for the first time or watching the conference, you have to mention the porch. Give us the details. 660
feet long. It's the world's longest front porch. It is really our postcard. Yeah. You come across the lake, the first thing you see is Grand Hotel, the outside. So we just want to make sure that it looks beautiful for years to come.
And tell me about the new wall coloring. I heard there's a story behind it.
It is Huron Sunrise.
Say it again.
Huron
Sunrise. Okay.
And so if you look to the east every morning, that is the color that you see.
Yeah.
And then in the main dining room, it's called Daffodil.
Yeah.
And that is the first flower that blooms on the island every spring.
Love it. So you've got 2 more years, right, of these renovations. What are we expecting over the next 2? What should we prepare for?
So the great thing is that we've expanded it. Now you got the scoop.
Yes.
Early scoop. We're going to finish the front porch. We'll finish everything down here. But next year, we're going to start going into the guest rooms. So Dorothy Draper and Company, who has been the designer on record for Grand Hotel since 1978, are now going to go back, and we're going to do all the guest rooms in 3 years. So still all 388 individually designed guest rooms.
What does that look like? I was going to say, oh my God.
Well, it looks 388. It looks different wherever you're at.
Sure.
It's unlike, I've been in the business for 35 years, and it's unlike any other hotel. Most hotels, you have 3 or 4 designs, and you just go do it. Yeah. So it will take 3 years to get through them all. They'll be like fingerprints. You go from one to the other, all of them will be different.
What's the process like? Who gets the input?
We all do. Our ownership gets to, they're the final input.
Sure.
But really, it all starts and ends with Dorothy Draper and Company. I mean, they bring the color and the splash of colors. No way would, I look at my jacket.
I was going to say
I try to keep up, but they're the ones that are going to throw, they throw things at us. And, individually, you look at it and you're like, that's not going to work.
Yeah.
And then collectively, you put it in a room and you're like, it actually does work on Mackinac Island at Grand Hotel.
Yeah. I'm so curious about, how you balance a hotel as old as the Grand, right? And 1887 and the history with this idea of wanting to do a renovation or wanting to change something. And how do you balance that historical nature with future looking?
So you approach every one of those restorations or renovations from history and say, you know what, we're not going to get too far out ahead of ourselves. We're not going to modernize that. We still respect what Carlton did, what Mr. Musser did in 1978 when they really changed Grand Hotel. Yeah. And we want to make sure that feeling is there. We talk about it all the time, that people that come generational, they have a backdrop of that family photo, and we don't want to change the backdrop. We want the backdrop to be the same. We don't want somebody to look back and say, okay, this is, where I was in 1997, and here's in 2027, and it looks different. We want to keep that backdrop similar, but maybe a little bit more color.
Okay, because it's just you and I sitting here, right?
No one's watching.
Give me the scoop. Has there ever been an idea or something that was just a little too out there, where someone had to put their foot down and just go, no, we are not doing that?
Yes.
Ooh, fill us in.
So you can see the grid work of the carpet. So they were all squares. And it was in the movie in the Somewhere in Time movie. This past year or 2 years ago, when we first looked at it, the idea was to get rid of that and do a whole vine, like you were actually in a flower pot with geraniums.
Oh.
And we looked at it for a year and we all loved it.
Yeah.
And then we all said, okay, hold on, stop. That might be a little aggressive.
Deemed a little too far out.
Let's step back. And so we kept the grid work. The flowers are a little bit different, a little bit more expressive. And then we did this, where we brought the big geraniums in and didn't do the grid work all the way throughout.
Yeah. What's your favorite part of the hotel?
The hotel. It is. It's the story. I'm a natural storyteller.
Yeah.
I've worked in hotels, again, all my adult life.
Yeah.
But there's a story to tell in this hotel.
Yeah.
No matter what it is, whether it's the decoration, whether it's the history, whether it's the generational of guests that come back, that I can continue to talk about stories all day long.
Yeah.
And the hotel sells itself. It doesn't need me to tell you about the hotel. You know about it. People in Upper Michigan or Michigan and the Upper Midwest know this hotel.
Yeah.
It's just the stories that go along with it.
David Jorsek, president of this hotel. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Again, thank you for allowing all of us to descend and begin really the season up here on Mackinac Island.
Well, thank you. And again, cheers.
Cheers.
Just like last year.
Exactly.
Cheers.
Happy Thursday.
Thank
Third
you.
day of the conference. We are going to take a quick break here from the Grand Hotel on Mackinac Island, the 2025 Policy Conference. We will be right back.
Hey, Michigan. I have something important to tell you today. Every 2 years, there's a national assessment across a range of subjects. This is the nation's report card. Michigan is lagging. The education of Michigan learners is critical, not just to these students and their families, but to the well-being and economic health of all of Michigan. We need to move from lagging to leading. At the Michigan Learning Channel, we have built a game-changing framework for confronting these challenges across our education system. Our standards-aligned resources bridge the family-to-school gap, empowering caregivers to support children's learning. Through public media, a free, universally accessible platform, we provide high-quality, homegrown content aligned with Michigan's classroom standards. With 7 centers of excellence around our state, MLC extends beyond the screen, offering hands-on resources, workshops, and local events to deepen family engagement, strengthening school support, and ensuring every Michigan learner has the tools to succeed not just in school, but for life and in their future careers. We want to build on this legacy and the values of public media as a collaborative resource created by, for, and with communities. Whether you have a child in your household or not, every Michigander has a role to play in the future of education in the state. We want to learn from elders, caregivers, church leaders, and after-school program organizers who share our content and help maximize our impact. We want to partner with organizations and business leaders to provide these resources to your employees to share with the children in their lives, or help you partner with your local PBS station that provides these resources to the broader community on and off the screen. We want to continue to make connections and build partnerships across all sectors and demonstrate the power of a statewide collective effort to support all learners. This is how I am meeting the moment for Michigan learners. And so can you. Visit michiganlearning.org to learn more.
Welcome back to live coverage of the 2025 Mackinac Policy Conference. You know, transportation insecurity is a major issue in many Michigan communities. It impacts access to jobs and healthcare, education, just quality of life. Bank of America's Ed Siage and Dr. Darian Hudson with the United Way for Southeast Michigan are here to talk about how corporations and nonprofits can partner together to find some real solutions. It's great to have you both here.
Thank you.
Thank you for making the time. First, Dr. Hudson, can we just sort of start with the basics? What is the state of transportation insecurity in Michigan today?
We're still at a point, even though it's 2025, where transportation continues to be a really painful barrier for our residents, and needing access to a vehicle, being able to obtain a valid driver's license, being able to pay for repairs. You know, we have 42% of our families in the state of Michigan who are just one crisis away.
Say that again, 42%.
42%. And our region, southeastern Michigan, parallels where the state is in terms of being able to meet their most basic needs.
Right. And Ed, I mean, explain what that looks like on the ground, right? Because we can put out sort of the data and the numbers, but how does that affect someone's daily life and then just sort of, right, solutions for the state as we're trying to move the state forward?
I mean, think about it. You know, you get up to go to work in the morning and all of a sudden, you know, your car breaks down, for example, right? And how do you get to work? How do you go get groceries? How do you get your kids to school? How do you get these life events, right? Get through the day. And so we're excited to support and partner the United Way with Ride United to really help when those issues do come up. So when there's that opportunity or that opportunity to help someone that needs a ride to get to a job interview, to get a job even.
Well, that's what I'm curious about from sort of Bank of America's perspective. And I don't want to say it's all just, you know, the economy for you and finances, but I mean, it is an economic issue for the state.
1,000% it is. And it's really a tough economic issue to solve because you got to figure out a way to get people the transportation they need to get to their livelihood, to take care of their family, to get to food, access, etc. So this is a unique opportunity to really help out with a great program with the United Way and really help people. I think we've helped over 130,000 people.
We have, that's how many rides we've given. But we've actually helped over 4,000 people now.
Okay.
But we have a number of folks who come repeatedly getting those rides. They're referred from our social navigators, and we're helping them. We have 100 people now who have obtained those, 175, excuse me, who've gotten those driver's licenses.
Well, so fill us in. That's exactly where I wanted to go next, because you're really, I mean, you know, we can all sit around here and state the problem, but you two are working on solutions. Tell us a little bit about what you're doing and how it's working. Doctor, I'll start with you.
So Bank of America has been a strong partner of United Way for decades now, and Ed has actually been on our board for 13 years. And the investments really are focused on economic mobility and making sure people have access, again, to getting out of crisis and being able to be more stable and finally being on a road for prosperity. And that's what Ride United allows us to be able to do. We have partnerships around our VITA program, that's the Volunteer Income Tax Assistance Program, and it's all around getting our people more economically mobile and getting them more stable. And Bank of America allows us to be able to do that with their continued investment.
So what has that been like then to be able to see some of these changes happening?
I mean, incredible, right? Obviously, you know, you're trying to make an impact, but when you see it firsthand and you see the impact and you see people getting through their lives much better off because of this, you can't help but be overjoyed, right? And you really want to focus in on what else can we do to support. And given the United Way and Dr. Hudson's leadership, we've been able to really expand a lot of different programs and really think about how do we help this Alice household group that we really focus in on, and in more ways than just rides, obviously. So it's really thinking about where can we really help these people, help our Alice households really get by and sustain a better life.
And Dr. Hudson, that was exactly my next question, right? Because again, we're not just talking about the problems here at the conference. We want to try to find some solutions. And I think about how we have, 1,500 folks here at this conference, business leaders, philanthropies, foundations, elected officials. What's sort of the message that you hope that they hear and take away so that folks can sort of be pointing in the right directions?
I think what's most critical to understand is that, even though we're 5 years out from the pandemic, we're still seeing an 18% increase in the number of calls we're getting from 211 Center. So we're getting about 800 to 900 calls a day. And it's still, the top of the list, it's food insecurity, it is transportation, and it's housing. And so oftentimes we think we need these huge, complex, innovative solutions, but oftentimes it's just getting people access to the most basic resources that they need so that they are able to take care of their families. They're able to, have success in a career. So that's, in my opinion, what's most important for them to understand is that we can't stop. I know this is a difficult time. There's a heaviness here, a lot of uncertainty. But what is certain is that when we come together and we have public-private partnerships that are really focused on solutions, we can make anything happen. And it happens in Michigan every day.
And Ed, I think that's such a good point, because I think sometimes when we're talking about these really huge issues, whether it's housing affordability, whether it's transportation insecurity, right? It can feel so big, so amorphous, but sometimes it's just taking one step at a time, one
Absolutely.
Piece.
And doing it together. It takes a village, as they say, right? And public-private partnerships are incredibly important to really solve these issues. There's not a single organization that can do this by themselves. It takes the village. It takes everyone coming together, identifying the right problems, and then figuring out how do we work together to drive the solution.
Do we have, and this is for either of you, and I want to hear from both of you, do we have that ability right now in the state, with the state leaders that we have in place right now, to kind of think that way? It just feels like we're lacking some bipartisanship on the state and the federal level. Dr. Hudson, are you hopeful that folks can come together for these sort of solution-oriented ideas? Because right now it feels like sometimes it's just a lot of finger pointing.
I think we have to remain hopeful. We also have to continue to hold each other accountable. Sometimes that's much more difficult, but we've advocated for a 211 call center. We were able to get $1 million more in the last budget cycle to help 7 call centers around the state. That was a bipartisan effort. It requires us to, hold hands with the west side of the state. We have to think outside of the box in terms of, we know what's happening here, but our people are counting on us as leaders to work together. And that's what motivates me. That's what gets me out of bed every morning, is that we have to have hope. We can hold each other accountable. And we have evidence that when we work together, we create success for our families.
Ed, Dr. Hudson talked about the uncertainty. I can't tell you how many times I have heard that word over the past few days sitting at this desk: uncertainty, unpredictability. From your point of view, talk to me a little bit about the economic outlook for the state of Michigan, particularly when we're thinking about folks who need to be served by institutions, right? Because oftentimes in in economic downturns, right, the folks who need the most help are the ones that tend to be left behind.
You're 100% correct. But there's some really promising data out there that I've gotten that opportunity to see. So while we still have a group of people, our Alice households, that we focus in on, and we need to have this public partnership, private partnership, and we need, our politicians engaged on both sides of the aisle. All of that is correct. And yes, there is a lot of uncertainty. But for example, in the city of Detroit, since 2014, the houses in the city of Detroit were worth about $4.4 billion as a whole. Today, they're worth $8.8 billion, $8.9 billion. Was the last study I saw from the University of Michigan. When we think about that over the last decade, home values have doubled to 300%, since that time. Southwest Detroit is another example of where there's been explosive growth. So what we're trying to do is focus in on helping clients get into their first home, right? Because that's really the single way to build wealth.
Generational
wealth really quickly, right? That's the biggest asset on people's balance sheet. So we're doing a lot of work to try to drive home ownership, trying to help small business owners, trying to educate people on finances. And then obviously we continue to have these conversations across the aisle and work with these partnerships to do what we can and what we can control.
Dr. Hudson, we just got a little bit of time left, so I'm going to let you end with it. My question is, if you had to wave a magic wand, right, and you sort of got to say one thing to change or fix, if there's a solution out there that we could just get everyone on board, what would that look like from your point of view?
For me, I really do think it's mobile services. It's happening in spurts, but when you think about the vast number of people who need resources, in Wayne County alone, 52% of our families are identified as Alice and needing help. Being able to push resources and actually going to the community to be able to offer that help, I think is mission critical. We have rural communities we aren't able to reach. It's really essential that we have those services.
Dr. Ed, I so appreciate your time and all your work. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
Want more of your favorite PBS programming? Make a qualifying contribution to Detroit PBS and get access to Detroit PBS Passport, our most popular member benefit. Available via DetroitPBS.org or the PBS app, Detroit PBS Passport is home to exclusive content, including entire seasons and series of some of your favorite shows, extended versions of award-winning concerts, and never-before-seen footage of some of our best-loved programs. To access Detroit PBS Passport, visit DetroitPBS.org/passport. Happy watching.
Said, why don't we just end all this travel and then why don't we get married? Well, my dad was from Ireland. Like my mom was from Wayne, the small city of Wayne, which is west of here. Okay, and I think they met at a dance. You know, back then the Irish had their dance, the Polish had their dance, and so forth. And but then they got married, had 6 kids. I'm one of them. My dad was an inspector for the city of Dearborn. He was a plumbing inspector for years and years. Prior to that, both of them worked at Ford Motor Company during the war. The girl that I married, I used to bring her down here in '56 and '57. She was attending St. Louis University, and of course she would catch the train here to go down, and I would make sure that she get on the train and everything was proper and everything like that. And then the last trip that she made was in '56, I believe. And I said, why don't we just end all this travel and then why don't we get married? And she said, why not? So, yeah, we got married. So I proposed to my wife here.
Welcome back to the Mackinac Policy Conference. I am Zoe Clark, and I am joined now by Michael Griffey with AECOM. Hello.
Hey, Zoe.
And JJ Tai. He is Senior Director of Parks and Trails at the Wilson Foundation. Great to have you both here.
Thank you for having me.
It is a busy Mackinac morning already. So much going on. You know, one of the questions that we always talk about the conference is what should a city, a region, a community actually look like to best serve that community, and who should be the ones to come up with those ideas, right? And that's what I want to talk to you too about. So JJ, I want to sort of start with the intersection of infrastructure and public spaces, because this is your jam, right? Tell me about your work right now. It is all about outdoor space being planned with intention. What does that actually look like on the ground?
Yeah, I think it's a great question, and these spaces are so very important to our communities, places where people can connect at a very basic level. When someone's out playing with their child, I'm out with my kid, and someone else, you're out with your son. We connect at a very basic level. And it doesn't matter if we're red or blue, it doesn't matter where we live, what our income levels are. People can connect and be there. And I think that these public spaces are being developed with our partners on the ground. Listening to the community, what they want with those spaces, then working in public-private partnership with the state and federal leaders to bring those to our communities. And they're just, I think that we're in a space in Detroit and in the region that not many regions have right now. We have a great cohort of leaders that are doing this, listen to the community and bring them to our communities.
And Michael, this is something I know you think a lot about, right? The intersection between infrastructure investment and what it means for and by community as we look into the future.
Absolutely. You know, one of the things that I'm really excited about, there's a project that we began last year, the downtown Detroit capping project, which is going to create public space across I-75 connecting downtown and midtown. And it started with just that, community engagement, holding community engagement sessions where hundreds of people were coming in saying this is what we want our city to look like and what public spaces should look like.
Right. I mean, centered around this work is not just from the top down.
Yeah, exactly.
And hearing from folks. What does public engagement look like, right? It has to be intentional. And so I want to sort of take that model as we're thinking about the conference in all these ways, because I think particularly when we're here, it can feel sort of like a top-down approach. And then folks are shocked that, people are going for whatever the policy is.
I think a great model is what you see with the Detroit Riverfront Conservancy and Ralph Wilson Park over a multi-year period. It's not a one-time thing. It's out listening to community members, trying to reach as many as you can, not just the loudest voice, but all voices, and do it over and over. They come back with ideas. You bring those back on what we can deliver in those public spaces. It gets revised, and you do it all over again.
Yeah.
So it happens year over year over year as you're building one of these public spaces, one of these big infrastructure projects, and that's what makes truly great public space.
Yeah. But Michael, it takes time.
It does, and it takes intentionality. When JJ said it's done over and over, public engagement isn't a one-time thing, right? And that's the thing I think can be lost, in that public engagement can be at such a micro one-to-one level, or it can be in the public meeting that has 200 people, but both of those matter.
Yeah.
And having that type of engagement is really what it takes.
Yeah. JJ, I don't need to tell you we're in precarious times, right? There feels like there's some real economic uncertainty, some headwinds.
Yeah.
Climate change swirls around us. How are you thinking about the moment we're currently in, with also ensuring that these developments, and I'm thinking particularly outdoor spaces here, are going to be adaptable for the future, whatever that future may look like?
Yeah. I think it's part of any public space project that needs to be an element, right? It's not the thing that's being built, but it's got to be an element. How are you managing the stormwater and those things that are in those places? How are you raising the elevations to account for those things? I think one thing that I'm more concerned about in that space as we go through these transitionary times is, how do we take care of these spaces? These spaces were so important in COVID to all of us.
Yeah.
And we've spent a lot of money with ARPA funds and philanthropic funds. How do we now take care of these spaces with those elements to make sure they're there, not just the day we cut the ribbon on them, but 10, 15, 20 years down the road, because they're so vital to our communities?
That's a great point. It's not just planning for what that future is going to look like, but then planning for the things that you're developing right now and its future.
Yeah, resiliency is a big part of infrastructure, especially given the climate change that is happening by the day. Rainstorms, 50-year storms are not happening every 50 years anymore. They're happening every 5 years. So the amount of resiliency that needs to be built into our infrastructure has to be a big part of that. Really proud that we have some environmental folks that wake up every single day thinking about how to make the roads and highways and bridges that we're building more resilient for climate events.
Yeah. JJ, you brought up COVID. I'm also thinking about just sort of social media and technology, right?
Yeah.
And how all of us have spent so much more time on our screens, right?
Yeah.
And what it means for you and your work when you're thinking about outdoors in community space. And I mean, I can tell in your face, you're like, yes, I think a lot about that.
It resonates. I have four boys.
Yeah.
And the amount of time my wife and I try to get them off of their phones, it's a real challenge for any family.
Yeah.
And I think these public spaces, you see the difference in our kids when they're off the devices, they're out in a public space or in a park. Where they completely disengage from that phone, they're in a better space when they come home and they're engaging with the family. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to try to figure that piece out. There's no one solution, but it's definitely a challenging time, and we need to get our children out there into those public spaces and away from their screens.
And Michael, making sure that everyone gets that, right? That it's inclusive for all.
Indeed. And like JJ said, the mental health for our community. I started my career in the classroom as a high school English teacher.
You did, I know.
And I've never, when kids came back from recess, the amount of energy that they had from being outside, right, and playing with their, and I think that's a big part of what our community should be capturing, is that having kids have that opportunity to play with one another and to engage with their parents. So. Yeah.
Yeah. Finally, as we wrap up, we got to kind of do it quickly, but I'm curious, what is your message, JJ, for the folks here at this conference when they're thinking about intentionality in public-private partnerships, when they're thinking about the outdoors and making sure that it's there for everyone? I mean, in this state of Michigan, where the environment and nature is such a big part of who we are.
At the foundation, we can't do anything with good partners on the ground. And there are great partners all over the region that are trying to bring these community visions to reality. Yeah. And they work with those public sector partners in such an intentional way. And as resources get a little bit scarcer, we have to hold those together to make sure these spaces can continue to thrive and be those spaces for our kids.
Yeah. JJ Ty, Michael Griffey, really appreciate your time talking all about this. It's been great.
Thank you, Zoe.
Thank you so much. Okay, we are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
My mom was so happy, and she was just going crazy because, for 7 years, not knowing. So my father, he was a South Vietnamese military personnel back in 1975. When the fought Saigon, he left Vietnam with his troop because his mission is expired when the war ended. He came to Michigan in 1975. And one of the church in Madison Heights sponsored him. And for 7 years, we lost connection with him. And we always believe that he has lost his life during the war because he was in intelligence service. So he was afraid that would be a bad mark for the family when we stay in Vietnam. So in 1982, we actually reunited with him, my mom, and 8 children. My mom was so happy, and she was just going crazy because, for 7 years, not knowing that your husband exists.
Janine Coons.
Thank you. Welcome. I know the morning sometimes comes fast after our late nights and enjoyable times here on the island. SME is proud to have organized this panel of leaders, dynamic, forward-thinking individuals who are going to share their thoughts and their perspectives on what's Michigan's role in America's defense. And I'd like just to spend a couple minutes on SME, who we are, and why is this topic important to us. SME is a national nonprofit. And while we are national, let me point out that our almost 100 years have been grounded, born and raised in Southeast Michigan. It's hard not to say born and raised in South Detroit, by the way, for a journey, but so as an organization and a nonprofit dedicated to the advancement of manufacturing, we work across the country and certainly here in Michigan, looking to help manufacturers with workforce issues, supply chain issues, technology adoption, and the like. Our purpose and our charter is to advance manufacturing to drive competitiveness, resiliency, and national security for communities, for regions, for state, and for our nation. And I think if you think about those topics, and I know Governor Whitmer talks a lot about this, there's a strong connection and interconnection between the strength and the capabilities of manufacturing, along with our economy, our resiliency, and our national security. I think I even heard Mayor Duggan talk about that yesterday, if anyone heard him talk about the resurgence of Detroit and how manufacturing played a key role in that. Last week, I had the opportunity to be in DC, and I chair the Manufacturing Division's Workforce Committee for the National Defense Industrial Association. And I can share with you at that conference the amount of discussion that is happening at this moment, at this time, on the importance of our manufacturing capabilities in the entire industrial base, let alone our defense industrial base. There's concerns about our national security. If we need surge capacity at these times, we need a strong manufacturing base. And so as I think about this session and I look at Michigan's background and its legacy and its history as the arsenal of democracy, in World War II, how Michigan played a pivotal role in surge capacity and building the kinds of things that our warfighters and our allies needed in that war. I think as a Michigander myself, I think we sometimes forget the strength of manufacturing in this state. I don't know if you know, Michigan has the largest concentration of manufacturing engineers in the country. We have some of the best research capabilities and universities and institutions. We certainly have what just happened at Selfridge Air National Guard Base with the F-15s. What a great example of our strength. We have leading capabilities in our armed vehicles and ground systems. And we know last summer, Secretary Del Toro at the time of the Navy joined the governor on the stage partnering with Macomb Community College, the Macomb Corridor of Defense Manufacturers for shipbuilding. It was the Michigan Maritime Manufacturing Initiative here in the state of Michigan. So this topic is mission critical to the entire United States. We're looking to grow our defense suppliers as a nation, our workforce, and our capabilities. And I'm excited to hear this panel talk about what their opinion is on what's Michigan's role in America's defense. And it is now my honor to introduce our special speaker for today, United States Senator Elissa Slotkin. Senator Slotkin has been a leading advocate for bringing critical manufacturing back to not only the United States, but certainly here in Michigan, and strengthening America's national security. Prior to serving in Congress, I know many of you know this, she's well known in Michigan and now well known across the United States. She's served in various national security roles in the CIA, the White House, the Pentagon, under two different presidents, Barack Obama and George W. Bush, eventually serving as the Acting Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security Affairs. Please join me in a warm welcome to Senator Slotkin to the stage for a special presentation. Thanks so much.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Are we feeling okay? Is everyone recovering from last night? I try to explain to people, she's like, the mornings are always slow. I'm like, it's because the nights are so long on Mackinac. So thanks for having me. I am your new junior senator from the great state of Michigan. And my happiest moments are when I get to live in the Venn diagram of all things Michigan and all things defense. When they intersect, I am truly enjoying my time, the legislation, and the work that we get to do. And I think I was excited to do this panel most of all because of the moment that we're in Michigan. We just accomplished something that took us a decade of time and energy, and that was getting a replacement fighter mission at Selfridge Air Force Base on top of our refueler mission. And what happens when you as a state, your governor, your state leaders, your federal delegation, what happens when everyone is focused in a very bipartisan way on one goal, and then you accomplish it, right? Well, you get to celebrate it. You get to have a few good months and a few good moments. But the truth is, it actually is a moment for recreation and rebirth on what we want to do as a defense community in the state of Michigan. So it's on us to actually think through that and think how Michigan in particular can specialize in our strengths, but help the future fight for the whole country. And what I want to talk to you today is like my back of the envelope 2030 defense plan for what I think we should be focusing on over the next decade here in the state of Michigan. For those of you who I haven't met, I live in Holly, Michigan. You heard my national security background, so it's impossible once you're raised in the national security world to take those glasses off and not see the world through a national security lens. But it's also impossible to grow up in Michigan and not understand our specialties here. We did something that is extremely relevant for the moment that we're in right now, back when Henry Ford invented the assembly line, right? He did this thing that created a monumental leap forward for manufacturing in the United States. Now, it's many years in the past, but the idea is the same, that we need to figure out what is that giant leap forward when it comes to defense issues in 2025, right? What's the modern day equivalent of going from, hand tooling and making individual carriages one by one to creating a manufacturing line that at one point was employing, just in the city of Detroit alone, almost 300,000 people. The military thinks in these leaps as well, right? For those of you who are defense nerds like myself, you might know what it means to say we're looking for the next offset, right? American history on the national security side are us figuring out those giant leaps forward on the defense side, which has created us being the strongest military in the world. The first offset, nuclear weapons. And not just the nuclear race that we competed in the 30s, 40s, and 50s, but then creating tactical nukes, right? Taking that technology and being able to dominate any other nation state in the world because of our nuclear arsenal. Fast forward to post-Vietnam era. Just understanding the second offset, which was how do we get more long-range intelligence and technology? How do we start building ISR into our thinking? How do we get better information on our adversaries to inform our policymaking? The third offset in military competitiveness is upon us, right? Is the combination of the power of supercomputing and technology combined with the decision-making functions of a human being. That is the next offset that we've been working on since pretty much, I would say, 2012, 2014. How do we take all the best of technology and give it to the warfighter? So instead of just taking that hill, he has 360-degree visibility on what is happening up and around that hill and over that hill. We get other eyes on from other positions so that that soldier isn't just using what he has at his advantage. He's using the full suite of technological tools. But I would offer that the next big shift, something that we're seeing in real time in a place like Ukraine, is what I consider a fourth offset. The future of defeating our adversaries and making sure we remain the dominant party in the world, the dominant military, is being able to go from concept to fielding of a new system in less than the time it takes us right now. Right now, the Pentagon is an incredible place to be working, but if you have a new cool idea and you're a company that wants to serve your country, it will take, on average, 3 years to go from concept to actually fielding that weapon system or whatever, surveillance system, whatever it is. In China, that flash to bang is 1 year, from concept to fielding. So if we want to dominate the next generation in the world on global power, we have to be able to move faster than we can currently move. And I know defense contractors in Michigan feel this acutely, right? You're constantly trying to get that new mission, that new contract. It takes forever. And we know that new startups live in often what we call the valley of death. They have a great idea, they can't get the attention of the big defense contracts, and they die in the vine and don't survive as entrepreneurs because they live in that valley of death. There's no sort of dynamism. So what I'm offering for Michigan is for us to think ahead a decade about the new military missions, the new tech, and the new jobs, particularly in manufacturing, that are going to help not only the state of Michigan, but also the Pentagon and our military organizations propel us into the future and win the fights of the future. We're seeing a lot of this iteration in a place like Ukraine, right? I give the Ukrainians a lot of credit. They are figuring out, particularly in drone technology, they have an idea, they're putting a commercial drone together with their best aerospace engineers, and they're figuring out new ways to do things, new ways to engage in warfare that the world has really never seen. That's the kind of dynamism we need to bring to traditional manufacturing. Now, when it comes to new missions, right, new military missions, you know we don't have active duty bases here, but we have some competitive advantages that we need to double down on, okay? We have some of the largest amounts of uninterrupted airspace east of the Mississippi. People love that, particularly our Air Force friends, right? They love to be able to maneuver and move around. So what our mission is, certainly in my office, is to make sure we do full permanent funding and expanded funding for our Northern Strike Operation exercise up in, yes, I know the Grayling guys are very excited to hear that. Yes, we love it for Grayling, but I also want to say it's the largest multi-domain exercise east of the Mississippi. We do things with drones, with Spectrum. We got to bring more and more private sector players into that fight and simulate, thank you for the one guy clapping, simulate what I think the real future of warfare is, which was a pairing up of our best commercial tech with the know-how of the US military. Number two, we need to bring new technology into our processes. We need to understand that the manufacturing of the future is not going to look like the manufacturing of our past, right? There's no longer the greasy floor with 100 guys working the same repetitive motion. We need AI involved in the process, 3D printing involved in the process, iteration involved in the process. We need an entirely different way of looking at things, and no one is better poised to think about those things than Michigan, because it's hard enough to manufacture things, right? People think it's easy. It's hard enough to do it, but to be the leaders of the future, we need to be the leaders of new manufacturing techniques. We can't live in the past. We have to integrate all these new tools, and we need our next generation to help us do that. And then that's going to help us bring the new jobs of the future, right? Right now, we think we have about 166,000 defense jobs in the state of Michigan. But for a state that represents 3% of the nation's population, we're doing about 1% of the defense contracts. We're going to change that, people, okay? And 75% of our contracts are with the Army. We're going to change that, too. We love our Army. But we're not just about ground vehicles. That's not the only thing we know how to do. We know how to make things with precision. So the jobs of the future and attracting a new generation to Michigan, right? Not just losing people to go to other places like Silicon Valley or wherever they want to do cool stuff. We're going to be attracting people with the new techniques, the new technology that we build into manufacturing. So I know my time is up. The clock is up here, but I just wanted to kind of roll this out, a little bit of thinking. I know we'll talk about it, but the future for us is helping our military with that fourth offset, which is really rapid, dynamic manufacturing for the best ideas. And if they don't work, we scrap them and we start with something new. So thanks for being here. Thanks for caring about defense in Michigan. We're going to do some kick-ass things. And Selfridge was just the beginning. So thanks, everybody. You want me to come back down? Okay.
Well, that is a powerful message I think you just shared with our senator. I don't know if you recall this. We didn't get a chance to talk about this, but the first time I met you was actually, it was not at the Pink Pony. Yeah. You were co-chairing a bipartisan task force with Gallagher on critical supply chain during COVID. Yeah. And I got the phone call, I think from your office. I was the Chief Workforce Development Officer at SME, and the call came in because at that time you were both bipartisan study around the critical supply chain of materials that were affecting our national security again, right? Rare earth minerals. And so as you look, and you've really now spent, right, your career, right, both when you were with the CIA and the different agencies, and now here as in the public office, how do you see, and you touched on this, the vulnerabilities that the national defense industry has and how Michigan can kind of rise to that occasion? You touched a little bit on the private sector, our workforce, but going back and hearkening, I'm thinking back to that supply chain conversation. What can we be doing with our workforce and dominating the strong workforce we have here to support the defense industry?
Yeah, well, I think that task force with former Representative Mike Gallagher, who's now at Anderl, came from, I think, the experience most Americans had during COVID, where we sort of realized, holy moly, our supply chains are way overinvested abroad. And the average person is like, I can't get a couch, I can't get a TV, I can't get things delivered, but it made us do some hard thinking about our defense supply chains. And in general, we have Buy American requirements that are different than the commercial sector, so we could assume that it was better off, but we picked up the rug and there were like a lot of creepy crawlies under there, right? At one point, we figured out that 90% of our propellant, so what makes our weapons go boom, was sole sourced to China. So the irony that if we ever, God forbid, had to go to war with China, we would need some things that go boom, and that 90% of that propellant came from them. That's an insane thing to do as a military, right? So we came up with a bunch of recommendations and legislation, and I think in general, Americans have gotten the Buy America bug in a bigger way since COVID. Yeah. So I think we're less vulnerable than like the iPhones you all have in your pockets, right? The things that people care about in their civilian lives. But there's still work to do. And I think the thing that I am super interested in is how do we get our military, this is sensitive, but how do we get our military to look first to the commercial space and adapt a commercial piece of tech rather than build, with our lovely primes, who I love, from whole cloth, a completely new system. Because we know that the drag factor on that is the requirements process, right? Those of you who've worked in this system know that by the time the requirements are written, by the time you meet all the requirements, there's one company that can win the bid. It's a company you've definitely heard of, and it doesn't inspire a brand new company to actually be able to compete. So I think that Michigan, I think also during COVID, people realized that you can't just create a manufacturing space out of thin air, right? Remember the ventilator story? Everyone's like, who can build ventilators? Who can build ventilators? Turns out you can't just like start from nothing and build a ventilator. You have to have a defense, an industrial base. So I think Michigan is very poised as we continue this like pulling of our supply chains back home to compete. But my point is, we just got to bring the new techniques. We can't be like thinking backwards that, well, we're great because we invented the car. Yeah. We are great because we invented the car, but we're now going to invent the next cool shit here in Michigan with some new techniques.
Right, and I think building out that supply base, as you said, for some of those commercial suppliers that may be automotive focused, how do we get them in? Because we've had that reduction in our supply chain, or our suppliers of the defense contract.
And I think people in the manufacturing space are like, yeah, I'd love to get a defense contract, but I just don't have the bandwidth, the energy, the time to wait the 3 years to break through, so I'm just going to stick to my bread and butter, which is largely automotive. Yeah. That is, for them, it makes total sense. For the Pentagon, that's just dumb, right? That we can't take the folks who already make the best ground vehicles in the world and just figure out how to quickly pair together, to iterate, to move. And so it's bad for our industrial base. It's also bad for national security that these processes take way too long.
Yes, right. And I know I saw Olga here from Apex Accelerator. I know you help with a lot of those defense manufacturers do their work. How can the state and the defense industry look and work more effectively together with the federal government, the private sector, to address and partner to leverage Michigan's strengths? As you said, it's a prowess of manufacturing strengths. The automotive industry has always been strong, but how do we work together as the private sector, nonprofits, the state of Michigan? I'm thinking about the Navy. You said the Army, right, has been strong, but the Navy came. And I know they're busy in, the Honolulu and the Gulf Coast, but the Great Lakes and the state of Michigan.
So this is, again, going to be controversial, but Michigan is really, really good at a bunch of things, and we're Midwesterners, and we don't brag on ourselves enough. And other states, including, if I can get your blood up a little bit, Ohio, do a much better job of pitching themselves and talking about themselves and advertising themselves outside of the state. Right? And it's great if we can send our senior leaders to go and bring other senior leaders, right? We're bringing senior military leaders here for Northern Strike this year. So how do we bring people in to show off episodically? That's great. We can do that till the cows come home. But I need us to, and it's the same way on a bunch of industries. We just put our heads down, do good work, believe that good work is going to beget good results. And that's true in some cases, but in this world, I am sick of losing competitions to other states who just advertise what they do better. And by the way, they don't do what we do better than us, right? They just advertise it better. And so I think Michiganders need to understand our worth. We need to show it off and not feel like that's, not right. We need to be at
not appropriate.
We need to be at every international event, every international conference. We need to be shoving ourselves down. I mean, I see what obviously Texas does in Washington. I see now what Ohio does in Washington, and I'm like, no, I'm not having that, right? We have to beat them at their own game because we have the manufacturing base that they just don't have in the same way.
Right, and the grit and the culture and the hard work.
The whole thing. Yeah, the grit and culture is what makes us do great work. It's also what makes it hard to brag on ourselves. And we got to get out of that.
Well, I think we know she's going to be having that in Washington, sharing that. So thank you, Senator, for the comments, and we're going to have you joined by two of our upcoming panelists. So thank you for that special time with. Please help me welcome our next panelist. We're going to have Colonel John Gutierrez. He's the Executive Director of the Office of Defense, Aerospace, and Innovation, which is part of the MEDC organization. Some of you may remember last year, Governor Whitmer announced this new office. And so John, please join me on stage. Thank you. And next, I'd like to welcome Eric Smith. He's the President and Chief Executive Officer of Saab Inc., which is headquartered in Syracuse, New York, and has 10 facilities in the United States. Saab delivers advanced systems in aeronautics, weapons, command and control, sensors, and underwater systems to the United States Armed Forces, the Federal Aviation Administration, and commercial partners. Thanks.
And has locations in Michigan, right? Locations in Michigan, which we appreciate.
Yes, and we'll jump to that. We'll jump because that is something exciting that we've, as the Senator just mentioned, is Saab has made a decision, and I saw last month you and the governor and others were doing the ground breaking here, and you've picked the state of Michigan. So tell us about that.
Well, sure. So we've made the decision to build our home base for our weapons and ammunition business in Grayling, Michigan. Very excited about that. Honestly, we looked across the nation, and when it came to the assets and the infrastructure and the workforce that Michigan provide, it was a bit of a no-brainer at the end of the day. The partnership with Camp Grayling has been unbelievable. The conversation we've had for a long time, our ability to get the workforce that we need. You guys just talked about sort of the manufacturing DNA that's in Michigan, and not just in Michigan, I would say, but also really wanting to come back to Michigan. I mean, that's been one of our big realizations here in the early days, is that we've had tremendous success since the announcement of people that have been all over the country that just want to come back to Northern Michigan now that the jobs are going to be there. So, we've had it's been a great run so far. I'm really excited to see where it goes, and we'll start building our shoulder-fired portfolio and precision strike portfolio in Grayling, mid next year. So
awesome.
When talking to Eric in preparation, he was sharing. He said, no, we see a lot of manufacturers struggle to find workers and people to, fill their jobs. And Eric's experience so far in the state of Michigan has been a very positive one. So that's great.
That's been great.
John, Governor Whitmer and the state legislature have been taking proactive steps to place Michigan at the forefront of the revitalization on our national defense capability via this new office. Can you share a little bit of the vision around Michigan's defense strategy and industry and how, how that's been going since you've been taking this new office?
Sure, that's a great question, and thanks for asking. So what we've really been focused on this past year is developing the strategic plan with a 5-year outlook for defense and aerospace within the state. And what we've defined as a vision is kind of what we've been talking about here, is to reimagine the arsenal of democracy in which government, industry, and academia can thrive in the markets of tomorrow and be agile enough to pivot and adjust to those markets as national security demands require.
Any observations that you've had so far, right, kind of coming into the ecosystem, if you will? There's a lot, and I know you've spent time with the senator and Eric and others. Any observations that you've had after the first? It was about a year now, right?
Yeah, just over a year. So my observation is really, there's this palpable energy within the ecosystem, within that culture. It was mentioned before, and we have this rich heritage of manufacturing and innovation and patriotism. And you're seeing this in the ecosystem when we go out to various locations. You're seeing companies who may not necessarily be in the defense market today, but they're interested in pivoting or looking at dual use capabilities, et cetera.
Senator, I know you've had the chance to work with both of them. Any comments as you've looked at this new office here in the state and how it differs across, something I think very unique to the state of Michigan, at least from what we've been seeing?
Yeah, I think it's super important, and I do think other states in some cases have this position or have a version of this position, right? And so it's important that we have an office that is thinking about defense issues. And of course, you can imagine what they do down in Texas, right, with the huge number of active duty troops they have down there. But for us, we've always been so focused on autos that we need to up our game on defense contracts. And it's not because we don't have the best workers. And so I think the culture is moving towards a place where we all understand that we're in one place and we can really supercharge ourselves. It's just a matter of doing that. And even this morning, we have to get our heads in the game on our own valley of death here in Michigan, right? This idea that you can have great ideas, but then, and maybe have like seed money for the most sort of newest organizations and companies who are looking at tech. And then you have our big primes. But how do we make sure that middle here, in the like sort of forming stages gets what they need from the state so that we can launch them into the future? Because the way that you become the hub for advanced manufacturing and the use of technology in manufacturing and iteration is by having more and more companies want to headquarter here, want to put their forces here, want to put their effort in here. So success begets success. We need those new folks doing cool stuff to be supported.
Well, and that's a good example. If we look at what Eric, and while I know you're headquartered out of, you have the U.S. headquarters in Sweden. It's a foreign-owned company, but that's also one of our allies and an important part of how we could also grow our defense manufacturing base here. Eric, how do you think Michigan and the U.S. can think about companies locating, like Saab has, and foreign allies as a growth engine for the state of Michigan?
Yeah, I think you have to look at allied domiciled companies. We think a little bit differently than the traditional U.S. defense primes. It's a much more commercial world out there outside the United States, so the bubble of the United States market. And so if you look at what we're doing in Grayling, it's much more of a see the problem, understand the problem, and then build the capacity and the infrastructure to help solve the problem. We're not asking people for money. We're not asking the Pentagon for money to fund the activity. We're going to build this, seeing that the problem exists and the magazine depth issue is real in the United States, and that we have to build for our national security. We have to build the capacity to be able to replace the weapons and systems that we're using in Ukraine and to build the stocks we need for the future. We're going at it. We're taking it head on. And I think you see a much more commercial mindset from the international companies than you do the traditional American primes.
Right.
It's great to see some of the new startups in the US that are starting to think more commercially and put that kind of pressure on the industry more broadly. But traditionally, the defense industry in the U.S. has been one of the more entitled industries in the world, if I can be a little provocative. And I think whether it's our allied partners or new, more commercially focused startups, it's a huge opportunity for the state of Michigan to really embrace those folks, show the infrastructure and assets and workforce that's available here. Because I think when you look at it overall and you understand what Michigan has to offer and as it relates to defense tech, it's a pretty compelling story.
And can I just say, I think, there's, while there's lots of things that are not going well in Washington, there still is. I'm on the Armed Services Committee. I was lucky to get the one open slot on the committee as a freshman. And there is still a great degree of bipartisan work that goes on in that committee. It's just not at the headline level, right? Like we're not solving our immigration issues in that committee, thank God. We're focused on the Pentagon. And to be honest, it's one of the few areas in the entire budget that is going up while everything else is going down. Right. Now, going up doesn't mean we invest in the right things. Going up doesn't mean that we're spending that in a smart way. And I think there's a lot of bipartisan interest in thinking through commercial options, right? And Eric's completely right that when we think about a new system, we're like, what can we invent from the ground up and build ourselves in a sole source way, right? As opposed to, what if there was a requirement that you had to first look for commercial options and augmenting a commercial option, and if there was absolutely nothing that existed in the commercial space, then you could think about creating something from scratch. That alone would force so much change. And it's controversial, again, but it would force so much change because the Pentagon would then be looking to the commercial sector first, just like the Ukrainians, right, are like buying drones off Amazon, putting on a scope or a little they're doing some interesting things and showing us how we can do it. And by the way, saving a huge amount of money.
And time.
Huge.
And time. Right, time.
So if speed is the name of the game, commercial options are also part of the equation.
There's a lot of discussion around that speed, right? Accelerating our production.
That's the whole game.
Yeah, it's and a lot of the concerns, right, of if we do have to surge capacity, how do we be prepared to be accelerant, which creates that culture and that thinking that is different than maybe what's
And look, the Chinese, like I said, they can go from concept to fielding in a year. We do it in 3 years. Now, they're also an authoritarian nation, and they don't have a whole lot of requirements and rules and regulations, and they just go. So we live within our system, but that doesn't mean every rule and regulation makes sense. Yeah. And I think we can, I was at the Pentagon, right? And I know firsthand that well-intentioned rules and regulations overlapping each other in a giant pile can create complete gridlock. So we also have to talk about pulling things off the regulation list.
Yeah. Thank you, Senator. As we look at the state of Michigan and we think about, you kind of talked about that diversification, right? We're strong in the Army, and we have some certainly other aspects that we do here in the state for different military needs. John, maybe as you look at what the office, the ODA office is doing, are there certain sectors or investments that you're starting to look at in terms of that diversification for the state?
Well, we are. So we're looking at the critical national needs that have been identified by the Department of Defense. We're aligning a lot of our efforts towards those areas. But there are opportunities. I would say it was discussed a little earlier about autonomous or machine learning, artificial intelligence, autonomous systems, hypersonics, and then just good old-fashioned munitions. Mm-hmm. Those are
like those two.
Yeah, absolutely. And then in the maritime space, I think diversification is really the key. So, we cannot wed ourselves just to ground systems, although, I love ground systems as a Marine. But we have to look at all domains of warfare, whether it be air, land, sea, space, cyber, et cetera. And those are really what I see as growing, opportunities.
Any other comments on that from Eric or Senator on that?
I think Michigan is right for that diversification. I mean, we're having a shipbuilding conversation in the Midwest right now, right? And that's not an intuitive thought process, but and you're not going to be building aircraft carriers and destroyers in the Great Lakes. But there's a lot of other ships out there that the Great Lakes do make a lot of sense for. And that workforce component that we've been talking about against the requirements of the National Shipbuilding Base makes a lot of sense, right? And as you look across, how do we use the university network here to enable innovation in the autonomy and AI ML space? I think there's a lot of upside there as well. And so I think it's right to be focused on diversity, but there are some key areas where, as I look at it, whether it's shipbuilding or otherwise, there's opportunities there for sure.
Yeah, I think drones, autonomous systems are just in general, but drones in particular are an area that is so hot right now in Washington, right? Because you counter UAS, countering systems, you look at what's going on in Ukraine, and we have a situation where drones, $900 a pop, used in conjunction in a swarming fashion, can bring down an F-35. Right? And we see some of our most important technology undercut by really cheap, easy stuff. And you see China investing in autonomous Air Force formations. I mean, literally, this is stuff that you could have thought was from science fiction, that we could have a situation where a manned Air Force is going up against a largely unmanned but tethered network of drones. Yeah. And we have human beings in the cockpit, so we're more risk averse than a bunch of autonomous systems. So these are confounding us as a nation. And if you think about that, we need to hyper accelerate our investment in our own drone capability, but also in counter drone. Right, in understanding how in a crowded place, right, at a University of Michigan game at the Big House, someone could kamikaze a drone. I'm not trying to create a problem here. I'm just saying, I think about these things. It's hard to take the national security glasses off. And so what's the technology we're going to use to take that down? And we need that innovation and that iteration to be going on. And there's no one should be doing that better than us because of our manufacturing base, but also because we have these huge swaths of area we can test this stuff, right? You can't test that stuff in New York City. And so to me, there's a real I have a special interest in the kind of autonomous systems generally and drones specifically.
And drones not just in the air, but
yes.
on the water too, right? That's the next piece of this puzzle. You see that in Ukraine as well.
Totally.
Smaller boats, unmanned, autonomous assets, swarm, and those kind of things. It's an air problem and it's a surface problem.
Yeah.
Just last week we were at Camp Grayling and the National All-Domain Warfighting Center for the Uncrewed Triple Challenge, which was it was a drone competition, kind of an Ironman competition, if you will, across all three domains. So land, maritime, and air. And this was just the first in subsequent, iterations of this as well. And what we want to do is expand that over greater portions of Michigan.
And I just have to say, I did not know this before I became a congresswoman, but the special thing we have with our National Guard bases is that industry can rent space on the base. That is not permitted in an active duty base. So if you're down in Texas or if you're in all these big active duty places, they cannot allow the private sector to lease their space, test things, do all this. So we have National Guard bases. That's what we have, an Air National Guard. So our base commanders are part of the hustle of getting some of those innovators onto our spaces. And that's where we're going to surge past a place like Texas, right? Because they can do stuff off base, but we have the ability to test stuff in real time, and we should be doubling down on that.
That's the biggest reason we're in Michigan.
Yeah, see that?
Right? I mean,
see that?
See that press?
See that marketing? Yeah, see that marketing. Well, and I think you said that Iron Man, the drone of Iron Man, or Iron Man
the
drone.
Uncrew Triple Challenge, kind of an Iron Man.
Yeah, I loved it. But think about back to, kind of hyping things up and kind of communicating. When we think about, a lot of times we spend time talking about manufacturing and these jobs and career pathways that need to fuel these organizations to have that innovation.
Yeah.
Here we are talking about some pretty cool, exciting stuff and technology. And I think sometimes manufacturing in our defense industry gets put into the things that we think of from yesteryears.
Sure.
And I think what I'm hearing a lot of you talk about here on the panel is leveraging the strengths of the state of Michigan that are already there.
Yeah, and making it like hot, right? I mean, to be honest, like that's an Iron Man drone competition is kind of like a hot shit thing.
Yeah.
And the thing I think about that's deep in our DNA is, for all the parents in the room, like most schools, particularly in the Detroit area, but well beyond, have a FIRST robotics team, right? Have a team of people. You've usually got some parents who are volunteering to train and educate kids on how to be a team and build robots that compete in competitions in high school gyms, right? I've gotten to judge some of these things. FIRST robotics clubs are the perfect place to start talking about drones, autonomous systems, start bringing young people out to Camp Grayling to see this kind of stuff. Defense can't be put in a box. We need to bring all those engineering students of the future into the defense conversation when they're in 8th grade, so that they're understanding that they can do really, really hot stuff in Michigan.
Yeah, and protect our nation.
And protect our nation.
Right. And that, which is pretty good,
that
right?
Too.
Yeah, and so Eric, you kind of talked about the Navy, right? And you think about, and actually have the opportunity, I've been working with the United States Navy in particular on their workforce challenges. And the Great Lakes was a big conversation. And there was a lot of attention actually here, and we know, and John with M3. Is there anything you want to share with us of what we've been seeing there with M3 and the Macomb Community College? I know that just kicked off. I think we had our first set of graduates, right?
Yeah, we did.
For that program.
Just recently, we had our first cohort of graduates for some of those, critical skills, just skilled trades, welders, CNC machinists, et cetera. And then another, so two-part effort with the Michigan Maritime Manufacturing Initiative. First part is workforce, of course. And the second piece is bolstering our supply chains to, and those companies to be able to grow and thrive in that area. And there's some very specific and very unique requirements to working on submarines. For example, Naval Sea Systems Command certification, NAVSEA certification. These requirements are so stringent, as they should be on a nuclear submarine. And so, just trying to highlight that for our companies, again, to present opportunities.
And were you sharing with me, John, that you go around the state, right? You hold different, to work with manufacturing companies, either current defense suppliers or those maybe looking to become
That's correct.
diversify in the state?
We have an extensive outreach campaign throughout the state. We align with our 10 Apex accelerators. And so what we do is just about a monthly basis, you see us throughout the state, and we'll sit there and we'll describe what our office is, what we do, but then also some of the resources that the state can provide to companies, again, to make them more competitive. And not only are we talking about two companies that are in the defense and aerospace sector, but companies that are interested in coming into this. And we're not only talking about defense manufacturers, we're talking about other groups as well. Like the tribes of Michigan are very interested in investing in defense, et cetera. There are entrepreneurs, there are other venture capitalists, et cetera, who are coming to these groups, but they're growing over time. So that's a good thing. There's this energy.
Eric, any as you speculate into the future, any thoughts about what might be in the future for Michigan, for Saab, as you look?
Well, sure. I mean,
I know you just got started, so.
We are just getting started, but
he's moving his headquarters from Syracuse, New York, to Grayling, Michigan. It's a big announcement.
We never, from a Saab perspective, we tend to think very long term. So we don't make decisions for point sort of tactical reasons, and so you can see that in Grayling, right? We're clearing 60 acres to build this first, what I call phase one of the activity. It's about 100 jobs. We have an office we're opening in Auburn Hills to access some more engineering talent down there, and so that's kind of phase one for me. But we've bought 388 acres in Grayling, and if we do our job and things go the way that I expect it to, I think we will fully utilize that capacity over time. to really help the Pentagon with this magazine depth issue that they have, both across the enterprise, really. And so that's, within our land systems group and our weapons and ammunition business, that's the focus right now. But I could see Saab doing things, in other parts of our portfolio here in Michigan too, in the not too distant future. And John and I've spent a lot of time talking about that. And I think there's, I'm a Michigan fan, and I see there's a lot of synergy with what we need to make this business continue to grow at the pace it's been growing. And so we'll continue to look for those opportunities in partnership with the state and the different National Guard bases out here, because those are really important partnerships and a really unique asset that Michigan has to bring to the table.
Are there things you think of for advice for people like those here or others on how Michigan could improve, right? So it sounds like we've done some good things, but anything from your perspective representing the private sector?
I always say these things go, there's a relationship between the level of integration from the local communities to the federal level, and how smooth and these processes go and the growth happens. And so, I just continue to say that, being able to have the conversations here with the governor and her staff and MEDC and get that same sort of support and message all the way up to the senator's office, and that's really important. You don't see that everywhere, and it's really important to have from local to federal integration in terms of the messaging and the support for what companies are trying to do and for the industry. And so, we continue to see that here, and it's been great.
I think that's really important. We hear that over and over from companies that decide to come to Michigan. They are interested in us because of our workforce and because we have a tradition of skilled trades, but they finally pull the trigger on coming because they feel like they're getting the right welcome mat up and down the chain, right? There's not a disconnect. The local leaders love it, but the federal leaders won't give them the time of day, or vice versa. So that kind of personal approach, I think, is really important. I will say that because I'm in the room with a bunch of innovators, that I think we also need to put this industry in context for the revolution that's coming with artificial intelligence, both on the military side, but also what it's going to do to our economy. I mean, there are some estimates that AI is going to have more impact on our economy than the internet did, okay? And think about how different our economy is today than it was in, 1988, before we sort of mainstreamed the internet. A lot of different jobs, a lot of different sort of needs in the workforce. So AI is about to do that, and we've been trying to get smart in my office, and one of the things that we keep hearing from all of our experts on AI is because AI is training on large language models, the first jobs to go are going to be the ones that kind of amalgamate the written word, right? So paralegals, or that amalgamate large groups of data, or sets of data. So, radiology techs, like people who read that first line scans. A lot of those jobs, the first line jobs for a lot of college graduates, are going to go away. And the things that are harder to replicate are the things that are in a dynamic environment, that aren't just about language, but are about like fixing things and moving things and different humidities, different pressures. That's harder to plan for and to teach. And so Michigan is poised to have what we do actually be more survivable than a lot of other professions, right? And we already know there's layoffs going on in places like California, right? If you're a video game designer or something like that. So if Michigan's thing, it's kind of like, I saw someone here wearing acid wash jeans. I'm like, it's back again. Like, what was popular is now back. What we do is going to be even more important and resilient than a lot of other industries. And so we need to see that and see ourselves in the span of history and double down on what we're really, really good at.
No, I think that's a great point. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you It is scary to think about those changes and the acid wash jeans coming back. But
it was amazing. The outfit was great.
John, as you've looked at your role here, are there things kind of similar to what I asked Eric? Anything that you've seen that you would say to the state of Michigan for those that are trying to do what we can to kind of deliver on what Senator just shared? Thoughts of how we can improve, because it's all the good things that we do. Are some things you'd say, hey, if we could do this, or if the private sector could do that, nonprofits, educators?
Sure. Great question. I think kind of to Senator Slotkin's point, we need to amplify the state's unique advantages. There are so many great strengths of this state that just are not known outside. I am not a native Michigander, came here by choice, but I love it, and I am a Michigander now. And so whether it be manufacturing, entrepreneurship, innovation, et cetera, but infrastructure for innovation, our National Guard bases, that is such a strength to the state and to our Department of Defense and Department of Homeland Security. You can do a lot of great work up at the National All Domain Warfighting Center, Alpena, et cetera. And that's just, I think getting the word out and amplifying that's going to be so critical.
Sounds like we're having a very strong theme about our strengths in Michigans and how we need to kind of play those up a little bit more. Like you said, not the humble Midwest.
Nope.
Well, we are going to open it up to the floor for questions. So I think we've got some mics, maybe roaming mics, for anyone in the audience that has a question for our three panelists. It looks like we have one in the middle.
Well, thank you. I'm sorry, pardon me. I'm Kareem Sykes with Echelon. We are directly contracted with the DoD Office of Small Business Programs, and I just can appreciate this conversation. Particularly, I wanted to highlight the fact that as we talk about involving Michiganders, right, in defense, one of the things I think is hugely imperative is that we talk about CMMC, right? The Cybersecurity Maturity Model Certification, which is essentially DoD's line in the sand, right, for eligibility for contracting opportunities. And so with that, what I'm doing is I'm traveling around the country advocating and evangelizing, if you will, the no-cost resources that DoD has provisioned through Project Spectrum, right, which is a program essentially designed to provide self-assessments, online cybersecurity trainings, right, to help companies prepare for what is inevitably coming, right? We know that Title 32 of the Code of Federal Regulations, as of 16 December of 24, officially established what many of us in the industry knew was coming. And so as that happens, we want to make sure that Michiganders in the industry here, that they're ready, right, for eligibility, that they've taken advantage of the litany of resources that exist on projectspectrum.io. And so happy to talk with anyone about that after the session as to what DoD Office of Small Business Programs has provisioned to really help mitigate what could be another barrier to entry for many small businesses, including obviously Michiganders. I've worked with the Michigan Alliance, the Apex accelerators around the country, and so again, making sure that we not only train the trainers, if you will, right, those program managers and counselors for the Apexes respectively, but also talking to their respective constituencies about the resources that exist and have existed for some time now. So I just want to highlight that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments?
So we are right now very focused on that cybersecurity maturity model certification, and really a larger part of making our Michigan defense and aerospace companies more and more competitive. We have a Cyber Smart grant program now that we provide to our companies in Michigan. I think we provide up to $10,000 per, which is not nearly going to cover that cost, but we work with the University of Michigan to administer those programs. So,
other questions?
As the senator said, we're a great airspace. So how do we best engage with the FAA to be the place for the testing and iteration that needs to be done, both on the commercial and the defense side?
Yeah, I'll start. I think the thing that we are experiencing right now, first of all, it's a tough moment for the FAA for a whole bunch of reasons, but there's a bunch of outstanding questions that have just sort of hung out there related to use of the airspace. What we've been talking about is instead of kind of going to them piecemeal, which is what certainly at the federal level we've occasionally been doing, we need to come up here in Michigan with like our list of prioritized asks and then go to them at the highest levels in a more formal way. I think right now we're kind of like, it's like any organization. You try to insert at the mid-level, you try to get an answer from someone, especially now, it's very, very difficult. What we've been thinking about is how do we get that full list, not so that we're not coming back 12 times to them and being like ankle biting at them, but like we've thought together as an entire state about what we need to get from them. And then we go in as a bipartisan group of legislators to say we want to meet with the senior brass so that we can have this real conversation with timelines to get back to us. So that's the thing we've been talking about because of how many people have come to us in different directions asking for help with the FAA. So maybe we can talk offline about the prioritized list.
Any other comments?
I would just offer from a Saab perspective, we have a lot of experience dealing with the issues you're talking about, founding the activity that goes on in Syracuse, New York. And so if we can help you from a Saab perspective, I'm more than happy to lend that sort of experience, because we've had pretty good success with the New Air Consortium in around Griffiths Air Force Base. And if it can help, we're here to help.
And I would say also in the execution and planning of that uncrewed triple challenge that occurred last week, we followed a whole of state of government approach from the Michigan perspective, working with the National Guard, working with the Michigan Department of Transportation, MEDC, and other stakeholders in order to get some of those FAA certifications to be able to execute that aerial portion of that
Great
challenge.
Did we have any other questions out? We probably have time for maybe one more if we did. If not, I'll ask each of the panelists maybe a closing thought as we just have a couple minutes here. Anything, certainly we've talked about, opportunities, Michigan's strengths, new investments in our area, new offices focused on it, new senator focused on, the strength of Michigan and representing that out in Washington. Any closing remarks from our panelists?
I would just offer that the assets and infrastructure in Michigan for defense is real, and I would just encourage all of us. It's incumbent upon all of us, whether industry or government, to continue to espouse those assets and get that message out there, because I think the senator was right. We undersell it to some degree, and I think we're going to realize the benefit of it here in the future. It is coming back around like acid wash jeans for sure.
We're not going to live that down. John?
With today's national security environment and geopolitical environment, there is a tremendous amount of opportunity within the defense and aerospace sector. And it could be very complex to operate, to get into this line of business, but it can be very rewarding. And so I think companies, industries, whether it be, and to include our academic, partners within the state as well. I mean, we just need to harness that and look for those opportunities.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously the national security opportunities are huge. The opportunities for Michigan are huge. I think it starts, though, with us taking a hard look at ourselves and saying, am I bringing in enough interns and students to train the next generation? Am I using the academic institutions to their max? Am I advertising what I'm doing, right? If you're doing something really cool, but it's like a tree falling in the woods and no one knows about it, there's not enough PR around it, are you doing enough to sort of attract more and more talent here? I think we all need, just like that we as a state need to have some hard conversations about how we brag on ourselves more, we also need our companies to say, hey, let's just try to think outside the box for a minute. Are we doing all we can to innovate and to bring in that next generation? Because we need it as a state, we need it as a country.
No, I think those are all great comments, and if I build on just something you just said there, Senator, is sometimes I get asked, as I mentioned, I was the Chief Workforce Development Officer for almost 25 years at SME, and a lot of it was around workforce and talent and finding people. And I'd often say to people, it's a hidden industry. Most people don't even really know it exists. They certainly don't understand how cool it is, the opportunities. And our manufacturers, and then even more so in defense, kind of hide what the end game is. Mm-hmm. And we put the jobs out and we say a CAD CAM, programmer or software engineer, but we really don't say what they're going to go do and how it affects lives or how it affects their economy that they're in or our national security. Mm-hmm. So I think your points are spot on how we have to reshift how we think about that. Well, please join me in thanking the panel for this morning, talking about Michigan's role in America's defense. Senator John and Eric, thank you so much for your comments and your perspective and your time. Thank you.
From Delta faucets to Behr paint, Masco Corporation is proud to deliver products that enhance the way consumers all over the world experience and enjoy their living spaces. Masco, serving Michigan communities since 1929.
Support also provided by the Cynthia and Edsel Ford Fund for Journalism at Detroit PBS.
The DTE Foundation is a proud sponsor of Detroit PBS. Through our giving, we are committed to meeting the needs of the communities we serve statewide to help ensure a bright and thriving future for all. Learn more at dtefoundation.com.
We help organizations find their voices through what they do and who they impact. We are VVK PR and Creative, a Detroit agency telling the stories of critical issues affecting the big picture and the small moments. Stories at Skyline Heights and on-the-ground influence. We lead with relationships first, solutions always, and with diversity as our compass. VVK PR and Creative.
Nissan Foundation, and viewers like you.
Here, the main desk during the 2025 Mackinac Policy Conference. You know, we in the United States are in a mental health crisis. And when we talk about students in America, it is impacting educational outcomes. In Michigan, dramatically as well. One new report actually says that 66% of students in Detroit are chronically absent. So what do we do about it? Well, there are three folks who are joining me now who are thinking a lot about the issue. We have Laura Hewitt, President and CEO of the Guidance Center. Great to have you. Dr. Nikolai Vitti, he of course is Superintendent of the Detroit Public Schools Community District, and James White, President and CEO of Detroit Wayne Integrated Health Network. Laura, I want to start with you. You know, you lead the Guidance Center, which provides a wide range of behavioral health services to children and to families. From your experience, what is the most significant mental health challenge that is contributing to truancy right now in the state?
I mean, I think some of what happened during the pandemic and kids being away from school for so long contributed to that. We also have a lot of families that we work with, single parent homes where there's not a lot of structure in the home, and that makes it difficult to reinforce the kids going to school. But we do have a program, youth assistance program, and multiple nonprofits in Wayne County have this program where we focus on kids when there are issues like truancy or other at-risk factors, and try to make sure that they're attending regularly and follow up with their families and provide all kinds of other supportive services. So we believe children need to be in school and they need to be able to and ready to learn.
And of course, so does the superintendent. And you're doing some work within the district, Dr. Vitti. How are you thinking about and addressing the mental health challenges that we're seeing that are just contributing to students simply not showing up to school?
Yeah, well, when you think of when I think about some of the greatest challenges that we have as a school district, it's chronic absenteeism certainly toward the top. I mean, it's sort of cliche, if you're not at school, you can't learn. But when you just look at our students and the data, when students miss 18 or fewer days of school, they're 3 to 5 times more likely to be at above grade level in reading, math, or to be college ready. So we know that we're doing the right things in the classroom, and it's been a journey in improving systems, processes, recruiting, retaining teachers, but we're doing all that much better. We just have to have the kids show up more. So one of the main reasons, as you've already indicated, is mental health. So as a district, we've done a lot, and I think we're really leading in a lot of different ways across Michigan in what we're doing with our students. All of our students take an at-risk adverse survey at the beginning of the year, 3rd to 12th graders, and that survey is research-based to determine what challenges are students facing, from anxiety to fear to depression, based on the trauma they've experienced. From there, we can identify the students, and then we have mental health support now in all of our schools contracted. So when students take that survey and a red flag is raised, we can connect them to one-on-one or small group therapy as long as the parent signs off on that. And I think that's gone a long way to providing direct support. And then we've developed health hubs now across the city, free access to mental health support for families and students, free dental, medical, and vision screening aside from mental health. But those are just some of the ways we're starting to attack the issue, and I think it is making a difference when we look at chronic absenteeism. We got a lot of work to do, but finally at the end of this school year, we're finally going to get back to at least pre-pandemic levels with average daily attendance and chronic absenteeism. But I think we're moving in the right direction.
James, you oversee the public mental health system in Wayne County. I mean, from your perspective, what does this mean for the, not just schools and absenteeism, but for the community at large?
Yeah, it's important for all of us. I mean, we often say the kids are our future. The kids are right now. So we need to make sure we do everything we possibly can to give them access to resources. One of the programs that I'm most proud of is our School Success Initiative, where we're in the schools, we're working with our teachers, we're working with our counselors. A number of our providers are on board with that, just really servicing the whole child, head to toe. Dr. Vitti talked about, access to dental, access to whole health services, but more importantly, access. And so we're using our mobile crisis vehicles. We have a mobile clinic that we're rolling out to our community to destigmatize this notion of mental health and making them feel okay about access, right? Just coming in and having a conversation. We were at the Detroit Zoo at our mobile clinic most recently, and just to be able to interact with kids and let them just get on the bus, if you will, and ask, hey, what is this? Yeah. And talk about, mental health services and what derived from that were really some very interesting questions from the kids. What happens if you're depressed? What happens if you don't feel like getting out of bed some days? And just to be able to have a simple conversation that, listen, if there are things that you need, we're here to help. If there's access that you need or you want to talk about some things, we have that for you. We have a youth council that we engage and we listen. It's a listening session for people my age, not a direction session, which sometimes we tend to do with young people. We let them drive that meeting and let them have that conversation. So it's about access.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate all three of you coming to talk with us. It sounds a lot like it is de-siloing, organizations, and also meeting folks in the moment where they are, not just at school, but in community as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thanks for the work. We are heading back now to the main stage.
Conference chair for the 2026 Mackinac Policy Conference. He's a lifelong Detroiter who is passionate about improving quality of life for Michiganders and improving health of our great state and our nation, quite literally. He's committed to economic development through EDS and MEDS, believing that strong educational institutions and healthcare systems are magnets for talent attraction. And he is knocking on doors at Capitol Hill, delivering his message that reforming federal health programs like Medicaid through deep funding cuts is the wrong approach. With more than 45 years of service at Henry Ford Health, including the past 3 as president and CEO, he has played a pivotal role in the organization's current era of unprecedented growth. His leadership is central to Henry Ford's groundbreaking joint venture with Ascension Michigan, which unites 2 major health systems to enhance care delivery across the region and expand access to advanced clinical care and cutting-edge research throughout Michigan and beyond. His leadership has also been a key to the complete reimagination of Henry Ford Health's Detroit campus, one of the largest fully electric-capable hospitals in the country, a project that is not only about improving healthcare infrastructure, but about reshaping the future of health for the city and the region. In partnership with MSU, he and his team are leading the development of a state-of-the-art healthcare innovation center right on Grand Boulevard, which will serve as both a magnet for top healthcare and research talent, along with continuing to solidify Henry Ford Health as a national leader in healthcare delivery. He is a longtime leader in the civic community with leadership roles in not just the Detroit Regional Chamber, but the Parade Company, Detroit Regional Partnership, Business Leaders for Michigan, Detroit Downtown Partnership, and many others. It is my great honor to announce Bob Riney, President and CEO of Henry Ford Health, as chair of the 26th Mackinac Policy.
Bob is not able to be at the conference this year, but we do have a video message from Bob, and he's going to explain just a little bit why he's not on the island this year. So with that, let's roll a message from Bob Riney.
Hi, everybody. I sure wish I was with all of you at this year's Mackinac Policy Conference. But life happens, and when your bicycle goes one direction and your body goes another, you get a little banged and bruised. So unfortunately, I can't be with all of you this year. But I am really excited to accept the role as chair for the 2026 Mackinac Policy Conference. This gathering every year is really impactful. It's impactful for our great city of Detroit, impactful for the Southeast Michigan region, impactful for the entire state of Michigan. And I really look forward to what we can come together and focus on in 2026. As you're all aware, it'll be an incredibly important election year, both nationally and state and local. It'll add to the element of even greater impact that this conference can bring as we all gather and focus on the issues that are vital to the growth, sustainability, and viability of the state of Michigan. See you next year on the island.
I'll just quickly add that Bob is a friend and a neighbor, so I have a feeling that I'm going to get a lot of visits next year at home. All right, everyone, have a great day.
Have a great conference.
The next session, a conversation with Michigan's congressional leaders, is sponsored by Consumers Energy. Please welcome U.S. Representatives Tom Barrett, Debbie Dingell, Bill Huizinga, and Kristen McDonald-Rivet. To moderate the conversation, please welcome anchor for WDIV TV4 NBC, Jason Cole.
Good morning, everybody. How are you guys out there? In case you didn't notice, we've solved bipartisanship just by the choice of clothing today. Done and done. Yes. It's great to see you guys. We only have 35 minutes. I'll jump right in. Are all of you guys back on a normal sleep schedule yet after the budget negotiations last week? Tom, I'll start with you.
I have 4 kids, so I'm never on a normal sleep schedule, but more normal than it was last week, for sure.
Debbie, when it comes back to you, if it comes back, are you expecting more midnight sessions?
I think we're going to see a lot of midnight sessions this summer. Do you?
That's his
because
job
Republicans
to ask me.
don't want to see us doing business in the light of day, but I love them both.
Shots fired immediately.
We passed this bill
And
at
here
7
we go.
o'clock in the morning. And I don't know, in Michigan it gets light out by like 6 a.m. this time of year, so we were in perfect broad daylight, so.
It was just what we did in the middle of the night.
In the Army, we got up at like 4 a.m., so.
I will say from a morning news perspective, it was great to have things happening live, but...
Yeah, you guys never get that.
Bill, for you, why start these sessions at 1 a.m.?
First of all, that was a timing issue and a timing decision. Go back, check the tape. I remember during the Pelosi years of the speakership having some awfully late nights into the middle of the night, into getting done with voting at 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. So this is not new, folks. It really is about getting that timing done. And I think, quite honestly, what was driving it was the speaker's commitment and desire to have this done before we left for Memorial Day break.
Yeah.
And it really literally was the timing. And look, I guess up here the blue team, but the red team put a delay in that coming out of the Rules Committee, right? We had some of our members that said, hey, we're not going to go along with this. Had to go back into negotiations on that, and it literally was the earliest that they could go back. I mean, they had a 10 p.m. Sunday budget committee hearing trying to pass this out. And then that started the clock, and that's why it rolled out the way that it did.
Chris, what was your take on the whole budget process, and where do you see it going from here?
You know, I'm Michigan practical, right? So I think, yeah, but they did it too. Is something I didn't accept from my kids, and I just don't think that I just don't think it's reasonable. The process really was rammed through. Even the Republican members of the committee, the final bill that we passed in the dark of night. Yeah, the sun came up, but when you're starting to post committee meetings at 1 o'clock in the morning, that's a pretty clear message that you're not wanting a lot of daylight on it. And I don't think there was a single person in the chamber who had read the bill when it came to us for a vote. And there's a lot in it that is going to raise costs for most families in Michigan.
I know we could. You want to have a final word?
I would just say, I mean,
this could take 35 minutes.
We've got
by the way.
5 minutes.
Most of us came from time in the state legislature before going to Washington, D.C., and each of us can point to very specific circumstances. Most recently is last December
that was terrible.
Democrats were in charge of the Michigan Senate. They were losing their grasp on the State House. They had a 36-hour session, I think. I was not present for that, but they are trying to move their bills through in this fashion. So it's not like one side is uniquely responsible for this. And furthermore, we could have passed this out in the middle of the afternoon. The Democrats sponsored like 500 amendments to the bill in a simple measure of fatiguing the process in the purpose of delaying it along the way. None of those amendments were offered in good faith. They were just simply there to prevent the passage of the bill.
Thomas,
So.
My amendments were offered in
but
good faith.
I introduced the President Trump's amendment where he wants to keep the price of prescriptions low in this country. On Wednesday night, he even said it was in the bill. So when they showed me that tape on way too early, because yes, I do get up early, I went, no, it's not in the bill. Everybody voted against it last night. So a lot of those amendments were offered.
So maybe some were offered in good faith, but of over 500, and their members are taking their full allotment of time to debate each of the amendments and then motions along the way. It was an intentional attempt to delay the process as lengthy as.
Let me jump to. Oh, go ahead, Chris.
I just want to say that Tom, you're absolutely right. Democrats do it, Republicans do it, but there's got to be a point where we all just come together and say, this is nonsense. That we need to. We're not playing a football game. It actually isn't red team versus blue team. The things that we are doing, the decisions we're making, are impacting everybody's lives.
I don't.
And I actually think both parties ought to be pushing on their leadership that when we negotiate critical things like healthcare and food and education and taxes, that ought to be done in a way that has a lot of daylight on it. And it doesn't have to be this way. Historically, absolutely it has. But when is the time where we just call the question as leaders in Michigan and say enough is enough? This isn't the right way to do it.
Something you guys can all agree on, I'm sure. Some of the big wins we've had for Michigan, and we've talked about it this week here. Selfridge getting some much needed help, along with Detroit's got a ton of momentum right now, seeing its first population growth in 70 years. What are you most excited about that's happening in Michigan right now? Kristen, I'll start with you.
You know, I actually, I just need to do a level setting about in my district. So in Michigan right now, 60% of our jobs pay less than $50,000 a year. And in my district, that number is 80%. So there's a lot of great stuff happening in Michigan, and I think that we are starting to see, particularly using the dollars that were coming from the Infrastructure Act and the dollars that came from the CHIPS Act, where we're bringing new businesses, and we're actually seeing manufacturing grow in Michigan. But we still have this issue where, you know, people are not able to get to the end of the month and still be able to pay all of their bills. It's harder and harder to get to the middle class. So there's something starting to happen, something starting to change in Michigan, and we need to make sure that the momentum is there. Because if you really wrap your head around what take-home pay looks like on $50,000 a year, and then think about the cost of daycare and health insurance and housing payments, and you know, it's just not possible for people to really make it. And we have to be able to put together long-term strategies. You know, the mayor talked about this yesterday.
Yeah.
And be able to work in a way that we can agree on the direction that we're headed so that it isn't politically disrupted every other year.
Bill, what about a win for Michigan for you?
Yeah, I will get to that. I do want to make one quick comment in line with that. For me personally, that's one of the reasons why it was so important that we move forward with a reauthorization of what was the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. 40 million families across the nation were going to see their per-child tax credit cut in half if we don't do this. So we disagree on the path oftentimes, but there's a lot of commonality on the goals. trying to bring this back together. I think we do have a lot of common goals. For something that is, I chalk up as a win, Selfridge is certainly one of those. Some of the things that we've been doing in Fort Custer, in my district, in the 4th Congressional District in Battle Creek. By the way, my grandfather went in and out of Camp Custer during World War I. So it's kind of been interesting coming back to that, having that now in the new district. But this is something that Debbie and I do a lot of work on, is the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative and a lot of the Great Lakes work. I've led a number of letters. We had a letter that Debbie signed to OMB, for example, encouraging full funding. David Joyce, who is one of the other co-chairs, he's the Republican co-chair with me of the Great Lakes Task Force. Debbie and Marcy Kaptur are the Democrat co-chairs. By the way, my joke is with Marcy Kaptur, she and I would struggle to agree that today is Thursday in most instances, but we are lockstep on when it comes to Great Lakes funding. David Joyce has an increase to $500 million a year for 5 years for the GLRI. We've been working very closely with the Trump administration, both in his first term, when it was proposed to be zeroed out. He very up front, very famously at a rally in Grand Rapids at Van Andel Arena, put the money back in and actually juiced it right there on stage. And I think we've been having some really good bipartisan success on that particular issue, and that's one I'm very proud of. Debbie?
I'm going to agree with Bill on the Great Lakes and start there, and thank the governor for being willing to work with President Trump. She's taken grief from people, but I think all of us here, look, when we were talking earlier about these late night sessions, I don't know that I should be proud of this or take it as a notch, but under Nancy Pelosi, we set the record for the longest markup that ever happened on the Affordable Care Act. And this year we came within 30 minutes of setting the new record, and I was like, we don't need to set a new record. So I've been part of the 2 longest night sessions. One was Democratic and one was Republican. But the governor is trying to do what's right for Michigan. She went in there and got a mission for Selfridge Air Force Base, which we quite frankly fought for 4 years. And thank you, Donald Trump, for delivering a mission to Macomb County. We need that. We got Braddock Road.
By the way, we're going to cut and snip that one. Right there.
But that's something we've always worked on together. That is something that we have always all done together. Braddock Road, we've been trying to keep invasive species out of the Great Lakes. We've needed to get that done.
Can I inject something in on that? Because the interesting thing is that we've actually been battling Governor Pritzker.
Correct.
And Governor Whitmer has been leading that. The Trump administration's been working on that. The Army Corps has been working on that for a long time. And that is going to be key. That Brandon Road, Lock and Dam area in Joliet, Illinois, is going to be key to protecting the Great Lakes. And we're trying to, Michigan is a part of the agreement along with Illinois, and Governor Pritzker has actually been holding that up, and we've been trying to push that. So, sorry.
So, no, I absolutely agree with Bill. Sometimes you have to fight other states. Like, I think we're all united in how we feel about California on a number of subjects. But talking about that, we're all working together to get the chips done so that we can build a chips plant here in Michigan. And we got to diversify our economy, but we want to keep a strong auto industry, period. I think we all want to work together on keeping it strong and making sure we're a leader, that we lead in innovation and technology. We're going to be damned if any of us is going to cede our leadership to China, and we got to work together on doing that and making sure we stay at global leadership. I spend a lot of time on, all of us do, working on that.
Tom, I'll have you give me a win, but let me just dive into the next question since they brought it up. But the flip side, obviously, is working on those issues that are hampering Michigan right now. And we were looking at unemployment is second highest in the nation. It's gone up 12 straight months. Tell me about a win, but and I'll ask everybody, what's the biggest issue facing Michigan? And what can all of you do at the federal level to tackle it?
Yeah, so wins are a lot of what was covered already. Certainly Selfridge and Battle Creek and other wins that we had. That's near and dear to my heart. I've flown into both of those places and spent a considerable amount of time at each. And really excited to see that next generation mission coming into Selfridge, of course. But I'm an optimistic guy. I was actually voted most optimistic of my high school class, I think. And I think that's because I thought it was the Lions' year every year. And
it is this year, though, baby.
It is
this year.
See, you know,
Finally, you are the most optimistic.
Yeah, you can start a Jared
Yes.
Goff chant
Yes.
anytime, right?
But I remain optimistic about it. I think we got the great, you know, the fundamental points of what we need to grow our economy. We've got a workforce. You know, we need to grow that and develop that. And you look at the fundamental things that business leaders look at for where they're going to grow and expand their operations. They look at talent and workforce as their number one and number two, probably combined, basically are a number one consideration. They look at infrastructure. We need to improve that. I'm proud and thankful to serve on the Transportation Infrastructure Committee with Representative McDonald Rivet. We got a Coast Guard ice cutter approved in this reconciliation process for the Great Lakes, so that's going to be another improvement and advancement that we have. That's another big win for our region, for our state. And you know, we have to look at what those fundamentals are. Instead of trying to jump the shark with the new thing every time, what if we just get back to the basics and look at energy costs, infrastructure, talent development, our education pipeline, and those things that are disciplined, and you need to do them, and I think that will naturally lead to better economic opportunity for our state.
Yeah.
The regulatory environment, all of these things are just huge when you look at where is it easy and where is it harder to invest and grow, and we want to make it as easy as possible.
Everyone else, is there one thing that you're trying to tackle at the federal level that you think is almost immediate right now, Kristen?
So I feel like I've spent my entire career working on the child care problem. But I hear it really, Michigan's lost 40% of our child care capacity in the last 10 years. It is an emerging economic crisis to be able to, you know, and child care costs are somewhere generally between $12,000 and $14,000 a kid.
Yeah.
So we just have to make it, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. But you know, I'm working on a bill with a Republican member to be able to make on the affordability issue, being able to use 529s to help pay for child care expenses. So that I think is incredibly important, and we have and something that we all kind of agree on. We have to figure out this child care issue. But I also just want to say, you know, when Tom's talking about the regulatory environment, he's right. You know, it is too hard to, the permitting processes for things take too long. There are bureaucratic layers that are involved with almost all federal programs and funding streams that are coming to our states. They make it really hard for states to implement them, and I think that's a space in the federal landscape that we can work on.
Bill?
I'll break it into two parts. One is more Michigan specific. We talked about the Great Lakes, continuing to focus on that. Ag is another one of those. Ag labor, the H2A and the H2B, by the way, that's an important issue up here. How do we get that workforce on a temporary basis in and out of our country? That's something that we have worked on a bipartisan basis as well. I've gotten a new assignment through Foreign Affairs. So I'm vice chair of the Financial Services Committee, but I also chair a subcommittee on Foreign Affairs. And it's South Central Asia, it's India to Bangladesh, and then all the way north through all the stands, Pakistan, Afghanistan, you know, all the great places that are in the news recently. India, so that's a bit of a challenge. But part of that is we're doing a reauthorization of the State Department, which a full reauthorization has not happened since 2003. Over 20 years ago, in a post 9/11 world, is the last time that we really did a full authorization of the State Department. Within that, I've been given the assignment to work with something called the BIS, Bureau of Industry and Security, which is a Commerce Department aspect. And stick with me, here's why it's important. This has to do with all of the technology transfers, including the chips, with the debate that we're having. So, been meeting with the head of NVIDIA, been meeting with the head of a number of these tech companies that are making the chips. We are very, very dependent, obviously, on Taiwan, Korea, Japan, and we're trying to gain more of that here in the United States. But how do we make sure that we stay ahead of China? That is a very important part of this. And so that's a lot of focus and concentration that we've been doing as it relates to us on a national security level, but specifically for us here in Michigan as we're trying to attract those data centers, but also making sure that chip production could happen here.
Debbie, what's most urgent to you right now for Michigan?
You know, I feel like I'm drinking from a fire hydrant, if you want to know the case, truth. And I think a lot of people don't even understand the unintended consequences of what's happening. And I know my colleagues join me. These two are friends. Tom and I are working on veterans together. I've got to make sure that our VA hospitals still have the doctors and nurses and our veterans can get care. We've got, and I know that everybody here does. You know, I found out last Friday that many of our Head Start programs may have been shutting down on Friday if they didn't hear about their funding. Well, sometimes it's finding the right person to help you. So thankfully, yesterday we got calls to every Head Start agency that was going to be impacted because I found the right person at HHS. But, you know, our universities and the research and the scientific grants and the kind of generational research that's going on, making sure that everybody has access to clean, affordable water is a basic human right. We all celebrated Flint being taken off that list, but I still want to get the lead out of every pipe in America. And I could go with 20 more. It's not a dull time.
Yeah. Tom, you mentioned getting back to the basics, but there's a lot of talk now that AI is unavoidable. And we've talked about unemployment. And a lot of business leaders think it's going to exacerbate those numbers. Michigan's already lost 27,000 manufacturing jobs. And you think AI might be a reason you never get those back. But what another business leader said, members of Congress are woefully behind on understanding AI. Do you agree with that?
Well, who was that business leader?
It was the owner of
I'm going to
Axios.
find that guy. No, I'm kidding. I mean, look, I'm not going to pretend that I know everything about AI because I'm a helicopter pilot and an Army grunt, right? So like,
could Congress do better, I guess? Do they need to do a better job with that?
Yeah, absolutely. But at the end of the day, I'm elected to serve in a role in Congress, not to know how to program an AI chatbot to make your homework in 5th grade easier. I'm elected to make sure that we have systems in place that have the guardrails that are necessary to allow for innovation without the exploitation in ways that are damaging to people. So while it's clever for a billionaire tech guy to like throw shots at members of Congress, why don't you come do my job, regulate the entire apparatus of industry, worry about national defense, worry about the collection of stands that Bill's got on his portfolio, deal with the VA challenges that Debbie and I are working on, handle all the concerns about national security threats that we have, the immigration challenges that the country is facing, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, the other things that we're all working on. So while it's fine and cute and all dandy and you can take shots at people in elected office because we're an easy target to take shots at, you shouldn't want me programming your AI, right? I need to be familiar with it enough to know where the limitations exist, where the pitfalls are, and what we need to know to make sure that it is not evolving in a way that is damaging to people and to human life. And that's what I look at it from, is I think we have a real potential for risk there from a national security standpoint that can be exploited by bad actors. It's less about the convenience aspect of AI to me and more about the absolute real life consequences of national security threats that could come from that being exploited.
But also taking jobs away from people too, right?
Well, I mean, I think we've been saying for years now, what was it when the automobile was invented, that they said that all the horse and buggy people were going to be unemployed, and maybe they all moved to Mackinac Island, I don't know. But the economy evolves, right? People innovate and they find new things. And yeah, there might be applications of AI that disrupt certain industries, but I also think that there will be things that come up that ultimately replace those.
Bill's writhing in his chair.
Yeah, sorry. I do think that there's a difference between driving efficiency, right, and what you're talking about, a replacement of a job. And I feel like I don't disagree with Tom at all. It's easy to take the shot and that kind of thing, but we all have different lanes that we get assigned. I mean, this is sort of the Schoolhouse Rock part of it, right? Where each committee that we have that we're assigned to, we have to do that work. I happen to sit on the Financial Services Committee, which has been dealing with the notion of AI in financial services for a long time, whether it's in real estate and searching titles, whether it's how credit card issuers or processors are trying to weed out fraud. I mean, there's a tremendous usage of this technology that will actually drive efficiency in and make some of that more secure. And so we have to kind of distinguish that, but I happen to have been exposed to it maybe earlier and longer because of a committee assignment. It is a true statement, I think, to say that in general, government tends to run behind private sector, right? Where they're just going to be on that very cutting edge. And oftentimes we're playing catch up on that, whether it's with the regulatory side of things or whether it's an acceptance and how our rules are dealt with. So I think there's a combination of truth to that we have to get better at understanding what the implications are going to be. But as to Tom's point is, we can't just think about, yes, you can technologically do this. We have to think about, should we technologically do
the
this?
ethics of it. Yeah. Kristen, do you want to jump in?
I do. I actually think we're only beginning to understand what AI is going to mean in our day-to-day life, much less what it means for business. And I think that we have a responsibility to make sure there's some guardrails around it, because there are national security risks. I completely agree with that. But I like any other innovation that is going to transform the world, which is what AI is going to do, I think we need to be on the forefront of it. We need to make sure that we are not blocking its development beyond the national security risks. Things like data centers will be incredibly important for Michigan. I want them here, provided we're doing it correctly. But we also have to create some room in our education system that allow for our kids that are coming through to be able to work in the environment that we don't even know is coming, that AI is going to create.
Yeah.
And I don't mean to be the doom and gloom, but there is a reality here in Michigan that we have, we're graduating kids all the time from our public school system that can't do basic math. We are doing them a disservice of the world that is coming for them. And we need to be focusing on those fundamentals that are prepping people across the country, but right here in Michigan, to make sure that we can embrace that and grow with it, and not just regard this as something that is going to create false political ads or a chat GPT that may be writing a high school essay when it shouldn't. Right? It's much bigger than that, and we have to create the room for it to grow.
Yeah. Can I add? I'm
Go
sorry,
ahead.
I want to let Debbie talk if she wants.
Well, I'm more aggressive than all of you. We need guardrails.
Generally, yes.
Not true. I don't think that's true.
I have no idea what you're talking about. She did wear red.
I did wear red. We need to be getting the guardrails up. And by the way, frequently, we also haven't gotten privacy legislation through in how many years? Not because privacy is a partisan issue, because California blocks us every time on being able to deal with it. Now, buried in this great, one big, beautiful bill was a provision that blocks states. I don't even know if you two know it. That blocks states from doing anything on AI regulation for a decade, that you would not be able to do that. And I just happen to think that's wrong, because frequently states can be where regulation comes from that is good. And AI, we got to do something about our schools. I'm proud of the fact that one of the first bills that Donald Trump signed was a bill I was a co-leader on the deep fake bill that he signed last Friday, which, would stop social media from doing. Teenagers were seeing fake images of themselves. Teenagers, so were politicians, naked and embarrassing and whatever. And those are now banned with. What?
Nobody was buying my fake images. So.
But you also supported that bill. Everybody did.
Yes,
we got it out of
yes.
committee.
Go ahead.
No, you can go.
Okay, so but to that point, what we're trying to do, I think this discussion with AI, the same thing with crypto. I did a tremendous amount of work on crypto. If we have a patchwork of 50 different
We
rules.
don't need a patchwork. I do agree with that.
And so at some point, whether it's exactly like the bill that you just had, if we've got New York laws versus California laws versus Michigan laws about this image reproduction, or on crypto, or on AI, I do think this is part of the whole Commerce Clause element of the Constitution, where there are those issues where the federal government should create a little space and say, hey, we need to figure this out. because I hear it all the time from crypto investors, for example. They're looking for other places because we have not come up with our basic ground rules here in the United States. We're working on that. Genius Act out of the House, or I'm sorry, out of the Senate. Stablecoin Act out of the House. That is a start to this, but we've got to get better. We've got to move faster on it because technology and the industry is moving far faster. We've got other smaller, I would argue, less secure countries that are sort of setting the rules instead of us doing that. And so, again, to kind of bring it back to that, I think there are those times and places where the federal government has to create a little space for itself to figure out what the general rules of the road should be for the entire nation, not just having a California dictate what it's.
And I agree with Bill's assessment. When you're talking about broad-based technological systems of commerce between states, there's no way that the transfer of ones and zero binary code is going to stop at a state borderline. That's just implausible to think. And I think we have to have robust guardrails on this. I was at something last week, and I met the man who invented Alexa, the Amazon Alexa. He named it after his daughter named Alexa. And he's like, and now I get all these letters from parents who have daughters named Alexa that are like fatigued by this. But he was telling me that AI, he's like, all of the stuff that we're seeing is not the real AI potential that is out there. And he's like, this is like basically the carnival ride of AI, of what we're seeing. Yeah. And then there's a bunch of other stuff. And he said the innovation around data centers, and he was talking about data centers that could be in place that would not hog up all the energy consumption that we're all anticipating will be necessary, and what that's going to look like. So to the point of many up here, like government tends to be a few steps behind, and I get that that is the case. So we have to look over the horizon a little bit about where the ball is going, not where the ball is right now.
Yeah. I'm just glad the guy's daughter's name wasn't like Gertrude or Miller. Mildred. Hey, Gertrude.
Hey, Gertie. Got about 5 minutes, so if I could get about a minute from each of you. I have a question for each party, and I'll start with the Dems. One of the criticisms of the party is anytime you dare to work with the other side, or even the White House, the rest of the party ostracizes you for it. Debbie, do you think that's fair, and are repercussions, no matter how severe they are, worth it if it gets something done for your state and your district?
I have a long history of working across the aisle, and I'm very proud of the fact that I work across the aisle. Fred Upton's been my best friend forever. Bill and I have been friends for a long time, and Tom. I mean, I was telling people this right before we came in. Tom's grandfather died in John Dingell's arms. So I think you get more work done when you do work across the aisle. People know who I am. They know exactly who I am, and I'm going to do what's right. I'm going to stand up if you're going to hurt the people that I represent. If you're going to hurt my state, I'm not afraid to speak up. And if we can get something done, we will look for that common area, and you need to.
Your own party sometimes, Kristen, doesn't agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's fair. I can tell you that I work in a bipartisan way as well. We're in a really partisan environment, but frequently when I was in the state Senate, I would work with Republicans. Frequently, even in this climate in Congress, there are many bills that you see Democratic and Republican votes both on, and I don't feel ostracized by my party in doing that. In fact, when I work for the people of the 8th District, and I actually think that working in a bipartisan way is what helped me overperform in almost every single precinct in the district.
To the Republicans, the criticism of your party sometimes is the question. I'll ask it this way: Bill, are you willing to speak out against the president of your party, the president of the United States, when you think it's warranted? Like, for example, he takes a $400 million gift in the form of a plane from a country he previously scolded others for taking money from.
Well, I've got the experience of the first 4 years as well, and what I always tell people is I call balls and strikes. And I think if it rises to that level, it's a little interesting now. Literally, the media would call every tweet tweet that he would put out his first term, right? That has changed and calmed down a little bit. But I've got a long track record of doing that. I was the only first Republican that had put a bill in regarding family separation when that was happening, as we were having the border crisis, prohibiting that, for example. But I want I want to kind of go back to what Kristen was saying. I think we all have to represent our districts and make the decision of what we are going to do. I happen to actually be very good friends with her husband when we both served in the state house. You have to go and work with the people that are elected. I get criticized by that. I've had people say, "Hey, you shouldn't even be talking to those people." And my reply to them is, well, if we're not talking, how are we supposed to figure out whether we agree on 5%, 15%, or 50%? So my job is, okay, you might not be able to picture yourself interfacing with these folks, but guess what? That's my job. I have to. Yeah. And whether it's Joe Biden or Barack Obama, the other two presidents that I've served under, or whether it's Donald Trump, 1 and now 2, I have to go and work with an administration to make sure that it's good for Michigan, it's good for my constituency. Same thing with people in majority and minority, whether it's in the House or the Senate.
Tom, you comfortable criticizing the president when you disagree with something he puts in place?
Yeah, I mean, I've had a independent record since I went into political office and got elected 10 or 11 years ago now, and I worked in a bipartisan fashion there and have continued that in Washington. And I don't pretend to be something I'm not. I'm a conservative, and I lean into that, but I'm also willing to be an independent voice on things that matter to me that I think is important, and worked with both parties. I had probably 3 dozen or more bipartisan bills that I sponsored as a member of the state legislature, done 2 or 3 that have now passed the U.S. House in the time that I've been elected to Congress that had substantial bipartisan support. Some even passed unanimously through the House of Representatives, and want to continue that work. And I think that's important. We're not going to, it's fake to think that we're going to agree on everything all the time. I mean, politics exists because we have to have a method of solving our disagreements. So we elect people to go and determine that, and we have debate, and we have decisions, we vote on it, and we move forward. If we all agreed on everything, we wouldn't need to send people to Washington, D.C. to decide those differences for us.
Well, look at that. I yield back my time, Senator.
Wow.
40 seconds.
Oh, how about a hand for politicians? They take 10 seconds more.
Right. How about a hand for our legislative leaders up here, our congressional delegation?
Thank you.
20 extra seconds. How about that? Thank you, guys. Appreciate your time today this morning, guys. Enjoy the conference.
Thank you.
The next session is a conversation with Austin Goolsbee. Please welcome the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago, Austin Goolsbee. And welcome back to the stage, Sandy Barua.
Thanks, Bill.
Hello. Hello, everyone. All right. So, Austin, I have been anxious to get you up here for a few years, so thank you for making the trek.
Absolutely. When we got on the ferry, we crossed out of the Chicago 7th District, but
I know, yeah.
Okay.
Do you have to get permission from Neil to come up here?
Exactly.
Neil and I kind of worked together in the early days of the financial crisis. He was at Treasury, I was at SBA.
Yeah.
So, all right. So you have one of the most serious jobs in America as a Federal Reserve Bank president. But I'm also fond of calling you the Chuckle Hut Fed president because you have this great sense of humor, and actually you've done some comedy. My first question, and I've always, this is not my first time I've had the chance to interview you. I start with, what is the role of the Fed? Because not everyone understands that. So I thought I'd combine the two, your love of humor and what is the Fed, by rolling this clip.
Uh-oh.
So as I said, you were named to be president of the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago. What does that mean exactly?
What do we do all day?
Well, exactly.
I still ask myself that question. There's 5 functions of the Fed. I think of it as being on your hand. At the base is monetary policy. It's the opposable thumb. It's what separates us from the animals. And we have a research department. We go every 6 weeks or so to Washington, D.C. for the Federal Open Market Committee. The shades come down. There's a giant table, and they go around the room. And it's kind of, it's kind of paradise if you're an econ nerd.
I agree with that guy. I would say it the same way.
Now,
yeah.
But
what
they didn't let
were
you
the
finish.
other 4 functions?
Yes,
yeah, they didn't
let you finish.
Financial stability, lender of last resort. We monitor financial stability. We're a supervisor of banks. The long-term relationship finger, we are a bank to banks. We provide financial services. The majority of wire transfers and payments, $5 trillion per day go over the Fed rails. And then we have a community development and involvement with the community function. Those are 5 functions of the Fed.
So talk about the dual mandate.
Okay, dual mandate. The Federal Reserve Act gives the Fed 2 jobs when setting monetary policy: stabilize prices and maximize employment. That's the dual mandate. And that's not just a general statement. That tells us that's what we're supposed to be evaluating. And if it affects prices or it affects employment, then the law says we have to think about it. But it colors, if you say, but what about the vibes? You know, what if people don't feel the same way that the hard numbers are? Just remember, the law kind of tells us we're supposed to look at the hard numbers. We care about vibes if they're going to affect people's behavior in the hard numbers, but we're really kind of rooted in just that.
Okay, I'm going to come back to the vibes.
Okay.
But the last point I want to make, and I do this when I get the chance to talk to you in public, is stress the point that the Fed is independent. It's not part of the executive branch. It's not part of the legislative branch, and that's by design.
That's by design. Look, I've been at the Fed, at Chicago Fed, for about 2.5 years. And before that, I was an economist at the University of Chicago for a long, long time. It's virtually unanimous among economists outside the Fed that central bank independence from political interference is critically important. And that's rooted not in theory, just in observation. Just look at places where they do not have independence of the central bank. Inflation is higher, output is lower, growth is worse. Because sometimes the central bank has to do the hard job, and that independence is built into the structure of the Fed. There are 19 people around the table of the Federal Open Market Committee, the FOMC. 7 of those are political appointees nominated by the president, confirmed by the Senate, to 14-year terms. So they try to set it up so that it's not, and they're staggered 14-year terms, not on the political cycle. 12 of the 19 are not even political appointees. We're out in the country. We have boards of civic and business leaders from the regions. The Chicago Fed covers kind of heart of the Midwest, Iowa, Illinois, Wisconsin, Michigan, Indiana. We have a branch in Detroit. As you know, Sandy was the chair of our Detroit branch board. And by design, from 1913 forward, the country was not comfortable with the idea that Washington, D.C. and Wall Street should control the entire financial system of the United States with no input from the rest of the country. That's why they built it this way. And you can look at it and, yeah, it's a little kludgy, and, you know, it reflects what the economy was like in 1913, not today. And they really needed the votes of both the senators from Missouri, so the state of Missouri actually got 2 of the 12 banks, Kansas City and St. Louis. Fine. There's a bunch of weird things about it, but the fundamental idea that we've built independence from political interference into the Fed system, I think, is really important.
Yeah, no, you and your counterparts across the country, the other Federal Reserve Bank presidents, are chosen by the boards that you just mentioned, the Chicago Federal Reserve Bank.
And they're rooted in the region that they come from. So I'm out a lot talking to people like you, and we have 37 or something business roundtables throughout the region. We talk to business contacts all the time. The FOMC meeting is basically every 6 weeks, and we fill a beige book, which now it's a PDF. I don't know. It used to be an actual book that was beige.
It's like the old purple book.
Yeah,
The purple
which
book?
each of the banks gathers this information and they put it in, and you can go read about it. And that process is rooted in the regions, and it makes this, our region is very heavy in agriculture relative to the nation, and number one in manufacturing, and by far number one in autos. So I come with a slightly different perspective than others.
So you're going exactly where I want to take the conversation. Now that we've done the 101 thing.
Yeah.
The region that you represent in the Federal Reserve Bank system is how impacted by national policy at this moment?
Well, it depends what policy it is, but the tariffs for sure, much more impactful on the Midwest, and the number one most exposed state to tariffs is Michigan, number one in the whole country. Number two, Indiana. Number four, Iowa. 4 of the top 7 are in the Chicago Fed district. So before April 2nd, I was hearing from business leaders here, yikes, if these tariffs are as big as what they say, it's going to have a very material impact on conditions, and expressions of, we don't want to go back to 2021 and 2022 when costs were raging out of control. And we definitely don't want to go back to 2020 when the supply chain was so disrupted, we literally could not make our product. We couldn't get chips. We couldn't do others. So extra sensitivity to tariff policy. The second thing that I always say, it's the 7th district. Chicago's the 7th district. 7th district, because it's got this manufacturing, tends to be among the most cyclically sensitive of all the districts. Like with Michigan, when times are going well for the nation, stuff goes very well for Michigan, and it's also a leading indicator of recession, usually. That if the economy starts turning down, where you see it right away are in these cyclically sensitive industries. So national policy, if you think national policy is going to lead to a slowdown or recession, a lot of times they'd be looking at Michigan, or they'd be looking in places like that for evidence of it.
So tariffs.
Yeah.
Tariffs are kind of the number one issue that business leaders are talking about. It's probably the number one chatter point in the participants of this conference. We just had some news. Just last night, the Court of International Trade ruled that the President of the United States does not have the authority to implement the tariffs that he has been talking about and implementing. There are members of Congress who are saying, hey, we need to take back our authority on tariffs because it's generally considered to be a congressional purview.
Yeah, it's written right in the Constitution.
That would be a strong indication of that. But my point is, all this is leading to such a level of uncertainty. Going back to the dual mandate, how does the Federal Reserve Bank navigate such uncertainty? How do you deal with, kind of an unprecedented tariff approach?
I like how you said going back to the dual mandate, because that's usually my answer. How do you deal with whatever? By going back to the dual mandate. If it affects prices or it affects employment, then we have to think about it. Not just backward looking, but also what will this do to the economic outlook? But that's just a condition, okay? Yes, this tariff bit, this would be if they put in 10% tariffs, that'd be the highest in 90-something years. If they had put in the 25% version, it'd be the highest in 130 years. But conditions change all the time. I always say that our motto at the Fed is the same as the Midwest, that there's no bad weather, only bad clothing. You tell me what the conditions are, and I'll tell you what jacket you're supposed to wear. And tariffs are conditions. They're like, hey, if it's going to rain today, fine, we'd put on a rain jacket. It's not the place of the Fed to express A, B, or C as a good fiscal policy or bad fiscal policy, I think. To me, you become a sworn member of the Fed, you're out of the fiscal policy business. That said, it's a lot easier to deal with the conditions when there isn't the uncertainty that we've been going through. We had a big Fed Listens event at the Chicago Fed 2 weeks ago, maybe, and people came in from all over the district and talked about conditions, and the phrase used by there was a construction company head that was there and said, this is for us a pencils down moment in the economy, that we can't keep taking the test. We're putting our pencils down and we're just going to wait to figure out what's going to be, and we need some consistency. Now, if on the back end of this thing, either we don't put the tariffs in or they reach some deals that allow us to avoid doing that, we could go back to what we were prior to April 2nd, which I characterized as basically unemployment rate pretty close to 4%, stable full employment, inflation trending down to, looked to me like on path to the 2% inflation target that the Fed has outlined. And if you have stable full employment and inflation going to target, rates can come down to where they would eventually settle, which most of the dot plot, where they ask all the members of the committee periodically, where do you see rates, the appropriate level for rates a year from now, 2 years from now, and in the long run. The long run rates where people think it will settle are well below where they are today. So if we can get the dust out of the air, I do still think that underneath there is a strong dual mandate economy. The longer we go contemplating really big changes, like some of the ones that have been discussed, the more that fades into the background. And it's kind of like I told Sandy this story of some years ago. I went to the gym and I said, I'm going to get in shape, and I hired a trainer. And the trainer, she asked me, what are your long-term goals? I was like, if I lift enough, weights, do you think I could get a six-pack? And the trainer said, well, everyone's has a six-pack underneath. She said, the problem is not the lifting of weights. It's you've got to get all of what's on top of there off before you can see it. And I feel a bit like that on the economy. If we could just get this off of there, there's a six-pack underneath.
Yeah. I love that you're waiting for the dust to settle, because you must be a very patient man if you are waiting for the dust to settle in today's political environment. So I'm going to play devil's advocate.
Oh, boy.
So the president has been agitating for lower interest rates, and I'm going to hearken back to my time on the board before we hired you, your predecessor, Charlie Evans, an amazing economist and leader. And those of us who were on the board at that time, kind of during those days coming out of COVID, supply chains were going crazy, prices were going crazy, and the Federal Reserve system, kind of as a whole, kept using the word, oh, this is going to be transient, which I'm sure is a word that's been now banned.
Yeah, banned.
But, that was the vibe, if you will. I
Yep.
mean, you know, those of us who are on the board and others across the country were saying, hey, these prices are going up and we don't anticipate them going down. They're really impacting us. But the data, you know, that you guys were listening to said, no, you know, I'm going to suggest that perhaps, you know, it may have been a slight misreading. Is there any chance that President Trump is right and that we should be looking at lowering interest rates?
I would split this question into two. There are two distinct ideas in that. One is about what's happening with inflation. There's no question looking back, it didn't end up being transitory of the less than 1 year variety.
Yeah, we noticed.
And they were wrong. They were wrong. I wasn't there. I didn't
no,
do
you
it,
weren't there.
But
said,
I wasn't there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm throwing Charlie under the bus.
There's still argument within the Fed and within the economics community about what was the nature of that miss. Was it because demand? The argument was this is a supply disruption, and supply disruption will be fixed, and when it fixes, it should go away. So this should be a temporary increase in inflation, which goes away for inflation. It might be a one-time increase in prices, but that's not a one-time forever increase in the rate of growth of inflation. Now they've kind of been characterized, Steve Leisman described it, it turns out they were right. Inflation turned out to be transitory. Okay, so the supply chain begins to heal, but not in 2021, in 2023. Okay, so inflation falls close to as much as it's ever fell in 1 year without a recession in 2023, which is very unusual, but that took a couple of years.
But it also
that's separate from if the president is expressing an opinion that he wants rates lowered, it hasn't been expressed in the dual mandate. That was an argument about the dual mandate. This feels a little more just like an expression of desire on rates. The Secretary of the Treasury said that the president's statement wasn't really about Fed policy because the Fed sets the Fed's funds rate, which is a short-term interest rate. Long-term rates, like 30-year treasuries, that's determined by the market. And Secretary Bessent said that what the president wants is to lower long-term interest rates, which the Fed does not control. And so I didn't disagree with that. You know, the president, if that's what the president wants, to us that's just a condition, and so I didn't have an opinion about it.
And Donald Trump's not the first president to try to influence the Fed to lower interest rates. You know, Johnson famously, Nixon famously. So this is something that, you know, the leaders of the Fed like you are used to.
Yes, it still makes me, I still think we want to not lose sight of what is the advantage to just everyday people of the central bank being independent of political interference. If politics gets to control the interest rate, inflation is coming back. I mean, as I say, this core tenet of why economists are close to unanimous on the importance of central bank independence is sometimes the central bank has got to do things that the political apparatus is not going to enjoy because in the short run they involve some tough decisions.
So switching gears a little bit, your mentor is the famous Fed president, Paul Volcker.
Indeed.
And Volcker, you know, ran the Fed probably during one of the most difficult economic times where we had this thing called stagflation. Now, economists, particularly I'm going to call them left-leaning economists, are ringing the alarm bell that stagflation may be in our future. Can you talk about the lessons learned during the Volcker years and what you learned from your mentor, Chairman Volcker?
Paul Volcker was a giant. He was physically a giant. He's 6'7" and a very large man, but he's also figuratively a giant. And the all-time great central bank head. They raised the Fed funds rate to 20% when he was the Fed chair because inflation was out of control, 13% plus inflation. And he recognized the Fed's got to do something very hard here. The expectations are unanchored, so when people are coming down to negotiate contracts, they're presuming that inflation is going to be 10% plus, so they're demanding wages of more than 10% increases because they think inflation is going to be higher. And once you get on that wage price spiral, it's very, very difficult to get off of it. They raised them to interest rates to 20% and held them there. And he basically said, I will hold, no matter how much this hurts, I will hold this here until we get inflation back under control. And they did it, but not without a lot of complaint by both political figures and just ordinary Americans. And Volcker's widow gave me, when he died, the original 2x4 that they had mailed to Volcker, and written on it, just a scroll on the front, it says, "Please lower these insane interest rates." And I keep that on the shelf right next to my desk to remind me of Volcker, but what the Fed decides affects regular people. It's not just a game to be played out in the stock market or something like that. It affects construction. It affects purchasing cars. It affects whether you can buy a house, business investment. And number two, the Fed has to take tough action. They have to do the hard thing sometimes. And he did that. If you apply that lesson to today, I kind of think it goes back to this Fed independence. Nobody was more independent than Volcker, and I do think that's an important lesson that we not lose sight of.
And I bring up the Volcker years, not just because I know he's your mentor, but also it is essentially a version of the same strategy that you used when you became Fed president and your peers during that high inflation period where you did increase interest rates pretty substantially, basically from no interest rates to 5 or 6%.
Yes, I showed up in January of 2023, and I said in one of my first speeches, I was like, I've been there for 6 weeks. I've already voted to raise rates 2 times. Took my predecessor 8 years to do that. And it is true that once it became clear that inflation was not going to be transitory the way that the Fed and the private markets thought it was going to be when it began, then they began raising interest rates. It is a little bit different of a circumstance, I feel, than the Volcker years in that this was mostly a supply shock, in my view. And stagflation is the toughest scenario to face a central bank because there's not an automatic playbook. If it's excess demand, excess overheating, you raise rates and that's how you cool it off. If the reason prices are going up is not from just overheating of the economy, but is because the costs of production are rising or the cost of oil is rising, that's a lot more difficult circumstance.
No tools there.
You got to weigh off. Now it puts the two sides of the dual mandate kind of in conflict, which sometimes they aren't in conflict. But if Back to the Future style, you could call up people in the 1970s and you said, oh, hey, pass, we're dealing with stagflation. how can you help us? The first thing they'd say is, well, what's your unemployment rate? And you'd be like, well, it's about 4. 4? What's your inflation rate? Well, it's 2.5. They'd be like, what are you bothering us? In the 1970s, stagflation was 13% inflation with unemployment that was almost 8. So the stagflation is the direction, but it's not stagflation. I mean, this is not 1970s style stagflation. It is stagflationary direction, meaning prices are going up at the same time. Inflation is rising at the same time employment is deteriorating. That's a stagflationary impulse.
I want to switch gears. Housing.
Yeah.
How important is housing? The cost of housing, the availability of housing, what it means to the labor market. How does that factor into the Fed's work?
How important is it to society? Very important. To consumers? Very important. To the dual mandate? Moderate importance. Housing tends to be a pretty cyclical and interest rate sensitive sector. And in this weird period, this was the weirdest, COVID was by far the weirdest recession we've ever had. It looked nothing like any previous recession. And the coming out of COVID, therefore, is among the weirdest recoveries we've ever had. And the persistence of inflation was heavily rooted in the persistence of housing inflation. And that led us to a whole hand-wringing effort among economic analysts to figure out why housing inflation has been as persistent as it is. And we still don't fully know, but it started to come down. The only thing that I want to emphasize is if you look at the relative price of housing, okay, so housing versus going to Target or Costco or Walmart, the price of goods versus the price of housing, it has been an extreme case the last couple of years that housing inflation's remained very high and goods inflation returned to the norm of the last 15, 20 years of mild deflation in goods, sort of, let's call it 4 or 5% per year housing inflation, goods minus 1% a year. It's important to note, we spent, that's not a new phenomenon. If you look over the last 15 years, housing's been growing 4% a year, while goods minus 1% a year. Look, you do not have to be the Mackinac Policy Conference to know that if something compounds 5% a year for 15 or 20 years, the level is going to be very different. So when you hear young people today say, my dad had one job and he used to be able to afford a big house and whatever, and I can't even afford a condo. They're not wrong. They're not wrong. The relative, now, they can buy a lot more stuff at Costco than their dad used to do, but the relative price of housing has changed quite a lot and gotten much more expensive. And the mortgage market has gotten more 30-year fixed rate mortgage centric. That now dominates the market, and that's made housing a little less sensitive to monetary policy shifts. So one of the ways monetary policy affects the real economy is, hey, if the interest rate goes up, mortgages get more expensive. But if everybody's locked in their rates, you kind of saw that play out. People were locked in at these low rates. And so even as rates were going up, they just kind of stopped moving if they could help it because they didn't want to give up a cheap mortgage in that environment.
So this is going to be the last question.
Okay.
You have been on the Council of Economic Advisors, chair actually. You've been a university professor, endowed chair professor in economics. You're obviously president of the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago.
Here it comes.
Right now.
You could feel it, right?
Here
it comes. What is it? What?
This is not the
okay.
Dr. Chuckle Hut thing.
Okay.
What keeps you up at night?
What keeps me up at night? I say flippantly, not to be Dr. Chucklehead, but I always say, look, the central bank's job is not to sleep at night. We're like the night's watch, you know, this. But the always and everywhere, remember, the Fed was created in 1913 out of the panic of 1907. So financial panic and financial crisis, there was always a possibility. And that the issues of financial stability should always keep us up at night. I still think that the strong dual mandate gives me some comfort, but the more the tariffs can jump out of their lane, at the end of the day, imported goods are only 11% of GDP in the United States. We're overwhelmingly a domestically driven economy with heavily services. And so there's a bit of a puzzle. Why do people get as nervous about discussion of tariffs as they do if it's only 11% of the economy? And I think it's because there are three clear ways that it can jump out of its lane and affect more. One is if there's retaliation from other countries, now you just doubled the size of the tariffs affect the imports, but now it's going to affect the exports. Two, the tariffs can be parts, supplies, components into other things. So now the tariffs just jumped into domestic manufacturing. And then category three is if people freak out about anything and change their behavior, either their consumer spending or business investment or uncertainty or any of those, now it can have a far more outsized impact than just what it mechanically looks like it would have. That freak out channel is the kind of thing that should keep us up at night, thinking about how those play out.
Well, for our audience, both online and in the audience right here in the room, highly recommend Googling Austin Goolsbee, DC Improv. Only comedian I know who showed up at the Improv wearing his White House credentials.
It was a contest, DC's Funniest Celebrity Contest, and it's true I was the winner.
Yeah.
But it's always the central question of economics is compared to what, and the runner-up was Grover Norquist.
Okay. Well, I don't know. But also do the Daily Show. Austin, you have been such a tremendous leader in the public in public service. Such a leader in the economics. It was such an honor for me, and I see some of your other board members here in the audience today to serve on the board under your leadership.
You were an amazing Hall of Fame board chair and board member, and this is a Hall of Fame conference too. So congratulations to you on this. Another big win.
Well, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Austin Goolsbee.
Thank you.
The next session, Navigating Uncertainty in National Policy, is sponsored by Delta Airlines. Please welcome nationally syndicated columnist, author, podcaster, and TV commentator, S.C. Cupp, White House correspondent for Black Press USA and author of Black Women Will Save the World, an Anthem, April Ryan, and to moderate the discussion, evening anchor and host of The Pulse on Fox 2 Detroit, Root Raj.
Where's everybody going? Some people are coming, some people are going. The toughest part of anything is a transition, I think, in anything that you do. But we're so glad for those of you who are coming in, and for those of you who are leaving, have a second thought. Sit down. This is a great conversation we're about to have.
No, just stay. Just stay.
Come
on. Yeah, just
I'm glad that you're all with us here today. As your seats fill up, interest is filling up quickly on what it is that we're about to talk about here, because we have some really critical topics. And April and SC, I'm so glad, first of all, to get to know you, April, here today. And SC and I did a show. She did a show called Battleground. And we watch that eagerly on Fox every night. So you both have covered from the beginning of this administration until now. Let's go take
And the first administration.
Well, I was going to say, but we don't have enough time, right? We want to do this administration, this current Trump administration, where we're at. April, we'll begin with you. What are you hearing in terms of the number one concern that people have about what's happening in Washington? Because what happens there doesn't stay there.
The number one issue is the economy. People are talking about the price of eggs. Well, it's not necessarily the price of eggs from the campaign. It's now the price of everything, the possibility of tariffs. And Michigan and the nation received at least a temporary win last night with this 3-judge panel saying that, no, we're not going to have these arbitrary tariffs. So, I mean, I think about Michigan and particularly Detroit, because I have a kindred spirit with Detroit because I'm from Baltimore, a city that mirrors Detroit in so many ways. We're like 20 years behind where Detroit was. A beautiful city now. But think about this. People were literally trying to figure out, do I get my car serviced now because supply parts may be higher? Do I get a car now because the price of the car will be higher? Do I get a phone? Think about this. I mean, the pocketbook was going to be affected from food, okay? I'm not just even talking about mangoes and avocados. I'm talking about the basic staples. Think about this. Your neighbor, Canada, they're the only ones that make a certain type of tree. They have a certain type of tree that make your toilet paper. M is right. Canada has a certain, I'm telling you, I heard this from an economist, and they said Canada has a certain type of tree that makes toilet paper as well as your napkins and your paper towels. I went and stocked up. I'm serious. I mean, I'm a journalist, but I'm also a consumer like many of you. And this is real. I mean, a lot of us cut coupons.
Yeah.
And the coupon class versus the ruling class that's lauding over this.
Well, as long as you're not hoarding it like we did during COVID with the toilet paper, we're in good shape. But I do want to ask you a little bit about, this all is about navigating uncertainty, right? And so many of us wonder what that looks like. How do you navigate uncertainty? It almost seems like an oxymoron. In order to know how to navigate whatever is coming, I have to try to understand what could be coming. In terms of the economy specifically, what is it that you see as the biggest challenge of navigating that uncertainty?
The uncertainty is the biggest challenge of the uncertainty, okay? And that sounds like a dodge, but that really is it. And that uncertainty and chaos can feel intangible. In a way, it is one of Trump's intangibles. How do you measure the chaos and uncertainty? Do you measure it by his, tweets?
Well, the stock market.
You can measure it in the stock market.
Yeah.
You can measure it in the markets. You can measure it in a lot of ways. If you look at regulations, for example, Biden and Trump had very different approaches to regulations. You'd expect a Democrat to want a lot more regulations and a Republican to want fewer regulations. And Trump came in promising to really cut regulations. He said, for every one I add, I want to take 8 away. But he was so disinterested in the process, which is very bureaucratic, very arcane, takes a long time, but he was so disinterested in the process of it that he actually ended up adding regulations because 77% of what he did was overturned by courts when it comes to regs. The average for regs is 30% overturned. So that chaos and uncertainty and disinterest in how to best do it shows up in lots of things. And Biden, for his part, did what he was expected to do, added more regulations. But because he was invested in the process of it, really effectively and successfully used the regulatory system to push an agenda through in a way that Trump hasn't figured out. Trump wants to say it and have it be so. And it doesn't always work like that.
Let's talk for a minute about the why, because you always want to get to the root of why someone is doing something. And when I talk to, as I'm sure you folks both have also talked with folks at the White House, they'll tell you that, look, there are some real issues and problems that need to be disrupted. And that government, as usual, it doesn't always work for people, even though people think it does. So how do you make America an equal trading partner in this world? How do you challenge China and the UK and others to come to the table? And if I may, he's saying, look, close to 100 countries have come to the table, and we've actually done deals. With Italy, we've talked with Canada, we're trying to figure this out with China. Do you think that there could be some, in his why, some perhaps cogent, good stuff in there, even with the chaos, that could help alleviate the situation?
So listen, back in the day, we used to see these commercials, look for the union label. We used to see these things, you know, American, buy American. The concept of what he's saying is actually perfect, but the execution of it, there's the problem.
But you do agree that we needed that disruption in terms of being America first? Do you think that America first policy, which is causing some of the uncertainty, the why behind that is okay?
So look, the studies that we just read, that you guys just did, are showing the concern about inflation, concerns about recession. It's the devil that's in the details. The overall topic is fine, but when you attack it by, well, I don't like this person, or I don't like this, how this has happened, instead of going through data and stats, that's where the problem lies. But with China, think about this. We have always had a complicated relationship with China, okay? But China is a trading partner that we consume more goods than they consume of ours. And of course you want to push it, but do we go so hard? Because China, we got debt with China, we've got so much, we've got a complicated relationship. It's complicated, as the kids say. So in this moment though, how do you work it out where we're not alienating China, where we are working with them to get more of our cars, get more of our product into China versus us taking more of theirs? It's not an equal type of partnership at this point.
Essie, is this just a negotiating tool, or are these tariffs in your mind, in terms of his why? You don't know him personally, but
Yeah, I do. Yes, I do.
you know him personally.
I do.
Do you think this is his why, or do you think this is a means to a greater end here?
He's been obsessed with tariffs for a long time.
Yeah.
And I'm a conservative. I don't know if you know what that means anymore because it's left the Republican Party.
Give
we
us
can
the
talk about it
definition.
later.
Give us the definition.
Well, conservatives used to be anti-protectionist. Yeah. We don't like tariffs. They're never good. There's never a good reason for tariffs, and that's because nobody wins a trade war, ever. Tariffs started before we had an economy, when we had to rely on imports and exports. That's why they exist for developing nations. They don't exist for modern economies, and they don't help modern economies.
Not even as a tool in the toolbox.
No, but that's the conservative in me. However, he's been obsessed with them for a really long time, so I think he believes in them. I don't think he thinks I'll just say it and that'll be enough. I think he believes they will work and be successful. I disagree, but again, it's the approach to tariffs, the approach to Doge, the approach to this blunt force that looks, everything's a nail when you're a hammer. And that's not when you get good government. Who would disagree that we needed to attack waste and fraud? Not me. I'm the limited government, conservative. But the way in which this administration did it the first term and is doing it again is not smart. It's not targeted. And you're not going to get the results that he promised to his voters. I wasn't his voter, but I imagine if you were, you want these promises to come true. If you're a Michigan voter, he promised a lot for Michigan. He promised Golden Dome missile defense will be built in Michigan. He promised more jets for Selfridge National Air Base. He promised more
happened though, right?
federal contracts. He's made a lot of promises. I would imagine you want them to come true. I don't know that he goes about the process of government, again, because he's disinterested in it, in a way that's going to deliver on all of those promises.
So now Elon Musk just, I guess, put a post on X, I was going to say tweeted, but on his own social media platform and said, hey, thank you, President Trump. My work at Doge is done. I think it's 130 days or something that he's kind of expired. His time card doesn't work anymore. Ended up doing $180 billion in cuts. He promised $2 trillion, said he could do it with no problem. April Ryan, give the report card for Doge in your mind. I heard it. That's not a grade, but it is, because I think everyone understood your grade.
My mother always told me, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say it at all.
No.
But
That's our business.
I know. But see, I go back and they'll wind up doing something to me. So let me say,
Like, and you know that was true
Me
the
too,
first
girl.
time. Yeah, I know. It's like,
Which of the cuts were the ones that really hit you in terms of your moral kind of center there that made you more most
so
upset?
let me say this. Elon Musk, and let's go down this rabbit hole because it's deeper than what you guys see. Elon Musk took a hit for his hard line on waste, fraud, and abuse. People standing outside of these Tesla dealerships, people messing with the cars, his cars. You know, he got in a lot of fights in the cabinet room with some of the cabinet officials because they were upset with his hands-on approach that no one understood the rhyme or reason with. I'm going to give you an example how ugly this was. Valentine's Day, you remember Valentine's Day, where you were, what it tasted like, what it smelled like, the nasty chocolates that you got or the good chocolates that you got from your loved one. He fired people in the he and Doge fired people in the Health and Human Services, to include the CDC, okay? This is where this thought of I'm just gonna cut hurts people. And there are two examples I'm gonna give you. We were having a rise in flu and COVID at the time. I got it twice from the White House in 3 weeks, flu B and flu A, so I'm here to attest. They told the health department to shut it down, don't talk about it. They fired thousands of people. Now this is where it's no rhyme or reason. You no longer work here. As we're going through a lot of this stuff, and then you no longer work here, but the people left with their active key cards, they could get into the websites and do anything, a disgruntled employee. There was nothing to close. This was not HR. This was, I'm gonna cut waste, fraud, and abuse, not knowing how it impacted, okay? Now let's talk about the planes in the sky. Yeah, the system is antiquated, yes, and it's broken. But why do you cut these people who we need? DCA out of Washington was the first sign that we saw this falling. Now Newark. You should not have a fear of flying. People should not be putting their hands on a plane, praying silently as they walk on. But it's real.
Yeah.
And this is the federal government, our federal government that we trust, because he went in, I'm gonna cut waste, fraud, and abuse. But where does human life fit into this? Politics is about humanity.
Let's talk about the big, beautiful bill. And Essie, I want you to take this one, and we'll begin with aviation.
You don't want me to take this one, but okay.
Well, there's $12 billion in the big, beautiful bill that actually goes to the FAA and to aviation updates. There are other things in there, but all we're talking about, of course, and rightfully so, are the cuts to Medicaid. How much in your calculus do you think is hype from the left about innocent mothers losing Medicaid, old people in nursing home losing Medicaid, and how much of it is it really about those work requirements that they're talking about putting into place? Which one is it, or is it both?
Well, it's both, but Democrats are right to focus on the human stories, the human cost of everything that's happening. And listen, they pulled off a feat here because attitudes around federal employees, not a lot of sympathy for federal employees. The cuts to federal employees were not popular. It's because of the way they were done. Again, I think Doge and this administration could have done this in a way that was much more successful and popular, but it's the way they're doing it.
Yeah.
But telling the human cost and whether that's related to child hunger and the mom who now relied on a school lunch or a school breakfast, you know, those stories are going to make the impact for midterms, which are around the corner. And Democrats have not figured out a good message yet for a lot of this stuff.
That's true.
They point to charts and graphs and numbers, and this was actually better under Biden, and no one feels that. And if you don't feel it, you're not going to get that vote. You can't tell someone you're wrong about your feelings. And this was a mistake Democrats made. I said this every day on Battleground.
Yeah.
The top three issues are economy, crime, and immigration.
But we
And
were
what-
talking about gender affirming care. We're talking about bathrooms. We're talking about girls.
Yes, but
sports and-
worse than that, when you're talking about the economy, they're lying. They're telling you the economy's great. It wasn't great. There isn't a migrant crisis. There is a migrant crisis. Crime is down, you're safe. Crime is up, and you don't feel safe. So on the policies and the messaging, Democrats got the three most important things wrong. Now, they talked about things that were important to their base, like democracy, like abortion, and they weren't wrong to do that. But those things are luxuries, okay? I live in a nice town in Connecticut. My bills are paid. I've got a job. I've got a contract with my job. It's not getting taken away. I don't have opioids ravaging my town. I don't have an influx of illegal immigrants in my town. I'm good. I can worry about democracy, and I do, deeply. If you haven't gotten a raise in 5 years, if the first thing you do when you get in your car is look at how much gas you've got and ration it over the week, if you're worried about losing your job, if you can't get a car loan, a home loan, you don't have the luxury of worrying about democracy. That doesn't mean it's not important. But I think Democrats over-indexed some of those things, not realizing, okay, that's important to a fraction of our base, and it should be important, but it's not the thing driving most people when they get into the voting.
It's fascinating because VP candidate Walz was in Detroit the day before the election, and in a gymnasium was touting abortion, 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 and even the Democrats who I spoke to said, those rights right now here in the state of Michigan aren't an issue. I don't know why he's talking about that, not talking about other things. I do want to ask you a little bit about diving into that a little bit more, messaging. I don't know if you heard this or not, but Donald Trump, the president, his son Barron was one of his chief consultants about how to get his message out. And one of the things he told his dad was, you need to get on these podcasts. Podcasts like Flagrant and Joe Rogan's podcast, things that he didn't even know about, the president didn't. How could he? He's a 78-year-old dude. You know, you're not going to know about all the podcasts. So he goes on Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan's producers call the Harris camp, and I have friends in the Harris camp who told me this happened, and they said, hey, would Kamala Harris come, fly over here, do this more than 1 hour sit down with Joe Rogan, and move forward? And the answer that the Kamala Harris, the Democratic institution, gave was, no, we can't come there, she's busy. If he can come to us and only do a half hour, we're in. To which he went on his podcast and blasted her for it. Gave the opportunity, he didn't do it.
So when was this?
This was during the election, probably 5 months ago. Here's my issue, my question, and that issue I want to bring up with you, April, and with you, Essie, is you talk about the messaging, but it's not just the messaging, it's who you're going to deliver the message. Traditional media, the way, the things that's paying our bills, isn't the only way. Are the Democrats late to the party, April?
Are the Democrats late to the party?
The podcast party that is the way.
So let me do this. I remember when Barack Obama, and you remember, Essie, when Barack Obama ran for president, and he began this whole move with the internet.
Yeah.
And Republicans were like, oh my God, Newt Gingrich said this, we've got to learn how to take over the internet like Barack Obama did. Remember, he was the president who still had the BlackBerry. He may still have it now. He was the president using Facebook, remember that?
Yeah.
And he was he started messaging directly to the American public. He's the one who started that. Along the way, the Republicans found a way. They took Twitter, Black Twitter is gone. They took Twitter and they own it.
Yeah.
And I'm serious, the narrative is out there. So now it's switched. So Republicans learned how to work this thing to their advantage. Democrats right now, I don't know, we saw a little bit of the rise remember the night of the I guess you call it the State of the Union because he's the second term, but it was not consecutive term. When Al Green stood up with his, and he's the most mild-mannered person with that cane, and I said, woo, got my popcorn. You know, seriously, because I was like, wait a minute. It was in your face. Then we see Jasmine Crockett. And then you see the 25 hours with Cory Booker. But where's the rest? So what I'm thinking is, they have said, Democrats have said, there's nothing we can do right now because
minority.
Right, not just minority, you've got the Supreme, you got all three branches.
But what you
thinking
can
MAGA.
do, what you can do is
free
go
media.
to where everybody is and get your free media.
But wait a minute, but
and-
they are doing that. However, they're also watching, they're being strategic, which I don't know, but as a news person, I'm watching it really hard. But what they're doing is betting on those midterms. They're betting on the flip because there is a discontent and even a dis-ease in this nation. Real people are hurting. When you were talking about the big, beautiful bill. Here in Michigan, one of the main industries is medicine, medical. What happens to these rural hospitals? What happens to the people who are in poverty and those who are trying to just make it? You have an issue here, and they can't afford, and this, what is it, this work requirement. Do you not realize the vast majority of people on Medicaid work? They work these low-wage jobs that have no insurance. So the bottom line is we have to look at what's real. We can protest, but I believe everything is I think the change will come in the courts. Democrats realize right now they have no power. And I'm sad to say that this is not the system that I grew up watching in school.
Well, to prepare for the 2028,
checks and balances.
Gavin Newsom has his own podcast. Andy Beshear has his own podcast. Governor Whitmer, who I just interviewed this morning, has appeared on more podcasts than any other Midwest governor that I've seen recently. They're getting the message that that's where the audience is to prepare. Don't you think, Essie?
Well, yeah, and I have my own Kamala story over the course of the last election. I was asked several times by her people, would you come and serve as a moderator or an interviewer at an event like this for Kamala? And I said, that's smart, right? Kind of reaching across the aisle. I'm not a Trump voter, but I'm not a Democrat. Kind of reaching across the aisle. That's nice.
But I'm not a Democrat, okay.
I said yes, but I'm a journalist. So I said, I've got my own questions. And they said no.
Yeah.
The protectiveness around all the Democratic candidates, I mean, we saw it around Biden. We don't have to go there, but the desire to protect and bubble wrap these people is
She was the vice president of the
them.
United States, I'm
Yes.
sorry, at the time.
Yes.
And she was running in 107 days a campaign. She could not go everywhere.
And she didn't
the
need
same
to.
thing, right, and the same thing happened at the NABJ where Donald Trump sat up there with the black job thing, and she couldn't do it right then and there. She was a sitting vice president. She was the co-lead to the president of the United States. So I don't want, and I'm just saying this, I wrote a book called Black Women Will Save the World, an anthem. I don't like hearing this jab at a black woman because we don't jab Donald Trump when he couldn't come to my interview.
Oh, I
We don't
do.
jab other people. No, I just, let's be real about this. Thank you for the applause. It was loud over there. Thank you.
But April, I want to ask you this question though. In terms of, and both of you, authenticity is key.
Yeah,
I've
for
interviewed Kamala Harris 3 times, and she's
Stop bragging.
What? But when she was a candidate, and when I interviewed her, there is a level of authenticity that you see before the cameras roll. She's Indian American. I'm Indian American. It's funny, an Indian American
And she's black American.
And of course she is. But look, the Indians are proud that she's half Indian.
And we proud too.
And we should. But here's the thing, though, April. Here's what's fascinating, though. She knew that you always in Indian culture ask someone about their parents. One of the first questions you ask, always, and you call them auntie and uncle, right?
Yeah.
So she looked at me. It's the second time I interviewed her, and she looked at me and she goes, "So?" I said, "Like that?" And she goes, "Our auntie and uncle." And I was like, look at that. So what am I going to do? I'm going to call my mom. Kamala Harris just asked about you. And now she's got to vote. But here's the bottom line. The person that I see behind the scenes is not the same person we saw with the mic. And you know what? A lot of other people have had this issue, including, by the way, I would say, President Donald Trump. He turns into something else. He's got these split personalities and all these politicians. Is that an issue, April? And could there be a more authentic message that comes out, not just for VP Harris, but for others as well?
So listen, it takes an extreme person to be president of the United States. You write and speak life and death, okay? So when I come out here, let's pretend, I am the first black female president of the United States. I'm gonna be kind, I'm gonna try to engage you and talk policy. But when I go back into that room, I'm going to be working for you. It's a different, you switch. It's not a code switch, but you switch. You know? So I don't want to hear, oh, you're one person, you speak one way when you're in front of a black crowd or this. You have, in each setting, we're all different. When you're home with your husband, hey, baby, you know, but when you out here Well, I don't know if you do. I mean,
Right?
but you know what I'm saying. You guys have great position and great work. You sit at that table. When you bring that table together of whatever you do, you come firm and you come strong. But when you're home, you drop that. You drop that harshness. So each setting, I don't want to hear she's one way or he's one way. Let me tell you something. Donald Trump is different on the golf course when he's swinging the club than he is in the Oval Office.
And he's different in person than he is at a rally.
But
That's what I'm saying.
But here's the end result is Donald Trump got elected. Donald Trump got reelected.
It was a slim margin here this time.
It was very slim.
Very slim
He's
in
a convicted
Michigan.
criminal. If Democrats won't look at policy messaging and candidate failures, they're not going to win again. And believe me, listen.
Do you think they're not right now?
I think they're having some conversations. I don't think they're having
They are.
enough.
They are waiting. They are waiting.
But I was on the 2012 Republican autopsy because we got sent to the woodshed in 2012. And you know what you do when you get sent to the woodshed? You shut up and think about what you did, okay? So what we did at the autopsy was we looked at all of our gaps, policy gaps, messaging gaps, candidate gaps. We put together what I thought was a really good plan forward to recapture some of those old voters we were losing and get some new voters. It didn't matter because Trump came in 2015 and lit it on fire. But that's what you need to do. And I'm hearing Democrats have conversations about candidates, who's our bench, generational kinds of conversations. They're not really litigating whether their policies were good or bad. That's a thing they're going to have to do on the economy and immigration and crime.
But Essie, do you think you just allow President Trump and some of the things, the chaos that people are accusing him of and the things that he's doing, let that play out and that's the answer that people have?
No, and I'm hearing this a lot from the left right now. Why y'all focused on Biden, what happened a year ago?
Thank you.
Trump is
That part.
insane. Cover all the things Trump is doing. We're doing that. We're doing that. But let me tell you, I spent the last 8 years as a non-Trump, never Trump conservative railing about everything Trump was doing. It didn't matter. He still got elected. So we're going to point out all the things that Trump is doing. That's going to play a part, and that's going to be a huge part of the narrative and the story. And I'd be negligent in my job if I didn't do that. But you can't ignore what Democrats have done wrong if you want them to start doing what's right. Because if you want, and maybe you're a Trump fan and that's fine, but if you're not, who's coming to rescue the country?
The people.
It's not the courts, right? They're with Trump. It's not Republicans. They've abandoned most of their principles for him too. It's got to be people. It's got to be the electorate.
I want to talk about this third group here. This third group. So we keep talking about Republicans and Democrats. There's a guy named Mike Duggan who's floating around this island. I had a chance to talk to him over some coffee this morning, and I was asking him how it's going, and he says the biggest problem he has is people from rural up north towns in West Michigan are saying, how come you haven't come to my town yet? A good problem to have. As an independent, though, April, who left the Democratic Party in this election, and there are signs as you drive up here. I know you flew in.
I saw them all.
But there's a red and white sign saying, tired of the red, ? And the next sign says, sick of the red, tired of the blue.
Yeah.
Vote independent. And April, I got to ask you, this is something that he's making a huge political calculus by saying, hey, I get 20% of the left, 20% of the right. I put it together. I could become the next governor. But what does that say about the Democratic Party and about the Republican Party?
No, what does it say about the system? The system is broken. That's what it says. I've been seeing this I've been covering the White House for 28 years. And I've watched the extremes. You know, we go to one extreme. You know, remember when George W. Bush lost? Well, not lost. Remember when George W. Bush, was leaving and America picked the first black president for hope and change. People were hoping for something different. Bill Clinton people lost a lot of hope during that time. And then George Bush came in. George Bush, people were war weary. We were going into a recession. And the thing that got him, he didn't understand the gas prices were getting ready to go to $4 a gallon. Remember that? And then when Barack Obama came in, people believed that hope and change. But the problem is, people felt, certain groups felt that are now in power now, I'm going to say it, they felt like they weren't heard. And the problem is, We have to find a way to get everyone under the umbrella. If you get this person, I'm not going to be heard. If you get that person, I'm not going to be. It is such a polar opposite. And the system is broken. We've got to find a way to fix it. That's why independents are on the rise and people are listening, because people don't feel heard. People want to feel seen.
In order for Mike Duggan to win this election as governor of the state of Michigan, he believes the path to victory is not to go with the Democrats. He believes that it's important to just take all the disenfranchised voters. And I think it's something like 30% of the voters in the state of Michigan consider themselves to be independent.
Right.
But they end up having to choose blue or choose red. What is your
We'll
thought on
see.
this?
That's always a tough go. It can result in spoiler. It's tough without the backing, the infrastructure of the two parties. It's why Rand Paul, it's why people who claim to be libertarian or independent run with a party.
Ross Perot.
Exactly. But I think you're seeing the ascendancy of independence because there is such a lack of faith in the system, to your point, but also a total feeling of disaffection from the two parties. When the two parties are telling you, if you don't check every one of these boxes, you're not a good enough Republican or you're not a good enough Democrat. Well, most of us don't check all the boxes. Most of us are in the middle, the moderate, the majority, in fact. And I know I am. If you tick down a list of issues from abortion to immigration to climate to guns, most people are in the middle somewhere. Well, who's my representative then? Who's speaking for me? Nobody. I feel like an orphan. It's so weird to be part of a majority and feel unseen and unheard. Wow. And as more people start feeling like that, they're going to say no to their Republicans and no to their Democrats.
And then perhaps yes to the independent.
And perhaps yes to an independent or a new party.
So it costs a lot of money, as we know, to run for anything. I think Governor Whitmer ended up spending close to $37 million the last time she ran against someone who was not a formidable opponent. Nonetheless, it costs that much, we know at least. Mayor Mike Duggan is running against Jocelyn Benson, who's being obviously backed by a large group of Democrats. When you are with a party, you not only get the local funding, the state funding, but you also get the guys and gals in Washington, New York, and elsewhere. Is it viable for an independent right now, from a financial infrastructure point of view, to pull it off? April.
So from a financial structure point of view, I'm going to give you an example. Think about this. Let's go to California. Her name is Karen Bass, the mayor of California.
Los Angeles.
I mean, the mayor, yes, child.
You're good. You're good.
I've been
I got
up all
you.
night. Yeah, thank you, my
It's a rocky flight here.
It was a rocky, I was
On the
sick
way.
yesterday, trust me, but I'm
Got
good
you.
today. The mayor of Los Angeles, California, and she ran against Rick Caruso, who put $110 million into that campaign. $110 million she had nowhere near. She won. So I don't believe it's always money. I believe it's the message, how you message, because the Democrats have lost the message.
Yeah.
Trump has the narrative right now.
Yeah.
I believe it's the message. I believe it's your prowess. I believe it's your stamina. And I believe the people have got, this is the basic thing in politics. You've got to feel seen.
Yeah.
He needs to shake the hand. You feel connected when that person comes to you. That's just the basics. And I believe if he can do that, he could be a formidable challenger.
Accessibility and authenticity, right?
Yeah, like if you're
and message.
Completely. And you've got to know who you're talking to. A message, I don't know if y'all know this, but I lived in Michigan. I lived in West Bloomfield as a kid. Love it. I love it here.
They didn't clap.
Oh. I love it here. And listen, a message you would deliver in West Bloomfield would sound very different from a message you would deliver in Saginaw. If you are a single mom in Saginaw, right, and you come to Saginaw with a chart, look at inflation. Look how great your life is. Look how great your economy is. And she's thinking, well, thanks to inflation, I can't afford to pay off my credit card debt now. I can't afford a car loan. I can't afford a home loan. It's Democrats need a big national message. They haven't figured that one out yet. And then they also need to speak authentically to different audiences. And it's not about an identity politics thing, because I think that's actually broken the Democratic Party. It's about seeing people. Seeing people and their struggles and not answering their struggles with charts.
That's what Clinton and Obama did. Well,
Very well.
both of them.
Very
right?
well.
But Clinton was so, if Clinton met you years ago, he would remember. I hate to say that, but it's the truth. He's such a gregarious person. And so was George W. Bush. You feel like they care, like they know you, and you leave like, wow. A lot of politicians don't have that.
Yeah.
And it's about who you are. People can see a fake and phony in a minute.
Totally.
You know, they can discern
Totally.
it. And if you come in here wanting to hear the message, yes. And look at these town halls. You know, a lot of these politicians are having these town halls, and when they want to shut it down, people are getting angrier. People want to be heard.
That's right.
It's about people and their concern, the humanity of it all.
We have about 4 minutes left, but I want to talk about specific people and names and messages that you think would move these two parties forward. We'll begin with the Republicans. If you take your political stripes aside for a moment and talk about who it is that could be next. We know that President Trump has already said, even though he considered the idea of running again, obviously not going to happen. And he says he's not interested in it. Who is next in the Republican Party to take that message, and do they break at all from the MAGA messaging, or do you take it and move forward? Essie.
This is the existential crisis. It's not much of a crisis anymore inside the Republican Party because they're so coalesced around Trump, and I think Trumpism endures past Trump. I think the effort will be to pass the torch to another MAGA kind of person, a J.D. Vance, a Donald Trump Jr. I'm not convinced Trump won't try to run again.
A Marco Rubio?
Believe you.
What do you mean
people.
run again? Just stay.
But yeah, exactly. Believe people when they tell you who you are and what they're going to do. But there's another school of thought inside the movement that thinks it's going to be someone to bring conservatism back and remind Republicans of what their principles used to be. I think I've given up on that, though. Look at an Adam Kinzinger, look at a Liz Cheney. All the conservatives have been pushed out.
Yeah.
Every single last one. You've got Mitt Romney, he'll retire. You've got, every last one has been completely shown the door. We used to be a big tent. We had lots of different kinds of conservatives. We had your hawks, we had your, neocons, we had your social conservatives. They kicked conservatives out. To imagine the conservatism returning in a way that galvanizes an existing base of Republican voters, to me, seems like a folly.
Taking this message forward to the Democrats, who is it that we're looking at? I just interviewed Governor Whitmer this morning, and I asked her again the question that we've all asked a million times, what's next? But I asked it in a different way. Tune in tonight on your phone for the answer. I'm not going to give it to you here.
He brags a lot.
This is how we do.
I interviewed Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
I interviewed Governor Whitmer.
Well, it happened this morning. You have as well. Yeah, you have.
But I'm not throwing out my cards like that. But first of all, this has been a great panel, and I thank you guys for having us. On the Democratic side, since you brought up Governor Whitmer, I believe that she has the compassion for Michigan people as well as beyond, especially now that President Trump is saying he's thinking about pardoning those who tried to kidnap her. That's a big deal, right? And it's kind of like the question Marjorie Taylor Greene was talking about, oh, I want there to be a pardon of Derek Chauvin. But they're saying that's not going to happen. But think about that. An elected governor of a state, a crucial state, there was a plot to kidnap her, tie her up and kidnap her. And he's going to pardon, and I thought they were trying to work their little thing out, their little situation out, but now he's trying to pardon. What does that do? She's going to get a lot of sympathy for that, okay? I believe Gretchen Whitmer is there, but I also on the Democratic side, from Maryland, I told you there's a lot of Detroit and Michigan and Maryland and Baltimore connection. I believe Wes Moore. I believe Wes Moore is, he's one of those who shakes and shakes hands. Yeah, he's very charismatic, personable. I do believe that Wes Moore and Gretchen Whitmer are two to be considered.
I've just to add, Alyssa Slotkin.
We got
Alyssa Slotkin
6 seconds.
is incredible. I love her.
And I'm going to say this. I had the chance to talk to April Ryan.
Aww.
And I had the chance interview the one and only April Ryan and Essie Cup. Thank you both for your time. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Great to be with you.
This was fun.
Distinguished guests, please make your way to the parlor for lunch, sponsored by the Michigan State Housing Development Authority and Midwest Steel. We kindly ask that everyone please clear the theater as quickly as possible so that we can reset the room for the next session.
From Delta Faucets to Behr Paint, Masco Corporation is proud to deliver products that enhance the way consumers all over the world experience and enjoy their living spaces. Masco, serving Michigan communities since 1929.
Support also provided by the Cynthia and Edsel Ford Fund for Journalism at Detroit PBS.
The DTE Foundation is a proud sponsor of Detroit PBS. Through our giving, we are committed to meeting the needs of the communities we serve statewide to help ensure a bright and thriving future for all. Learn more at dtefoundation.com.
We help organizations find their voices through what they do and who they impact. We are VVK PR and Creative, a Detroit agency telling the stories of critical issues affecting the big picture and the small moments. Stories at Skyline Heights and on-the-ground influence. We lead with relationships first, solutions always, and with diversity as our compass. VVK PR and Creative.
Nissan Foundation, and viewers like you.
You are watching live coverage from Detroit PBS of the 2025 Mackinac Policy Conference. We are turning to Rick Pluta, Senior Capital Correspondent for the Michigan Public Radio Network and my co-host of It's Just Politics. Before we head back in to the main stage for the next session, Rick, want to check in on this third day of the policy conference because you had a really interesting interview earlier this morning with Governor Gretchen Whitmer. What did she have to say?
She talked about, the space that Michigan is in terms of, sort of on one side of the equation that there's a lot of turmoil surrounding, tariffs and just the economic chaos of Trump administration orders. And then on the other side, business people who want stability, who want low taxes, but primarily want stability. And she says that these are not things that the state can necessarily control, but as much as possible, the state needs to, create a situation where it's calming those waters as much as possible to, so that you can work through the storm surrounding us.
I thought it was interesting. I remember a few years ago during this conference, the governor saying, a governor cannot control inflation. And I sort of got the same sense from her in this conversation with you, where she was like, look, I can't control the decisions that Donald Trump is making vis-a-vis tariffs. But she did say she is going to sort of work on behalf of the state in any way she can to make that message that business leaders and some lawmakers are telling her.
I mean, it's sort of funny because, there are so many imponderables, within the economy. Everybody who's here knows that. But yet we still expect the government to manage it. And it obviously has plays a big part of that in terms of regulation, interest rates, things like that. But there are just so many disparate elements out there that are beyond the control of individual business leaders, of politicians, of economic forecasters, that's how, I mean, really the unspoken theme of this conference is managing chaos.
Yeah, it really is. I want to quickly also note one moment in the conversation. Some news came out this week. The president, Donald Trump, said that he was considering pardoning the folks who had been found guilty in the kidnapping, hostage, possibly murder plot against Governor Gretchen Whitmer in 2020. She actually told you, Rick, that she spoke to the president last month. This is news to everyone. He asked her what she would think about the pardon. She requested it not happen, and he said that he would drop it. And then this week, it comes back up that he's considering it.
She did. She was, at that meeting in the White House, and the governor and the president, she says, asked her about that. What did she think? And she said she thought it's a bad idea. It sends a bad message that it's not just about her, but it's also about, the president was the target of an assassination attempt, and she condemned that at the time.
She did. Well, Rick, thank you for bringing us that conversation with the governor. Later this afternoon, we go to the governor's keynote address. But right now, we go back to the main stage.
So please help yourself if you haven't already. I could stand here and speak the entire time about the importance of developing place, whether we're talking about talent attraction, talent retention, economic development, home values within miles of trails and public parks. The data is overwhelming. But instead of hearing from me, let's hear from our panel in a brief video.
Within about a mile of the Joe Louis Greenway, there's about 167,000 residents that will now have access to this really beautiful, safe pedestrian walking, biking path.
Large trail segments around the country are proven to be an economic driver.
And so whether it's connecting our music venues, connecting our restaurants, we don't see these as park projects or trail projects. We actually see them as economic development projects.
We're focused on the total revitalization of the neighborhood and ensuring that everybody has an opportunity.
It takes a lot of local municipalities, a lot of nonprofit partners.
The City of Detroit is here to build it. We are here to activate it. The support of our funders allow us to have access to an endowment.
But what you're going to ultimately see is in the neighborhoods, you're going to see more jobs. You're going to see a better opportunity for that snowball.
The projects are great, but are we creating a culture in this community where people believe that they can strive for something better and then see those through to completion?
Historically, people put things in and they just expect you to accept it, and then it never gets used. This project was a little different. The city started engagement and outreach. They asked the community, what do you want?
You got to talk to them. You got to sit down and see what those needs and desires are. Utilizing that voice and ensuring that folks are at the table in that discussion.
You've got to work on the long-term play.
Really focus on an improvement in the quality of life.
Once folks believe that their issues are being addressed, then they can turn their hands outward to say, like, hey, we want everybody to be a part of our neighborhood, and this is the reason why.
All right, so we can just have lunch now. I think they said it all in a very brief period of time. But we'll go a little deeper, and just to give you a sense of how we'd like to run today's session, I'm going to ask each panelist an opening question, and then we want to get right to your questions and make this as interactive as possible. So when we think about placemaking, if you're in a major city like Detroit, many times there's lots of tools and resources. There's CDFIs, there's community development corporations, there's others working. When you get to the smaller communities and then the rural communities that surround them, placemaking can mean something very different. So we're pleased to have Randy Myers here. Randy, tell me what placemaking means in this kind of investment in Port Huron and the surrounding area.
Yeah, Dave, I was thinking about that, and I think if we were here 2 years ago, my answer would be different. Yesterday on a panel, I heard Leona use the word hope when it comes to placemaking projects. And I think in today's climate, I think that's probably the lens we use. We need to bring hope to communities. I think we need to use placemaking as a tool to show that multiple stakeholders and partners from every part of the community can work together and get something done. I think it builds bridges, right? And I think it's a tangible evidence that lets people see progress. A lot of times I think we would talk about economic impact, but I think when you're talking to neighborhoods and people, if we can attract talent, someone to move into a neighborhood in Port Huron, and they see investments happening led by philanthropy, led by the private sector, I think that reinforces with them. And honestly, I think in today's political climate, I think we can give our city managers and city councils a little bit of political cover. If we lead placemaking projects with philanthropy first, not paying for it all by first, but go out in the public and say, this is what we're hearing from the neighborhoods, right? This is what placemaking means. So it's a demonstration model, it's a leadership model. It does bring hope, it does bring faith, it brings belief that things can get better. And I think in these times, placemaking tends to be if I use the word safe loosely, it can be a very safe place to show progress, to show investment, to show leadership that's authentic, that responds. So to me, I love what you said yesterday. I think it builds hope in Port Huron.
Great. Well, speaking of neighborhoods, Jermaine, Strategic Neighborhood Fund. Let's focus back on an urban setting where the reputation is there's two Detroits. There's what's happening in downtown and midtown and that corridor, and then there's the neighborhoods. The Strategic Neighborhood Fund has been working on corridor development, but also development without displacement. How are you doing that?
You know, I think the priority for us as an organization has been on placekeeping, right? Placemaking is extremely important to the process, but placekeeping for us, which means coming in, talking to residents who live there, talking to businesses that have weathered the storm about what their needs are, what their desires are, and what they want to see for the future of their community is something that's extremely important to the Strategic Neighborhood Fund. I think the other piece is that being grounded in the knowledge of the expertise that lives in the neighborhood helps my expertise as an urban planner, helps my expertise as someone who's been in the community and economic development field to be able to strategically align the tools that I have available with the needs that are in the community. So I think that for us, that's been the key component and the foundation for the work and the success that we've been able to have.
Right. Well, Liana, the JLG. So the Joe Louis Greenway, if you have not been to one of the trailheads or on one of the completed paths of the JLG, you got to go. It's a program and a project that's hard to define until you see it. So I'm going to ask you to try to do that. I mean, what has it meant, and what's happening in the neighborhoods where the pieces of trail have been completed?
Yeah, so, you know, in that video, you saw Rushan Long. She is a longtime legacy resident of a neighborhood in Detroit called Midwest Tireman. She's one of my board members, one of our founding board members. And, you know, the way I can answer that is kind of through a story about Rushan and those residents. So, you know, they were a part of a community advisory council that was implemented by the city of Detroit in the initial engagement with the Joe Louis Greenway. And so just as Jermaine talked about, it starts with community. And so, you know, Rushan will tell you that when this Joe Louis Greenway project started and the city started to come out and talk to residents, she was like, what is a greenway? We don't know what that is. And so the city said, well, let's go and look at greenways, and took residents on a trip, took them to Atlanta to show them the potential and the opportunity, but also talk about the challenges. Well, when Rushan came back, she assembled with some of her neighbors, her friends in the neighborhood, and they pooled their money together, about $9,000, and bought a parcel of undeveloped land in their neighborhood. And so when we talk about the impact of that, so now this group of residents who's now formed a nonprofit and is looking to develop that parcel of land into a public space with food access. But then when I tell more about the story, this is a neighborhood that's been disinvested for, 40 or 50 years. Rushan will talk about whether it was, storms that would come through and is there resources for FEMA? Well, no, you don't qualify for that. Well, are there resources for this program? No, your neighborhood doesn't meet the criteria for that. And for years, they felt that their neighborhood never met any criteria for anything. So then we come through, Ralph C. Wilson, some state dollars to build this park in their neighborhood, the first newly developed park ground up in their neighborhood. And so Rushan comes out and she says to me when she comes to our programming, many times like in awe, that this is really what's happening in their neighborhood. It's not theoretical. It's not something that's happening down the line. Yes, the Greenway was talked about for 20 plus years. But when it was time to hit the switch and to go, especially when you have big ideas and big vision, we all came together and we hit the button and said go. And so you see not only a park, but that park has spurred other things. And so in this neighborhood, so we can talk about the park, but on the residential streets, where when I took over this job in 23 and did my first tour, the amount of vacant homes and blight that you saw, but if you drive it today on Alpine Street in Midwest Tireman, which is a block away from the Greenway, which is not even a block, it butts up to the Greenway, there are about 5 homes under construction. And these aren't, your speculator developers, the people who've come in from out of town. These are local, homegrown individuals who said, I'm going to take my money and rub my little 2 coins together and buy this property and redevelop it in my own neighborhood.
Because it's right there on the Greenway.
Because it's right there on the Greenway.
I was at the ribbon cutting for the park and that trailhead, and it was emotional. Mm-hmm. I mean, the level of awe, just respect, excitement of those neighbors and the stories they told, the ones that had been there for decades, about how important this was, it was inspiring.
We have residents still come. I mean, we did some programming, and when we talk about placekeeping, right, and the engagement, it's so important for us to understand what kind of programming residents want to have. So we engage them. We say, "What do you want to see?" And so I have residents that just come out just to watch because they're still trying to emotionally process and tie together that this is where my mother lived or my grandparents lived, and I've lived in this neighborhood. I took a tour. I took a colleague from the University of Michigan on a tour of their humanities department, and she grew up in that neighborhood, and she started crying. She couldn't imagine that this was actually happening, and there was visible, tangible evidence of this project.
And there's this great tower with a slide there, and we couldn't get the grown-ups off so the kids could play.
Yes.
So, JJ, you are, in addition to building Ralph C. Wilson Jr. Park, which can be a major regional destination, you have recommendations to the foundation for literally hundreds of miles of trails. When you think about placemaking and development, trails are kind of a new thought. They weren't in the mix a decade or so ago for most people. Talk about why trails are important in the region.
I feel very fortunate to get to see all of these projects and these organizations doing great work in their community. And to answer that question, I just want to take a moment. We have an incredible cohort of leaders that are out there listening to community and filling those needs. We heard about it with Ryan and with Amy and with Megan yesterday in the same room with these leaders that are up here. And I just want to have a big round of applause for what they're driving in their community. It's just, they're listening, and then they're partnering, and they're getting it done. So just thank you all for what you're doing. For us, we see all these projects across the region. It starts at the riverfront. That's kind of the crown jewel, and the park that'll open in October. And then you have the Joe Louis Greenway, which connects those neighborhoods to the riverfront. But beyond that, we see it across the region. We have the Downriver Link Greenway that's connecting 18 downriver communities that connect to the Joe Louis Greenway. The Huron-Waterloo Pathway Initiative that's connecting Ann Arbor, Chelsea, Dexter, through the Iron Bell Trail, and ultimately down to Detroit. You have the Great Lake to Lake Trail that goes across Wixom, Walled Lake, Commerce Township, and soon through Pontiac. And then it gets up to the Bridge to Bay up in St. Clair County. So all of these have a couple of themes. Right, they connect communities, literally and figuratively, right? They connect us. Most importantly, these public spaces connect people. I mentioned earlier today to someone, when I have my kids out in one of these public spaces, and you may have your kids out in these public spaces, we connect at a very basic level. It doesn't matter for red or blue, doesn't matter our income levels or what neighborhood we're from, but we connect at a very basic level because of that hope and that joy we see in our kids just playing together. Then you get to the other pieces that Leona mentioned yesterday. There's transportation alternatives that come out of those, right? There's recreational opportunities, and then you get to economic development. These spaces, we're seeing businesses thrive around these spaces because of the recreational economy we have in Michigan. And when you put all that together and what the North Star for the foundation is, quality of life in Southeast Michigan, all those things make our region stronger. And what I love is kind of the theme of the conference. You know, when you have better quality of life in our region, then you have businesses in the region and the state can attract talent, and they can retain their talent because people want to live here, they want to work here, and they want to play here.
Great. So we're going to have folks in the audience with microphones. If you have a question, raise your hand, and they'll find you. Let me ask one more before we turn to the audience questions. To me, this is the elephant in the room. The public funding scheme is changing. And so many of these projects are heavily publicly funded. What's your biggest fear in this environment of keeping this kind of work going?
The unknown, right? I think, so for the Joe Louis Greenway team, we've done some risk assessments of some federal funds. And I think if we had a rubric that we could use to evaluate and to understand, that would really help us to plan. And I think the biggest challenge that we have is the unknown. How do we really understand the risk of one funding tool over the other one? And so that's really big. We want to do big things for community, and we need our elected officials to really dial in on, I think, a shared value that public space is important. It's a critical asset for our communities, for our residents, for our overall health and wellness, and when we talk about the quality of life. And it's really not something that we should be negotiating at this very critical point where things are very all over the place, right? One place that we continue to see people be able to go to is their park, their local park, their trail, to take a walk or to walk their dogs or to do things like that, or to recreate or to participate in an activity. I mean, think if you took away all of the soccer fields or the sports fields or the lacrosse fields or the basketball courts that were publicly funded, especially in a time where a lot of these programs are not being funded in schools. So really the unknown for us is a challenge.
I think for me, it is the fear of losing the collaboration that we've built up over the last few years. When there's a scarcity of resources, folks look inward, right? We're like, what do we need to protect for ourselves? What do we need to protect for our community? And I think over the last couple of years, we've seen that success in the state of Michigan, success in the city of Detroit requires continued collaboration. So when we talk about the Strategic Neighborhood Fund, it is a public-private partnership, and that's real. I have some good friends. I worked at the city, and some good friends who are in the room now who, if not for that partnership from the public side, of them committing to the planning for these neighborhoods, committing to saying, hey, we have resources that we can use to leverage and expand the dollars that have come from foundations who have supported our effort within these neighborhoods. We need that collaboration to continue. And that's the thing that I fear the most, is that we'll start looking inward and saying we need to save ourselves, as opposed to saying we need to collectively save each other, because that means that we're enhancing the city, we're enhancing the neighborhoods, and overall we're enhancing the state of Michigan.
I would echo that. The partnerships that we see between the leaders that I mentioned earlier and the leaders in state government at the Department of Natural Resources, the Department of Transportation, yes. MEDC, all the acronyms at the state level. If that goes away, something's going to be lost. We're not going to be able to build these things. But then it goes to this next component. Coming out of COVID, everybody saw how valuable these spaces were, and we've seen this incredible influx of funds to make these spaces great. Well, I think the natural question is how do we make sure we take care of these spaces so it's not just when you cut a ribbon on them, but they're there for my kids and my kids' kids.
Absolutely.
And I think there's a tendency, to your point, to kind of go back into your corner and compete for those resources. I think more than ever we need to figure out how to, one, invest in the leaders that are leading these spaces, but then also make sure that the funding is there to take care of them for the future.
Absolutely.
Right. Yeah, I would dive down a little bit more maybe to the tactical level. So in small town Michigan, if we're doing a placemaking project, if we're doing bridge debate trails, that's 8 different communities I have to worry about. I don't have one city to worry about, and I think that's true for a large part of Michigan. So in philanthropy, and I think with our foundation, we're 80 years old, when we have heard from the residents, when we've heard from our constituents, we've heard from our donors and our partners, and if we say we're going to do something, we are not changing our word. We're not going back on it. When we make a promise, it becomes a multi-year commitment to do any kind of placemaking project that matters. So we operate in multiple years. Well, then when you have 8 different cities up and down the coast of the St. Clair River, subject to every single election and them changing their mind, that puts us in a very awkward spot. We have to learn new muscle memory of how we work with elected bodies, right? Preparing for someone to come in and say, I disagree with everything about your foundation, your project, and I don't like placemaking. Mm-hmm. Well, if we haven't rallied the community and the neighborhood and the voices to counter that, the entire project is in jeopardy. That's right. We began the Bridge Debate Trail, so our beginning was 2017, Dave. We're probably still 5 or 6 years away, right? When we make a promise, we're going to do it, but now we have to deal with political realities across multiple communities, multiple elected people. And it's a continuing education. So now, in a smaller, modest organization like ours, how do we find the time and resources to manage political relationships all the time, right? So from a very tactical level, I think it scares us a little bit to say yes to the next thing. There's no big placemaking project that happens in 3 months or 4 months. That does not happen, let alone a fiscal or calendar year. So now I think foundations like mine around the state are going to have to say, we now have to have a new skill set, a new staff capacity to manage political relationships, because we can't go back on these promises. The neighborhood, building those houses along your project, imagine if we said, no, you know what, the election changed and now we're not going to do that. That's just not acceptable. So it's scary at a tactical, strategic, project management level.
But isn't that the importance of when we all talk about our projects, why when we say community, it's not just something to say, right?
Yeah.
You know, I get this question all the time, right? I'm in Detroit, you know, one of my major stakeholders is the city of Detroit, so we know there's a mayoral election. And people ask me all the time, like, what are you know, there's gonna be a different mayor. This is the people's project. And so as long as I am, you know, those are my constituents, they will advocate for this project. When we talk about community engagement, it is so that they can say, next mayor, this is an important project, this is our value. We are expecting you to fulfill on the promise that has already been made. And so when we talk about that change, you know, the continuity for me is ensuring that we are working to serve those residents, those people, those visitors who say, when I come to Detroit, I enjoy that clean and well-maintained greenway that I know that you're going to finish and you're not going to walk away, because we've already invested taxpayer dollars. So we don't get to just invest those taxpayer dollars and those private dollars and those donations from residents that have made the riverfront, right, beautiful, that has made the Belle Isle beautiful, right? We want to make sure that you fulfill those promises, because not only did you put our taxpayer dollars, I then gave more of my money out of my pocket to donate. And so when we talk about community input and the value of residents, that's why. Because I get to say, well, you got to talk to these residents because this is their greenway.
So I'm turning to you for questions. Raise your hand if you have one, and we'll find you here with the microphone. While the microphone comes, JJ, talk a bit about the community engagement process that was put in place for Ralph Wilson Park.
Absolutely. Just to echo what Leona's saying is, you know, that community vision, when it's done right, is really hard to argue with. Those authentic voices that share what they want, and you can't do everything, right? But you have that continued process and that communication where you're talking about whatever restrictions you may have, financial or technical or whatnot, but you're listening. And so for the park in Detroit, and also the one that's being built in Buffalo, they set up the community action teams, where they not only just asked community to come to a room, but they actually then asked those folks to go out to their community and then bring those ideas and that vision back. And it didn't stop after 6 months or 9 months. Mm-hmm. It's still going on. I think the last community meeting that was held for Ralph Wilson Park, which will open in October, was a month or two ago. So it's that continuous process, because a park is never done. A public space is never done. A park is actually probably at its least attractive the day you cut the ribbon. It will continue to grow and continue to evolve. So that community engagement becomes even more valuable in the future.
And even with the riverfront in Ralph Wilson Park, one of the most beautiful things about that was the youth engagement.
Yeah.
And so when you go out talking about there's a bear, right, slide, or, you know, I mean, the kids drew that. And so being able to take young children and incorporate them into that engagement process, so that if we're talking about talent attraction or talent retention, we're building a city for them, right? Because, you know, we're getting older,
yeah.
Right? Getting closer to the grave.
And I can attest to that bear slide. I slid down it last week. And for the big kids, it's great too.
Got to do it at least once. At least once.
So kudos to Ryan and Cassie, the Riverfront team, for that continued engagement. It's been terrific. We had a question over here.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for this panel. I actually found out the hard way that I think the slide at the West Warren Gateway yeah, I think I'm too heavy for it, because I really flew off of it and made a fool of myself, but it was fun. But yeah, so I love all these projects. I'm excited about all of them. But they're big, right? They're grand, they're multi-year, they're really exciting. But I've worked a lot with resident leaders on the east side who can do more with a $3,000 mini grant than like a lot of our larger organizations can do with like these huge investments. And so I think both are important. And so I've been thinking a lot about like how can we invest in these resident leaders who are already investing in public space, and like kind of creating community gardens, building gazebos that people are using for prom send-offs, like all of these other things. So do you have any like examples of like kind of mini granting or like sub granting resident leaders?
Great question. Jermaine, I think this is at the core of SNF.
Yeah, absolutely. So we at Invest Detroit in the Strategic Neighborhood Fund, we started a program called Spark Grants, right? And a part of it was to address that reason, is that usually with these big initiatives, we come in and we're looking for transformational. We're looking for projects that we can all get in front of, cut the ribbon, and then come back, 12 to 18, 24 months and have a big celebration, and then folks tend to forget about that, right? I think when we come into the work of the neighborhoods, you have to start at that ground level and having conversation, because one, what I think is extremely important, especially in this day and age, is for folks to know that the development is for them, right? A lot of times when we talk about the city of Detroit and we're talking about development in the community, folks are thinking it's like, oh, we're trying to attract people from outside, but they haven't started with me. Oh, sorry, with me. And my need is, we want to see this lot beautified right here, or we want to create an urban garden, or we want to be able to have a pop-up of multiple businesses that we know have been operating in their homes for, a couple years, but they now want to try to come out and celebrate those businesses because they're core to that community. So having a fund and having resources that address those types of needs, we work with a great organization, Live 6, we work with East Warren Development Corporation, and those organizations focus on farmers markets. They focus on addressing the needs that exist in the community today. And while at the same time, we can have that grand vision, we can have that grand strategy, and we're moving along, but we're addressing those needs first in community. And so I think if you do both of those things at the same time and you're communicating with the community on a regular basis, then it becomes, this is our project. They're supporting our desires, our needs, and what we want to see for the future of our neighborhoods. And that's the strongest, kind of point that I want to leave you all with today, is that we're all operating in different neighborhoods, right? Some of us as professionals, we work in neighborhoods that we don't live in, right? So for me, the expert is that person that's on the ground, someone like you who's working in community. If I can have that conversation with you and you say, here's the needs, or this group says, here are the needs, it's our duty being in a position, whether it's on the public or private side, if you're investing in a neighborhood, to listen. And that's what we try to do.
Randy, you're balancing this constantly. With your grants.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, don't let placemaking scare you. So again, I think our foundation represents small town Michigan, right? Our first placemaking project came out of a visiting session in 2008, 2009. Who remembers how wonderful those years were, right? They were absolutely horrible. And we had just launched the visioning process, and two of the ideas, Dave, that people wanted to see in downtown Port Huron, that they wanted to see someone invest, was an outdoor fireplace and an outdoor giant chess and checker set. That's all. Happened to be coming out of a wedding reception in downtown Holland. They had a fireplace outside. I snapped a picture. I went home. I met with a donor I could count on. And I said, Donna, I need $15,000 to build a fireplace and $15,000 to build a chess set, because people are desperate to see some tangible thing happen. $15,000, that's all. She wrote me a check that day. Downtown Port Huron today, still many years later, giant chess and checker set, multiple fireplaces. You can do small things, but it gets back to showing hope. Let someone demonstrate we believe in our town. Houghton has a beautiful pocket park. K-Pac, Michigan, if you've ever heard of K-Pac, Michigan, we funded $40,000, built a pocket park in K-Pac. To downtown K-Pac, that is transformational, because it was their idea. They originated it. We just came alongside them and said, we believe in K-Pac's vision. Let us help make it a reality.
Great. Another question here.
Good afternoon, and I want to thank the panel also, but I also want to thank the Wilson Foundation, because one of the things that the Wilson Foundation has done, number one, we have the #1 river walk in the country, but number two, when you saw challenges, you rallied the nonprofit community and the corporate community, which we all know, we don't need to talk about what happened. Is Wilson Foundation, will they take the lead as JLJ, Joe Louis Greenway, and Invest Detroit are concerned about loss of federal dollars, to do that same rally cry amongst the nonprofit and corporate community to ebb that, to fill that gap that we see, because we see the benefit. Look at what you've done in 10 years. So that, I guess my question is, I hate to put you on the spot, we still need you.
Well, thank you for the question. And I think that first and foremost, there's been hiccups, whether you talk about COVID or you talk about what happened on the riverfront. The thing that I'm most proud of and to be part of is whenever we've had one of those hiccups, our trustees have stepped up. And through COVID, I can remember a conversation, what do we do? How do we react? And the answer was we'd double down. And I think that's an important message. The challenge the reality is we're a spend down and we've only got 9 years, 7 months and a few days left. I think we continue to look at those gaps, how we fill them, how we support them, but we're also thinking about how we support these public spaces. As we make these grants to build the spaces, the trustees are dedicated to putting at least 20% away in endowments to make sure we can take care of. That won't solve all the problem, but at least there's a baseline to take care of these spaces. I think we're now north of $50 million in endowments just in Southeast Michigan for these spaces, like the Joe Louis Greenway, like the riverfront, and to keep these trails across the region set. So we can't solve everything, but I think that the spirit is there to do as much as we can in the time we have.
Right. If I can jump in on that one too, JJ, we're only as good as the grantees on the street and the people in the community that are rallying. We don't do anything. We have the privilege of being able to write a few checks. When the riverfront issue happened, there wasn't a day missed of activity on that riverfront. That staff rallied every day. And there wasn't an event missed. If you weren't reading the newspaper, you had no idea there was a problem because they didn't miss a beat. And so as we entered this very tumultuous moment where funds across the full sector are somewhat in jeopardy, we can only be as good as the grantees and the community members trying to rally. And we have limited resources. So you've hit one of my fears that what is philanthropy's play at this moment when the gap is so wide? Because there's just not enough money to fill the gaps that are coming. And how will the communities rally and how do we help empower that? And we're working through it. And I know, Jermaine, you're seeing this in your work too, in many ways. There's going to be impact. How are you ready to handle it?
I think it goes back to this piece around the Joe Louis Greenway as well, which is being able to have your work grounded in community gives us the opportunity to also go back when the news is bad, right? A lot of times we think of community because we want to hear the positive input. But, working in the city of Detroit, if you're doing something wrong, somebody's going to tell you, right?
That's right.
And in the community, you want that. If you're serious about this work, you want to have a relationship that goes both ways, right? And so when the news is bad and folks are saying like, we need this address, why is this happening? We've been able to build up, trust through working with community organizations. We have, community leaders that we're in contact with on a regular basis because I'm not on the ground 24/7, right? And so being able to have that trust and being able to go back and talk to the folks who are directly impacted by our work and get the bad news along with the good news is extremely important to this work. And I think that the leaders who have seen a lot of success, and like Liana here, around the work that we've been doing, is that we're willing to have that exchange, right? You're willing to have that exchange. And because of that, whether the news is good, whether the news is bad, you have to be consistent in how you're showing leadership to the community and how you're receiving their input. They might curse at you, they might raise their voice, all of those things, but I look at that as the passion and the love of representing their community and protecting their assets, right? Protecting what they have weathered the storm with, especially in the city of Detroit, a lot of these neighborhoods that we went into had not seen investment for 15 or more years. Imagine a year into that, the first year somebody says like, hey, we're going to come in and we're going to revitalize your neighborhood. Do you know how many times folks have heard that message from folks who never followed through? So that's why it's important to have those micro grants. That's why it's important to think of not only the large transformational projects, but those projects that are in between that make a real difference in the lives of people every day. And so that's how we're trying to address it. Are we perfect? Absolutely not. But that's why you create that feedback loop so you can know where you need to step your game up or where you might be leaning in a little too far.
I just need to jump in and say something to the question of, how's philanthropy leaning in to support if there's going to be, the loss of federal fundings. I'm the one with the heels on, and I need us to buck up and fight back.
Hey, let's do
right?
it.
Like
Absolutely.
we cannot just lay down because of the current political climate. Right? We cannot just say, well, there are going to be dollars that are just going to be drawn back here and then we just have, no, we need to continuously, as a collective, as a group, say we are not going to accept this. Like we need elected officials, we need, foundation leaders, philanthropy leaders, leaders of corporations to continuously say that this is not our value. This is not how we want our country to be. We do not want to sell off our public spaces. We do not want to negotiate on these things. And so my different take is like, take the gloves off, like pull your earrings off, get the Vaseline out on your face and get ready. Because we all need to continuously know that we can't continue to let them push us further and further towards the edge of the cliff, because at a moment we're going to be in the water drowning.
Great. Those of you wishing to support Leona's campaign, send your contribution.
Line up in the back.
That's right.
Sign me up.
Go ahead. Did you have?
No, I said sign me up.
Oh, yeah. He's going to write the first check. Was there another question? Great.
Yes, hi. First of all, thank you for all that you guys do. I will say that I'm in the Port Huron market, and the idea of the sustainability of these projects, I think, is incredibly important. One of the things, though, that I also think is difficult to do, and I would encourage you to do, I have a group of radio stations that work with Randy quite often on some of the things that go on in our area, but I'm sitting here next to our Convention and Visitors Bureau head. I really do think that communicating clearly with your media partners, expecting them, to be able to share that messaging is really, really important. And I just encourage you to do that, because I think in our world, it's like, well, what can we do to remove roadblocks? How do we make it possible for people that don't live in the neighborhood that you might be affecting know how important it is that these projects are going on, and how do we share them in meaningful ways through pictures, videos, all these things that can really be assets to you all. And I think it helps to fight that fight as well. So I guess it's not much of a question, but just encouraging you to have that relationship. We all want to have that. So
Thank you, Scott. Let's explore that one a little bit.
Yeah.
Are we gathering enough data on the impact of this work to tell a compelling story? And are we telling the stories that also are so personal about people that people are moved emotionally by it? Are we doing enough to start this kind of storytelling campaign that's going to be necessary?
I would say we could do more, but we are where we are, right? The recognition of there is a need and a desire for constant communication with residents in a way that might not have existed in the past, right? So for us, when it comes to telling the stories of the neighborhood, we ground it with the residents, we ground it with the small businesses, and we interview them. We talk to them about the impact. We talk to them about how well this is going or how well it's not going, to get that type of feedback loop. And I think somebody who's done that really well, and I'm gonna give you credit, Leona, is the Joe Louis Greenway Partnership. They've been outstanding with their social media approach. And so I've kind of copied a little bit of that just to say it's like, because the way that you can tell stories is in that visual way, right? There are folks who, we all learn differently. And so being able to have the audio, being able to have the visual, being able to have a combination of those things and make sure that it's centered around, not me, because you probably get tired of seeing my face, but around folks who are in the neighborhood. Because what ends up happening is folks may see me downtown and, they might see me in the neighborhood at an event or these types of things, but that resident, that small business, they're gonna see them almost every day. And so why not have those folks who are closest to this work, being impacted by this work, being the folks who are communicating? And we have to be intentional about telling those stories. And so we've attempted to do that.
And are you gathering data, Jermaine?
Yes, and we are gathering data as well. And I think that's the other critical part of this discussion is being able to have data partners who understand the neighborhood level type of work. It's not all communities are created the same, not all have the same issues. And what we've learned is when you talk about redevelopment, not all communities are starting in the same space. We had communities that, may have not seen investment for 15 years, and we had some communities that were on the, what we call kind of like on the bubble, so to speak, where they've seen investment, but now they're seeing a downturn because residents may be leaving for one reason or another, or some businesses closed, or you have a plant closed, and those types of things. And so to be able to have the data in real time that tracks, what is the impact that we're having on jobs? What is the impact that we're having on the housing piece? What is the impact that we're having with the increase in small businesses and jobs that are being operated within our footprint is extremely important, because if the narrative doesn't match the data, then what are we doing, right? And so we need to make sure that we're being honest, we're being upfront and transparent as much as we can with the work that we're doing.
I would add to it, maybe a little bit of inside baseball with the foundation right now is that we're looking at our evaluation for this work. Yeah. And it's really easy to measure number of miles, number of dollars, number of users. But what we wrestle with, and I think it's right in line with what you're talking about, is how do we come together on what those data points are, and how do we empower our grantees to actually gather that data, and we're all telling a similar story, because if we do it based on our investments and then we go away, what good is that? But how do we work with our partners to gather that data and tell those stories to make the nonprofits and the leaders that are doing this work on the ground even stronger as we exit the market?
If I could, be the person to say that as a nonprofit leader, data gathering is a position, right? And so, that's a staff position. Mm-hmm. And it is so vital and critical to all of the work that we do. If you apply for federal grants, you've got to have tons of data. They want lots of reporting. For annual reports, marketing, the social media, that's a person, that's not me. That's somebody who is paid to do that. And I think the important thing for nonprofit leaders is, when we talk about capacity building funding, it has to be like capacity across the board, right? The capacity to tell the story. The $20,000 that it might cost to hire the videographer to record that footage and get those people out there and to do all of that stuff and to edit it and to post that 2-minute video, right? I mean, those are actual tangible dollars that and many of us nonprofits are really so focused, because oftentimes what we see from funders and philanthropy is the program. Yeah. So how does the program, but we got to market that program. We have to advertise that program. We got to do flyers. We got to do door to door. We got to, do all of the things. And so it's so critically important for, I would love to see like a nonprofit philanthropy like training program, right? Where philanthropy like gets to get in there, and to understand the commitment of teams. So I tell my person like, hey, you got to run the program, but I need you to walk around with a clicker and like capture the data of everybody. And then I need you to go back and then ask everybody all of this information. And then we got to send out a post-event survey. So all of that is a position. And we need, I think Wilson is in a great position to do that, is to say, funders, you got to really understand what it takes for these nonprofits that are 3 people to capture, to collect, to analyze, and to then narrate all of the work that they're doing. Because for us, we talked about yesterday, 15 million visitors between all 3, like the Joe Louis Greenway was like 100,000 people at that, so, right? But we're in there, and we want to be able to capture and collect data, because that's the impact. But that is an actual person, position, paid staff, that's benefits, that's all of those things. And so we need to make sure that we're talking about how do we tool up nonprofits to do it effectively, so that the narrative that we're sharing is absolutely value added.
See, I'm so glad there's another funder up here. I'm really glad there's another funder up here. So why aren't you funding this stuff, Randy?
Good transition.
So another question back here.
Thank you. Hi, Dr. Elena Jackson, Managing Director of Global Detroit. I want to put out there initially, I'm fully biased. I'm a big fan of Jermaine Ruffin and been following his work for a long time. And,
as am I.
Tell you the truth about it. And because of that, I'm
Appreciate
really
you,
familiar
sis.
with his work since the city and less familiar with the breadth and depth of everybody else's work. And so some of this you may already be doing, and if so, I'm happy to hear what steps you've taken. If not, I'd like to plant the seed on two things. So at Global Detroit, we believe that immigrant inclusion is an economic development strategy and a pathway towards prosperity for all Michiganders. We do neighborhood level work in some of the neighborhoods in which you all are working, and there are two things that we've come to understand. And as a Black woman, I understand this first one intimately, experiencing it every day of my life, which is invisibility. I am often hiding in plain sight. I can be in front of a person and they not see me. And what I have learned is that in our immigrant communities, that is often the case for them. They're in neighborhoods. In some cases, there's rapid immigration into Detroit neighborhoods. Yep. And in some cases, these are communities that have been there for generations. And we don't know, we don't see them, we don't hear them. They're in their own little enclave of a cultural and language bubble. And so I'm curious about what efforts have been taken to make visible those who have been historically invisible in community engagement work, because these are our neighbors, our family, and our friends as well. And they're gonna come to the picnic with tacos, churros, kebabs, and everything else, and I want all of it. So I'm curious about how in this work the engagement is leaning into invisibility and voice of communities that sometimes we forget about.
Go ahead.
Second part of the question is, what we've learned at Global Detroit is social cohesion is a pathway towards community resiliency. And there are often anti-Black and anti-immigrant biases that come to play when you bring people in a room together to come to do this work. We've learned through contact theory of some ways to address these biases and bring people together to support this work in ways that are sustainable. And I'm curious if you've all experienced any tensions that you've had to navigate around social cohesion and what you found to be successful, and want to offer myself up and Global Detroit up as a partner in that work if you are encountering it and haven't yet figured out a pathway through it.
Great, thank you for those questions. So let's start with the second question first. Are you seeing tension with folks who are not trying to be inclusive, who are indeed trying to be exclusive, and how some of the planning is coming together?
I can take that. I would say, I don't think that we're seeing it from people who are intentionally trying to be. What I would say is that when you think about how urban planning has really segregated neighborhoods in specifically the city of Detroit, and then talking even more specifically about the Joe Louis Greenway, again, there was a train. That train separated neighborhoods, and then over time, that separation became cultural, language differences. And even in the Black community, the Black people lived on this side, didn't interact with the Black people who lived on the other side. So I think that there was a little bit of a thought that once we built the Greenway, removed the rail line, cleaned up the trail, all of the debris is there, we're gonna build a greenway and a park, and it's all gonna be kumbaya, everybody's gonna come together, it's gonna be beautiful. I'm gonna tell you that's not the case. As we continue to do community engagement within, and I'm just gonna talk about this particular set of communities, what we did find is that there was a great deal of tension between legacy Black residents and legacy Hispanic and Latinx residents in the community because they just did not interact with each other. There was just, I'm in my neighborhood and I live here, and I'm in my neighborhood and I live there, but now everybody's coming together in a park. And we've begun to see it even in terms of talking about, what does the, future economic development strategy look like? Do we want more affordable housing? Do we want infill? Who's getting opportunity? Who's not? We absolutely began to see that. And so I would just say, yes, I do want to connect with Global Detroit. We actually met a couple weeks ago at New Lab. But I would love to talk to Global Detroit because there is some really deep work that has to be done that's more than about the physical place, but that's about the true reconnection of these social connections that have been severed over time. So just building the Greenway didn't just put that back together.
Right. Randy, this is not exclusive to urban centers.
No. I mean, the analogies between Detroit and Port Huron are deep. I think if you ever get in the place where you're comfortable and you think you are doing things really well, you're probably not, right? I think the times we made our biggest mistakes as a funder, Dave, when funders lead with an idea, or there's the perception that we're leading with the idea, that's a problem, right? And it has come back to bite us. Our Latino Hispanic population, our Black community, our Native American community, most of the times they are invisible. So I think we always have to pause ourselves and make sure we always remember we're probably not doing enough to root it in the community. You may think you are, but I think we need to remind ourselves we're probably not, and let's circle back, let's go back a few steps, because it has come back, and we have heard criticism, and justifiably so, right? So if you ever get too comfortable, for those of you in small town Michigan, look in the mirror and say, all right, what have I forgotten? Who have I forgotten doing the work?
So let's shift to the first part of the question, which was, what are you doing to assure that you're gathering everyone who should be there? And JJ, let's start with you and tell the story of the 190 in Buffalo and the two sides of the freeway and how the park, how the Ralph Wilson Conservancy has worked on that.
Absolutely. It's been an interesting journey over 7 or 8 years now with that conservancy that didn't exist. But having that authentic voice, what we learned very quickly through what's called the Imagine LaSalle campaign is some of those voices were not being heard. And we started with this idea of, similar to Detroit, 20 or 30 acres. Now that vision is 100 acres, and it includes a bridge to cross the I-190 that's now in place so the Lower West Side community can actually access the park. But you had very different communities on either side. And you had one that really wanted access and wanted a bridge, and literally the other one wanted a wall for other reasons to prevent folks from accessing the park. And you heard that from the community. And I think for us, is being somewhat of an honest broker as a funder to say, it's not just the loudest voice. We have to stop, we have to listen and work with the city, work with the nonprofit partners in the Conservancy to make sure we're getting as many voices as we can. There's the Waterfront Elementary is on the other side of the 190, and I can picture it in my mind, all of those meetings that we used to attend, translated into 10 or 12 different languages to make sure you're hearing that. There's pieces of that park that will be developed with the amenities that the folks in those communities, the immigrant community, wants in that park. Because the idea of, I think the Riverfront Conservancy here does it well too, welcoming to all. That's easy to say. It's very hard to do. And back to my kind of original point, the leaders that are in these spaces, I mean, that's the charge that they have, is make sure they're listening and gathering that information and reacting and then going back and doing it over and over and over. It's never done.
Right. I know, Jermaine, this doesn't happen in strategic neighborhood fund neighborhoods in Detroit. Everybody feels welcome all the time.
And I'm so glad that Dr. Jackson asked the question, because it gives me an opportunity to kind of highlight something that I've been seeing more of, which is, this also exists on a state level between urban and rural. And being here on the island, having these conversations with folks, everybody's passionate about where they're from. If folks know me, some of my friends, if you're watching, one of my favorite songs is called Where I'm From. It's a Jay-Z song, you'll love it. But what essentially it is that in any community that you go into, folks are going to want to know, where are you from? Mm-hmm. How do you relate to our story? Are you listening to what's being said? And I think that usually these initiatives, and I'll say with ours, when we went out into community, we're looking at the community as a whole, as opposed to those folks who make up the community who may have a different culture, may speak a different language. And so you have to go back and reevaluate to make sure that not only are you introducing yourself to those cultural organizations, to those folks who are in community who represent people, because if you're not from the neighborhood, then you need a pass of some sort, right? That's just the reality. It doesn't matter where you're from. Is that you need somebody who's going to help you navigate the space and show you around. And you can't do that in an exploitive way. You need to do that in a way that's genuinely building relationships and thinking about not only the success of your project, but the long-term success of the people that you're serving. And to me, that is one of the most important pieces of the work, and something that I try to keep in the back of my mind every day, because at the end of the day, this is legacy that we're talking about. Some of these things that we're going to see in our lifetime, and some that we're not. And I want to be just as passionate about those things that I'm not going to see, that are not going to impact me directly, because I know it impacts the lives of those people that we're serving. And so, Dr. Jackson, thank you for the question. And I think that's something that we all need to lean into a whole lot more.
Right. So let me try to bridge the gap now between that inclusion, the building of neighborhood, the engagement of citizens, and this issue of advocacy around making sure public dollars continue to flow, whether that's maintenance or capital build. Are we doing enough? I mean, it's one thing to storytell and get to the media and take our data and push it out, but if it's pushed through your institution, is that enough? How do you empower the neighborhood to hit on the elected officials?
I think it's, I think Liana made a comment earlier about like the community represented and basically holding the neighborhood down in this situation. And I think being able to have genuine relationships gives you that kind of opportunity to navigate when stresses are taking place. But I do think that there's an opportunity that exists for foundations and nonprofits to look at this opportunity during this time where the federal government is removing funds and is up and down almost every day, to think about how are we building the capacity on the grassroots level, right? How are we building the capacity with CDOs? How are we building the capacity with those frontline service organizations who we know in the worst of times are always going to be there to step up because they care. Their mission is different than ours, right? But if we listen to them and we're able to kind of put funds and put supports, whether it's technical assistance, whether it's training programs to help bring out those servant leaders, those community leaders that exist in every single neighborhood that we're all working in, that makes our job easier down the line, because now it doesn't just sit on Invest Detroit. It doesn't just sit on the Joe Louis Greenway Partnership or any of the foundations. It sits on everybody. And we have folks who are actively every day working to push the line in communities. And so that would be my suggestion, is that capacity piece, and that could mean funding. I know folks kind of lean that way.
It does.
And it does. But there's also this component of the leadership capacity building and the supports that are needed to make sure that an organization is successful. How are we helping them with their accounting? How are we helping them with their operations? How are they helping small businesses who are in these areas who might not have, legal representation or accounting, and they're struggling, but they make some of the best cheesecake in the world, or they sell the best, colognes and perfume, like whatever your small business is, you have to connect all of those things, because that's what makes community.
If I could jump in, a couple things that come to mind is, I think as opposed to looking at the role of, maybe philanthropy, and I'll just kind of look at it from that lens in terms of empowering and saying our role is to remove obstacles, right? And just maybe look at it and say residents have power, right? And if we remove obstacles, then they can leverage and utilize their powers. And so if our role is, okay, what is the obstacle, and let's use our resources to remove that, then residents are already empowered. They already have the ability to do that. It is the obstacle that they can't move that's in the way. And so I would just kind of shift that narrative to say that, residents can do it. They just have obstacles that they're unable to remove. And if we have resources, resources are financial, that helps to remove obstacles. And then the final thing is investing in talent. I heard a TED Talk a while ago that talks about the difference in how corporate invests in their leadership talent and how philanthropy invests in nonprofit talent. And if we want to continue to have great leaders and recruit great leaders to run great nonprofits, we need to be able to have leadership development at executive director level. And that needs to be something that is not looked at as a nice to have for nonprofits, that is a need to have.
Absolutely.
Right. Randy, you and JJ are in a little handcuffed on the advocacy question. But what are you seeing that you'd hold up in terms of how to start having conversations with either in the grantees or with people in the community?
Yeah, and you can't get away from the fact, though, that, Dave, every day as a community foundation, we have to worry about hungry kids, literacy and child abuse and everything else literally today that my team has to worry about. I think what we have to do, though, is in our region, we do have a group called Blue Meets Green that I think is going to have to get more into politics and advocacy and educating with data and stats, because then that's the business community as well as the neighborhoods. It's the schools as well as the philanthropic sector. And I think we're going to have to build on the muscle memory of that organization. But again, you better be addressing as much as you can, or making sure they understand you care about feeding their kids, after school care, right? Summer recreation. You can't separate it. So you have to be all in.
JJ?
I just think it goes back to leadership, and when you have those folks in those roles, the community wants to be heard, right, wrong, or indifferent. There are good things, there are bad things, and given the avenue to have that conversation and try to solve problems, you can't solve everything.
Yeah.
But if you're listening and you have that authentic relationship that you mentioned, it makes these spaces so great.
Great. We're unfortunately out of time. We could go the rest of the day, but please help me thank this great panel.
Yes, I love listening.
From Delta Faucets to Behr Paint, Masco Corporation is proud to deliver products that enhance the way consumers all over the world experience and enjoy their living spaces. Masco, serving Michigan communities since 1929.
Support also provided by the Cynthia and Edsel Ford Fund for Journalism at Detroit PBS.
The DTE Foundation is a proud sponsor of Detroit PBS. Through our giving, we are committed to meeting the needs of the communities we serve statewide to help ensure a bright and thriving future for all. Learn more at dtefoundation.com.
We help organizations find their voices through what they do and who they impact. We are VVK PR and Creative, a Detroit agency telling the stories of critical issues affecting the big picture and the small moments. Stories at Skyline Heights and on-the-ground influence. We lead with relationships first, solutions always, and with diversity as our compass. VVK PR and Creative.
Nissan Foundation, and viewers like you.
Welcome back to the desk. Momentarily, before we head into the next session, in just a moment, we are joined by Samantha Schreiber. She is politics correspondent at MERS. Samantha, thank you for joining us for just a very quick preview of what you are hearing about road funding discussions.
Zoe, well, thank you so much for having me. I think one of the beautiful things about Mackinac Island is that we are on a carless island, but we're still talking so much about transportation
talking about
funding.
Transportation on Mackinac.
So I think one of the hottest topics, if not the hottest topics in Lansing right now, is establishing a future long-term road funding plan. Both the governor and House Republicans have a shared vision that any state taxes you pay at the fuel pump need to go toward roads and bridges and infrastructure improvements. The Senate Democrats, I talked to Senate Majority Leader Winnie Brinks. She is a Grand Rapids Democrat in the state legislature. She has indicated to me that Senate Democrats are working on their own road funding plan to put in the mix. And the way she describes it is that it needs to be a Venn diagram, one that House Republicans like, the governor like, and Senate Dems like, which also, to her perspective, means tightening up on government spending, but also needing to create new revenues for the state. And that's where things get a little controversial.
Right. I mean, Samantha, one of the things that's interesting is like everyone agrees, right, that roads need to be fixed. Everyone agrees that there needs to be a road funding solution. And in fact, House Republicans, the governor, they pretty much agree on the amount of money that's needed. All of them are saying about $3 billion.
Yeah.
But it's the actual how they get to that $3 billion that's sort of in the crosshairs.
Keep in mind, we pay a 6% sales tax when we go to the fuel pump. And the sales tax revenue in Michigan, it goes toward the school aid fund for education. Education's a hot topic as well. It goes toward local government revenue sharing. Your municipalities look forward to that money as well. So you can bring that tax money to roads, but what's going to backfill all of the other stuff?
Right.
So there's the question, can you sustainably do that just by cutting things in the current budgets that we have? Or do you have to create a new tax, a new fee, a new fine in order to create new money for the state?
Right. And we should note, none of this is happening in a vacuum because there are still negotiations about the overall state budget happening.
Yeah, what's going to happen to Medicaid?
Yeah.
And that's a congressional decision that people are looking out for. I think when it comes to roads, though, I talked to Richard Zuba with Glenn Gariff earlier at the beginning of this press at this event.
Yeah.
And he talked that people agree that the roads stink in Michigan. And they have all
That's
their
one thing everyone can agree
They have
on.
all their different theories why.
Yeah.
But no one really wants to pay an extra tax, an
Yeah.
extra fee to make roads better. I mean, do you want to pay a higher tax? Do you want to pay? I don't know if you do Zins, nicotine products, food, whatever it might be.
Right.
There's a lot of questions. How do you create new revenue for a state, especially in a time of economic uncertainty? Everyone's kind of clutching their wallets right now.
Yeah.
Can you not controversially create new revenue for our state at this point in time?
Right, and we should note that, where Matt Hall, the Speaker of the House, has basically said no new revenue. Governor Gretchen Whitmer, when she came out with her plan, had some ideas for new revenue, but it was a little amorphous. One of it was a tax on big businesses like Amazon and online purchases. Another one was one that, always gets a laugh in Lansing, which is the pot for potholes, right?
Yes.
There's some increased tax on marijuana to go towards road funding.
And Senate Majority Leader Winnie Brink, she has gone on the record that if they're going to do a road funding plan, there needs to be new revenue in the equation. House Speaker Matt Hall, I don't think he has any appetite for that to be a part of the equation.
I think that is a fair statement. Samantha Schreiber with MERS, thank you for the time. We are headed back now to the main stage.
Of BAMF Health, Anthony Chang. Chief Executive Officer and co-founder of StockX, Greg Schwartz. Co-founder and Chief Executive Officer of Opener, Andrea Wallace. Chief Executive Officer and co-founder of Ticker, Walter Ward III. And to moderate the conversation, please welcome the Chairman of the Board of Directors at Huntington National Bank, Gary Torgo.
Everybody ready?
Yes, sir.
Great. So first, thanks to Sandy and Peter and the organizers of the Policy Conference, and of course Kresge for sponsoring today's conversation. We have 4 amazing people here. It's going to be a great opportunity. What we're here to talk about today is finding new areas of growth and innovation for the great state of Michigan, and to really understand how great new companies are coming up and what we can do as a community to support them. We're going to hear from some very accomplished panelists. I'm going to introduce them in a minute. But just to give a little context, recently Business Leaders of Michigan, which I have the honor to chair, and Jeff Donofrio is the CEO, has created an innovation economy scorecard. And what we have learned is that Michigan, as you know, probably better than anybody, ranks number 9 in research and development in the country, with universities and companies investing very deeply in new ideas. They also highlight the depth of engineering talent, growing venture capital, and regional hubs as an asset for our community. States like Colorado and Utah have been successful in using innovation, and Michigan is catching up, and it is really catching up very much because of the 4 of you. So let me give a quick introduction, and then we'll jump into some questions. First, let me introduce Dre. Hello, Dre. Good afternoon. Dre is the Chief Executive Officer of a wonderful company called Opener. It's a tech platform revolutionizing the live music industry by helping concert organizers discover talent and selling lots of tickets, leveraging artist fan ideas and data. Under her leadership, Opener has grown to support over 800 concert organizers and 12,000 artists nationwide. She is also a professional musician, and if you want to catch her, you can look it up under Super Dre, and she is really, really good, and it would be worthwhile to take a look. She brings a very rare combination of industry experience and entrepreneurial vision to the world of live events. Before she led Opener, she founded Fortify, a now acquired music tech startup, and she built a decade-long career in tech, data science, and innovation. She's really doing amazing things, and we're grateful to have you on the panel.
You heard a few minutes ago Dan Gilbert, who talked about StockX. We have Greg Schwartz with us. Greg is the CEO and co-founder of StockX, a Detroit-based technology leader focused on the large and growing online resale marketplace for sneakers, apparel, accessories, and collectibles. I dare anybody to say they haven't gone on StockX. You're doing a terrific job. Prior to launching StockX, Schwartz co-founded, and served as CEO of Up2 and led digital business and product development at the great Warner Music Group. He has been at the forefront of the mobile applications industry since its inception. He's led design and development for some of the first mobile phone applications that are available in our country. He has lived in New York City before returning to his native Detroit, and he lives there today with his wife and his 3 children. We're thrilled to have you on the panel. Thank you very much. Also, we have with us Dr. Anthony Chang. He is the founder and chief executive officer of a great company called BAMF Health. He's the founder and chief executive. It's one of the world's most advanced, comprehensive center focused on revolutionizing the treatment of cancer, neurological disorders, and more using advanced radiopharmaceuticals and precision medicine. He has spent his entire career developing and building innovative technology and infrastructure solutions to bridge the gap between cutting-edge science and real-world patient care. It's an amazing, amazing company that's doing remarkable things for the healthcare industry. He was recognized by E&Y as one of the top 5 healthcare entrepreneurs, not in the state, but in the United States of America. And he has also been recognized as Crain's Healthcare Newsmaker of the Year. He's one of the most influential folks in our state, and he's a global speaker on many, many different areas of healthcare and the world, and we're thrilled to have you with us, Dr. Chang. Thank you so much. Last but not least, my friend Walter Ward. He is the chief executive officer and co-founder of a company called Ticker. Ticker is a fintech platform transforming the way individual investors connect with the brands they own. In addition to his executive work, he is a great TED speaker and a storyteller, and he's known for great insights on the power of narrative to drive connection, leadership, and lasting change. He has built a career over the last 20 years leading transformation at the intersection of strategy, innovation, and execution. Prior to being the CEO of Ticker, he was BlackRock's Atlanta Innovation Hub leader, and he managed all the business operations for BlackRock in Georgia and the ETF platform and innovation function. He was also the chief of staff of client liquidity at the Silicon Valley Bank. I like banks, so that was really good. Yeah. During one of the most consequential moments in modern banking. We're thrilled to have you with us today, Walter. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's get to a couple of questions. They've given us a short period of time, so we want to give every one of you a chance. So first I'll ask an individual question, and then we'll go into a couple of questions that you can each answer after I've asked the individuals. So, Anthony, let's start with you. BAMF Health announced its expansion to Bedrock's new Gratiot Innovation District in 2024, and you've been located at the heart of Grand Rapids Medical Mile in MSU's Doug Meyer Medical Innovation Building since 2021. As you expand to Detroit and beyond, what signs will indicate for you that the local ecosystem is strong and supportive?
I think the most important thing is going to be the mindset. I mean, what we are starting over here is not just offer another company offer a service. We're actually starting a brand new industry for the medicine and figure out a way how are we going to deliver this type of new medicine, make it accessible, affordable, and as soon as possible to every single patient who need it. Because patient, if every single day we lost lives over here. So the mindset is the most important part I'm looking for ecosystem and also for the partners. The partners need willing to be able to see big pictures and passionate, understand the mission, and also agree with these kind of missions. And if they can see the big pictures and they're willing to take a reasonable risk with us in order to achieve bigger, better goods, and that's those kind of the partners I'm looking for, and in order to make big things happen.
Wonderful.
Yep.
Dre, building a two-sided marketplace like Opener requires a strong value proposition on both sides. In your case, it's both the musicians and the venues. Which have you gotten most right? And that were the connections and partnerships that have helped you to prove this model. Tell us about how you did it and how it works.
Yeah, I think what we got right was, ironically, we have a two-sided marketplace, but like we really focused on our supply side of the market, which is actually not the market that we make money off of out of the gate. We made a decision really early on to not charge musicians for access to performance opportunities. And it was a decision based on sort of just what I know, having that background myself. I kind of knew if you're going to charge musicians, you need to really make sure you're delivering a real value add for them because they're already broke most times. So made that decision early on, and it was a slower burn, but like it's had really good results for us. Like now we've got over 13,000 musicians nationwide on our platform, and not only are they there and really active, but they actually really trust us. So that's a relationship that then we can now, grow a little bit more. And we will have things, that we can monetize later that we can offer them, but focusing, most of our money efforts really on the organizer side, excuse me, just made a lot of sense because that's really coming out of the gate who we were delivering the most value to was, music venues, promoters, music festivals that were operating on razor-thin margins already, but coming up with creative ways how they could cut their advertising spend, but then use the data that we had to help them close their gaps in ticket sales.
Terrific. So they like you a lot. You're finding ways to make them money.
We like them too.
Good. Okay, Walter. Ticker's model for shareholder engagement requires lots of partnerships and with lots of large companies. What's been your experience building those corporate connections from Grand Rapids? And how have Michigan companies been helpful to you in building this business?
Yeah, so it's actually two sides of this. So engaging retail shareholders is something that most executives, they naturally get once they hear it, but we're on the bleeding edge of creating a new market. So initially, the way Ticker was started, it was really a product sector of an investor relations firm in Grand Rapids called Lambert. So our early clients came from Lambert, and all of them were Michigan-based because Lambert is Michigan-based. As we're entering this next stage of growth, it really is about engaging brands in Michigan and outside of Michigan, particularly the heads of investor relations and marketing in these companies that have high consumer-facing brands. So in Michigan, that means brands like the autos, Ford, GM, Chrysler. If you're in investor relations at any one of those firms, please talk to me afterwards. But really getting in those doors of the highly consumer-facing brands has been a challenge. But it's something that we're working through. We have a lot of smaller brands that are more B2B, but we're working to get some of those more consumer-facing brands.
Wonderful, thanks. Greg, StockX grew partly within the Rocket family of companies, as Dan mentioned a few minutes ago, and was one of the first unicorns in Michigan with a valuation of over $1 billion. Pretty amazing what you've built. How has that leadership position shaped how you connect with and reinvest in the innovation ecosystem of Michigan and really the country?
Yeah, look, I think being part of the Rocket family of companies is an absolute dream come true. We started the company, we were sitting right outside Dan's office, and it gave us access to unprecedented amount of resources and knowledge, and not just from Dan himself, who was a co-founder and obviously a dream to get to work with him and learn from him, but you have 100+ companies that are part of this family that all have an interest in helping each other. We call it thread tying. And so when you have that type of community around you, as a young company, as we've scaled, it's absolutely incredible. And I think in terms of driving innovation, it's really about continuing a flywheel. It was Doug Song at a recent, I think, Detroit Chamber event that said, he's talking about success breeding success. And I think Dan is such a great example of that. He calls it for more than profit, call it what you want. It's about investing in the next generation, and I was fortunate that he placed a bet on me, not only with StockX, but a prior idea. And I think what we can do now is try to grow StockX to obviously as big of a company as we can grow, and we have so much opportunity ahead. And we want to do this so that we can continue hiring hundreds of more team members in Detroit, and some of those team members not only are living in the community, working in the community, fueling the economy, but hopefully some of those people are the next entrepreneur, whether it's an idea within StockX or they go on to create the next great business that is fostered and hatched in Detroit. that's the flywheel we need. And we've just been fortunate that Dan and the Rocket family of companies helped fuel that flywheel for StockX.
What's the best bargain today?
The best bargain today? Oh my gosh, there's so many. You can find some great, Jay Cohn's wearing some great New Balances that you can get at a great price on StockX, and Hoka and On. So there's a lot of great things on StockX.
Great. Okay, let me ask all four of you the same question. Tell us about the significant hurdles that you have encountered in your growth journey and how you have overcome them, and maybe a little bit of the Michigan flavor of those as well. And let's start with Walt. Walter, tell us about it.
Yeah, so I would say thematically, the largest hurdle that we haven't necessarily overcome, but it's more of a tension to be dealt with, is this idea of day science and night science. Day science being, how do we build a platform that is highly focused on the humans that use it in the end? And for us, that means people that own stock feeling like actual owners, and we measure that by rewards, recognition, and relationships with those companies. So how do you build a platform that's doing that while at the same time doing the night science, which is making sure we don't burn through all the money, creating the relationships with the investors, our current investors, raising additional funds. Again, if it sounds interesting, come holler at me after this. But that's really what it is. The biggest tension, more than challenge, is the day science that you got to do and the night science. And as a executive, you got to be involved enough in the day science to make sure it works. But strategically, you got to raise your eyes enough to see 6 months, a year down the road what you're going to need and create the relationships and bridges to get there first.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Dre, how about you?
I wouldn't necessarily say we've overcome it, but we are overcoming it. I'm probably the earliest stage company, I think, up here. And I don't know if anybody else out there is also a founder, but early stage funding in Michigan is wild. Ooh. So, yeah. In the early phases of your company, there's just so much that I think living in the Midwest is already unique kind of in itself. And so I think typically what we're trying to do is cobble together this really strange capital stack, like just to jumpstart your company and then also keep it going within that first few years. And a lot of that was literally startup accelerators, pitch competition winnings, grants, basically whatever we could find, like that piece of, not necessarily having, access to a rich uncle that can give you 250 grand to start your business. So, but I think, like I said, I wouldn't say we've overcome it, but working on overcoming it, we've been able to be pretty creative now in how that money is raised. So again, still access to grants, but also started tapping stuff like family offices, which was actually a better fit for us in a lot of cases, than VC. And so, like I said, I think it's just something that, we've just had to get really creative on it, but yeah, it's working so far.
Great. Greg?
Yeah, I think as I look back at the journey, it's really about overcoming a fear of failure is a hurdle that I think all entrepreneurs have to get comfortable with, and we still, within StockX, as a leadership team every day have to get comfortable with. The first couple of startups before StockX did not reach the scale that StockX has. And so as those get to moderate traction but don't get to breakout success, it can be discouraging. And you can wonder, is it me? Is it the business? Is it, what do I do? Should I give up? And I think if you use those opportunities to try to learn from what went wrong and don't let it knock you down, but stand back up and think about how you apply that to the next one, you're going to get stronger and stronger. And I'm glad that we didn't give up after the first couple of startups, and there would be no StockX if we did give up. And then within StockX, we can't be complacent thinking about the scale that we have today within our core business. We have to continue to place bets, even if they are scary, even if they're risky. Failure has to be something that you get comfortable with, because if you're not confident going and tackling it, then you're not going to go and try something new. And so I think just overcoming that psychologically as a founder, as a team at each stage of scale is really critical.
Great. Dr. Chang.
Yeah, I think I totally agree with it. The most important part is actually the mindset. It's thinking about a startup, there's a huge spectrum. There's a new company, started in a brand new just start a brand new business in a known business field. There's a company trying to start a new model in the existing industry, and there's some company trying to start a brand new industry. In this part, is that we're exploring totally unknown. That's where BAMF operated 10 years ago. Think about in 2016, talk about we were gonna start to set up 2 cyclotrons and split the atoms, create radioactive drugs, catch cancer before anybody can do right now, treat cancer nobody can treat right now, and we're going to increase the capacity up to 100 times, increase the variety of the drugs and lower the cost by 100 times. And we're gonna use AI to achieve precision medicine. You're beyond crazy. Remember at that time, we only have iPhone 6. And then we only have a 1 camera behind the iPhone. So the most important part is not technology hurdle, it's not obstacles we actually facing every day trying to figure out things. It's how are you going to communicate this with people, your investors, your team members, with the right expectation, what do you get yourself into in order to explore this kind of new industry. And then so you need to communicate with the people, set up right expectation. Failure is the most common things. It's not gonna be a rare thing, so you need to get used to it. And because this is actually the right component in order for you to figure things out. So the key issue is not trying to prevent failure, it's how are you going to make efficient mistake, to make a mistake faster and learn from your mistake, figure out the answers, etc., etc. So that's the most critical part is community right set and communicate and set up mindset and also build a culture in your team and with your group. And I'm not only talking about your team, it's just your employees and team members. It's including investors, including the partners, including the communities and your team members. And that's the most critical things and the biggest hurdle we overcome since like 10 years ago.
Great. As I mentioned at the beginning of the session, Business Leaders of Michigan has created this scorecard, and it seems that Michigan is growing as a place for entrepreneurs to come, businesses to grow. Can you each tell us, one at a time, how has Michigan been a good place for your business, and what has kept you growing in Michigan and allowing you to remain in Michigan? Walter, would you start?
Sure. I'll say for Ticker, we're very unique, and again, I reference our relationship with Lambert in the very beginning. So having that relationship by default kept us here in Michigan, the clients being in Michigan, but there are tensions, so depending on what day you catch me, I'm either in Grand Rapids, Detroit, or Atlanta, and I'm involved in the startup communities and the VC communities in all 3 of those locations. And there are differences, and to take a hot take, if you will, our state, our region, we really need to froth the market, if you will, at the lower end of the financing for startups at the early stage. It's communicating with the accredited investors who don't know they're accredited, to let them know about syndications, to get them involved in the ecosystem more so than just startups. It's banks saying, hey, we're going to do venture debt in addition to what we do with just commercial banking. And I see glimmers of that in Michigan, and we need to accelerate there because we have plenty of startup pitch competitions and coaching and all that. It is the financing, the capital part at the lower stage that we really need to double click on to keep companies like ours here in Michigan.
Do you see the East and the West Side working well together in that cycle?
From what I've seen, what happens on the West Side and what happens on the East Side, it's almost like 2 different worlds. Like we were joking, okay, where do you work out of? Oh, you work out of what? I've never heard of that. You know what I mean? And that's something that we got to be better at. We got to get that. The coordination of the ecosystem around the state has to become better.
Great, thank you. Ray?
So I think what has kept us here, I'm a Michigan girl, born and raised. I'm from South Haven. That's where I grew up on the Lake Shore. Went to undergrad in Grand Rapids, did grad in Kalamazoo, lived in LA for a while, lived in Detroit, and then came back to Grand Rapids. And so I knew I was coming back, eventually anyway, regardless. And a lot of people have asked, we have an entertainment tech company, so there certainly have been plenty of people who have tried to get us to move, out to the West Coast or the East Coast. And I try to explain to them, because it's something I feel like you don't know unless you have lived here or have been here a lot. Like, Michigan has a very strong creative economy and music industry history. Sometimes those two things don't always get like super stitched together very well, but you know, everybody knows Detroit for what it is. And I always give people the example of like, what would Michigan look like, you know, if a label like Motown had never left, you know, to LA. It would look very different, like quite possibly, you know, instead of, you know, mobility, life sciences, and advanced manufacturing being our things that we're really known for, like maybe that would be our extra other thing, you know, that we would be known for as like one of our biggest exports. And so I think that there's just a lot of opportunity in really building that economy in Michigan, because to me, those are the things that make people want to move to a place and stay in a place. When you hear people talk about places like Austin, Texas, and like why it's so great, nobody is saying because of the job that they got there working for Amazon. Like, no, they're like, we love it because we love the restaurants and we love the live music scene. Like, it's the culture that keeps people in a place. And so I like to think that, you know, we can be a huge part of that, you know, really offering something so that, you know, when kids are studying music, you know, in school, or studying music business in school, or just entertainment in general, that they don't feel like they need to leave. Like, we would like for them to stay. And so I think personally, Michigan is a great place for us in that aspect. It's definitely been harder, you know, to build here probably than it would be to build in LA, but I think it's the right place for us to be.
Great. Greg?
Yeah, I'm biased, but I think, why would you start a company anywhere else? I mean, I moved from New York to Detroit, and I said, I was told the company I was working at the time that I was leaving New York, moving to Detroit to build a startup, and they thought I was absolutely crazy. But why would you build a startup, a high-risk endeavor, in the most expensive, the most competitive, you know, where the odds are stacked against you, literally, when you could come to, you know, Michigan, you could come to Detroit and have all the ingredients. You have access to capital, you have phenomenal talent, you have community, and so for us, we planted our flag here, and I think we've shown that you can create a scaled tech company. And not only does Detroit and Michigan have all of the ingredients, I think one of the ingredients we have that the coastal cities don't have is there's a lot of people that have moved to Michigan to work for StockX, not just because they're passionate about the company, but they're passionate about this mission of being part of the comeback of a great American city. And it's a comeback story that has some incredible momentum behind it. And so when people got on a plane and showed up and saw what Detroit is all about, that was way more exciting for a lot of our early team members to come be part of this than go be the millionth person doing the same thing, trying to create a tech startup in one of the coastal cities. So I think we have all the ingredients. We have some things that only, you know, we have if we're doing this here in Michigan, and we need to lean into it and do a better job storytelling around it.
Anthony, how about you?
Yeah, so I think that when I started this company, and then every time when I try and do fundraising, talk to people about my company, the very first question is always, why Grand Rapids? Why Michigan? And these people is not being asked by out-of-staters. It's all from the people from Michigan. So, I mean, my answer is always, why not Michigan? We have everything we need of a great talent. We have great economic system. We actually have those kind of a mindset willing to support this kind of innovation. People looking for a project willing to support innovation. And in West Michigan, we have a great-hearted people want to help more people make good, bigger things happen. So, I mean, the reason I chose to start in Grand Rapids, Michigan, is literally trying to make an example, like what you said, to prove we have everything we need, and as long as we do it right, we can make bigger things happen. However, I figure, going back to those kind of mindset things, we are curating, encouraging innovation. But right now, I think the things we're lack of is actually the focus on how to scale these kind of things up. I mean, I think as long as you can see people on the stage right now, we are all platform company. Platform companies, the essence is a collaboration, partnership, and we can go really, really big. And we have to go out of one city, one state, and nationwide, even global-wise. But in order to do that, this game is way bigger, and the vision is way bigger, and we need people with we need more bigger risk takers with a shared mindset in order to make these kind of things happen. And I think that's actually a very, very important thing for Michigander to start focus, allowing us to do that. And the second thing is you have to wear in sneakers to achieve this kind of things.
Good. You can buy them backstage as soon as we're done here if you'd like. So we focus at the Chamber of Business Leaders for Michigan, at DRP, and all the organizations that are pushing Michigan. What would you like to have policymakers and business leaders know about what it takes to build a high-growth company here in Michigan, and what should we be doing differently to help high-growth firms like you grow here in Michigan? Greg, why don't we start with you?
Look, I think it's so important that we keep figuring out how to invest more dollars in venture capital, dollars that stay local. I think that, I mentioned marketing and storytelling. We can't have people in Michigan not realizing that StockX is a scaled business and each of our companies are here in Michigan, and these are examples of growth. So I think a huge part of it is going back to, startup marketing philosophy at the government level. I think if you're a young person that is growing up in Detroit or from Michigan and looking to return home, that young person, and this might not be a popular comment today in Mackinac, but they're not interested in headlines around political debate and arguing. They want to be inspired by tech, innovation, a vibrant urban core downtown where they can go out and hang out. And so investments in tech, investments in making sure that our cities are continuing to have density, and Detroit continues on the incredible track it's on. That's what's exciting for the next generation. That's what I think at a policy level we should be focusing on. And a key part of that is really making sure the storytelling is there and that we're amplifying the message.
Dr. Chang?
I think it's the most important part for government is actually dare to be the first, dare to be the leaders. Don't try to look at what other people has done. Think about what we can do for other people to follow. And for a lot of the innovative idea for the fast-changing environment, for tech, for the new business models, how can we create a special district, special zones, special infrastructures, allowing these kind of people with a bold idea, big idea, come here to thrive? The goal is not trying for them to being successful faster. The goal is actually allowing them to fail faster. Therefore, we can actually start to have eliminate unnecessary ideas. Idea won't work, but also can embrace bigger ideas and make sure they start from Michigan. So I think innovation is not just saying, hey, government, we want to encourage innovation. It's your entrepreneurs' jobs. The government itself, from the legislator, from the administration, the government need to embrace this idea and start set a model, do it by themselves too. Together, this will be a very, very powerful machines to build this kind of positive cycles in order to get a flywheel running.
Trey, how about you?
So I think it's a couple things. Not to beat a dead horse, but funding is one of them. And then I think, second is really leaning into our strengths of what we do have here in Michigan. I think from a funding perspective, particularly, again, for early stage, and this isn't so much me just talking about myself and my journey, but I'm also an entrepreneur in residence for an ESO in Grand Rapids called Startgarden. And I meet with founders all the time. So this isn't like an uncommon story, but I think it's really difficult, that first real phase, before you even maybe get to a seed round or maybe before Series A, is a very treacherous time for businesses. And thinking about leaning into the strengths of Michigan, we have some really unique qualities here. We don't brag a lot. We work really, really hard. And I think those two qualities are what make us unique. And we're also Midwestern honest in a lot of ways. And so I think that makes for one, pretty great relationships with investors because they feel like, they can trust us. But I think, really kind of backing that up for, these founders who are coming out of the gate, that first phase of when they're likely maybe they're working another job and also trying to build their business, or like I said, kind of cobbling together, money. All those things take time and they take away from your business. And so I think it would be fantastic to start to think through more from a policy perspective, how we come up with better ways to provide some of that early stage capital so it doesn't all essentially kind of come from one source, you know, like start to get, again, like just get a little bit more creative to really help those founders out, because we don't have a shortage of great ideas here in Michigan. There are really smart people doing really cool things. And I see so many of these businesses, and I don't want those ideas to die on the vine just because of that. You know, like it should be something else, but not just because, you know, they couldn't get $100,000 to do, you know, payroll for a few months, so.
Okay, we've got about 3 minutes left, and I'm going to give you each a chance. So tell me what you could tell a company that is today earlier than where you are today. You've had great success. You're seeing great success. What advice could you give a company that's really struggling at the very early stages to hang in there, stay in Michigan, and continue to grow? Walter?
I'm going to combine questions a little bit. One, on the policy front, 3 quick things. The state should encourage capital entrepreneurship beyond just a startup. People that want to invest, who don't know how to invest, how to do deals. We need to encourage the ecosystem around capital entrepreneurship. We need corporate ecosystem partners. So I spent some time in corporate strategy at Blue Cross Blue Shield. The Blues have this thing called Sandbox, which essentially is their own little VC community that they let companies grow in. We need the state to encourage the corporates to create more of those ecosystems to become the first enterprise clients of these startups. And 3, coming back to encouraging companies to stay in Michigan, one is we need more partnership together. So we need more frothiness. So what I've seen in other states and other cities is that there's a very defined cadence around how people engage with not just themselves, but with the full ecosystem. It could be something like, SVB hosting, Thursday night happy hours that just talk about how to raise money. A bank talking to startups about raising money. It could be simply, Ford doing workshops on how to do business with the automotive industry, right? And promoting that. For companies to stay here, I would encourage them to say, hey, 1, we got to work together, and 2, seek unique ways to finance. So we have an interesting thing in downtown Detroit because we have a lot of high earners. There are a lot of people that are on the bubble of becoming accredited investors, and I would encourage companies that want to stay here to work to create syndication groups to invest in your own companies. If you're going to be in Michigan, you got to do that kind of stuff, because if you're counting on the regular model on the coast, it ain't working. You got to do your own thing here, and I would encourage the frothiness and the doing the syndication thing. So,
great advice.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I don't even know that I would give advice necessarily to somebody else coming along, but I think what I would honestly just like get busy and start making introductions for them, because what I've seen is, like I said, it's not lack of great ideas. It's usually not lack of ingenuity or like willing to do the hard work. It tends to be the network that's lacking. And so I think, warm introductions for people, warm handoffs, being an advocate for those founders in the room, that I think is one of the most helpful things that people can do.
Wonderful.
I'd say just being scrappy. I think similar themes, like start building. I think there's this misconception that you need to follow a conventional playbook and write a business plan and then go pitch for venture capital before someone's even tried to, pitch their idea to a customer, or, just take advantage of. We live in a really unprecedented time right now where a business plan can be written in 5 seconds in ChatGPT, and someone that you used to need 10 engineers and that was going to need a certain amount of capital, and now you can sit down with a tool like Cursor and say, build me this, and have thousands of lines of code spit out in seconds. And this is moving so fast and so quickly that I think, what I would encourage a young person to do is be scrappy, just focus on building, trying to ship that first product, trying to find people that will buy in and join your team to ship that first product, which is more important than the old playbook of writing a business plan, trying to go out and spend all of your time raising money while someone else is sitting behind their keyboard with no experience, maybe building a tech company, and now in today's age, going and building that tech company. And so I think just being scrappy, being relentless, not giving up, and using all the tools that are available to us today to let us go further, faster, is just critical.
Dr. Chang?
5 things, I think. Focus on your goal and trust your teammates. Don't give up. Don't die. Execute, 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 and wearing tennis shoes.
Great.
That you buy on stock.
Can we have a round of applause for 4 great entrepreneurs? Thank you all.
Thank you.
That was great. Great job. That was great.
Please welcome the President and Chief Executive Officer of Corewell Health, Tina Fries-Decker. President and Chief Executive Officer of Carhartt, Linda Hubbard. Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of DTE Energy, Jerry Norcia. President and Chief Executive Officer of Kelly and Chair of the 2025 Mackinac Policy Conference, Peter Quigley. And to moderate the conversation, please welcome Senior Editor of Business and columnist at the Detroit News, Daniel Howes.
All right. So the topic, interestingly enough and appropriately, of this session is managing through turbulent times. Now, in order to frame this, I will say that just last night, the U.S. Court of International Trade found against the Trump administration on tariffs, or many of the tariffs, not all of them. And since we have been here, all of you have been here, another federal court has found against the president on tariffs as well. This has been an issue that has been top of mind for business in Michigan and investment, and all of a sudden we now get it turning on us 180 degrees. What does that mean, Linda?
Well, you know, first of all, I would say that probably all of us that are impacted by tariffs that have global supply chains have tariff war rooms going on and all kinds of teams and crisis teams put together to try to analyze what it means to each of our businesses. And so, you know, as the inputs change, there's all kinds of new scenarios being run all of the time. I think for us, we're just trying to evaluate, you know, try to understand with better clarity where it's going to end. So the idea that things have been paused just creates a bit more uncertainty, more waiting to see, well, what does it look like in the end, so that we can really communicate to our customers and then ultimately to the consumers that would buy Carhartt. So, you know, we're kind of founded on this honest value for an honest dollar, but trying to make sure that we can create a valued, high-quality product at the right price for people that you know, have a certain limit on discretionary buys. It's really important to kind of know what that looks like, and especially in our industry where we're shipping fall product now to be sold in the stores this fall and through holiday, and so trying to predict, you know, what that product might cost as we resupply it in November and December is really unknown at this point.
But when we had a prep call to discuss this, we talked about reshoring and potentially, and now something's recently happened where now all of a sudden it's gone 180 degrees on you.
Yeah, so that would be another piece of information that we just got over the holiday weekend. The president indicated that in agreement with Secretary Bessent that there isn't really an intent to drive the textile or apparel and footwear industry back to this country. So that was new information for us. That's good information to have, because, you know, then my next question would be, and then what will that mean for where the tariffs end up on reciprocal tariffs in countries around the world where apparel and footwear is manufactured. So, I mean, it's just another example of continuing to get pieces of information, and then you're trying to, you know, make some assumptions and connect all the dots, try to get to a good decision. I mean, it's not unlike a little bit what we dealt with during COVID, where supply chains were disrupted and you were trying to make the best decision you could with, you know, 75 to 80% of the information. So I think it just speaks, you know, what do leaders have to do in that time? You have to be nimble, you have to be able to make a call even if you don't have all of the information, because at some point you have to move, and you just try to make the best that you can.
I think that what you're saying, Linda, being nimble is really important. So for healthcare,
You may not think we have so much that are impacted by tariffs, but we spend about $2 billion in supplies. And so that's small supplies like gowns and gloves, and then it goes to pharmaceuticals, and then you get into the medical devices and things like smart pumps or MRI machines. And today, I think 75% of medical devices are manufactured overseas. And we don't know where really the parts are coming from. We are trying to figure out where the country of origin is right now. We only know 13% of our supplies where they come from. It's a trade secret right now. And so we are working to try to figure that out. We're trying to understand that from a political perspective, but also just weather patterns. Because we've seen many hurricanes come through and hit Puerto Rico with Hurricane Maria back in 2017, or most recently Hurricane Helene that impacted North Carolina, that had significant impact on us with the drugs and plastic bags and certain things that we really need for life and death in our hospitals. And when we can't get the supply or the supply that we're used to, then we have to go train our team on how to use a different supply. And when you're providing care to somebody, you want to know exactly how you're using that supply, and it should feel like an old hat to do it. And so to change that requires a whole team to work through that process. And so if we have to change because of shortage, or we can't get it, or because of cost, it adds more complexity into the system, and it really impacts patient care.
Do you see any evidence of your suppliers changing, or there coming American alternatives to maybe a Chinese product that you're getting? I think there's this assumption by the administration that if we just put up these tariffs, then all of a sudden these businesses are magically going to sprout in Iowa or wherever, and you're going to get your PPE from Iowa.
Well, I am from Iowa, but thanks.
No, you're not.
But I call myself a Michigander now. So since the pandemic, we have partnered with our manufacturers and distributors, and they've brought a lot onshore. Some of the basic commodity stuff that can be done. But there's a lot of stuff, again, we don't know where it's being made, that we still need to bring and have that ability. And some of it is very unique things. It could be pharmaceuticals that are made in, I can think a lot of pharmaceuticals are made in India, but the ingredients come from many other countries. You think about an MRI machine. It's like 292 parts. Where do all those parts come from, and how do you put it together? And when you need an MRI, you need an MRI to be able to diagnose what's going on. And patients don't want to wait for a diagnosis. They want to know that that machine is going to work and that they're going to be able to get the diagnosis right away and move on to their treatment. So that is the focus that we have here. So we are working with our partners to really bring things here so that we have some more stability and certainty. But we want to partner with people to understand and have that transparency so that we can better mitigate the risks that are coming forward.
And you think about global supply chains have evolved, have really been built over the last 35, 40 years for so many industries. And to try to rebuild that in a year or 2 years is not realistic, even just all of the components that.
Well, it runs counter to comparative advantage too. I mean, there's a reason that a lot of these products are made in other parts of the world for labor costs and other costs associated with them, and you can't import that into the United States and expect it to get the same product at the same price, right?
Absolutely. And I do think, initially when the tariffs discussions were happening, I think there maybe was some misinformation or confusion from consumers that, it didn't potentially end up as a cost ultimately to consumers for the most part. But now I think that is pretty much understood by consumers. I think actually the regional the chamber actually issued a survey at the beginning of this week that said, yes, consumers get that. They may have differing points of view on whether tariffs are good or not, depending on what the long-term benefits might be versus the short-term pain. But consumers do get that, so I think that message has gotten through. But I'm not sure that all of the costs, I know for certain that the costs associated with even the 10% tariffs that are being paid right now has really made its way all the way through yet.
Jerry, for the last 5-ish years, I mean, electrification has been the thing. It's certainly been the thing in this state and in the bellwether auto industry. You now have an administration that is essentially gutting a lot of the incentive structures, both for producers and consumers. And I'm wondering kind of what you think kind of impact that's going to be on people like you and others, competitors, who are having to provide that service. Are you continuing to put in chargers and address electrification or not?
Well, just to give you a feel for it, a handful of years ago, we were seeing about 1,000 EVs connect to our grid a month. And 2 years ago, that jumped up to about 2,000 EVs a month. And this year, we're seeing about 2,500 EVs a month connect to the grid. So we're still seeing continued connections, but it's not ramping as quickly as everybody thought. It's probably on the lower, like we had a bunch of scenarios, low, medium, and high, and I think we're kind of riding the low curve right now. One of the encouraging things is that there's a lot of really nice products out there that at least the big three have introduced. And,
exactly.
And so they're starting to move more product into the market. So we're still seeing activity, but not as much growth as we had expected. But one area of electrification that is presenting a really significant opportunity in this moment is data centers. They're huge power consumers. Just to give you a feel for it, we're talking to a handful of parties that are really big in the AI space, and they want to build data centers in Michigan. Ever since the governor signed legislation that encouraged data centers to come to Michigan, we've seen a lot of action. And we're hoping to get something done by the end of this year, but it could drive anywhere from 10 to a 30% increase in our demand. And it's going to drive a lot of economic development activity in the state, thousands of jobs, probably for about a decade, because it takes about anywhere from 5 years to a decade to build out these data centers. Then the property tax benefit to the community where they locate, and then just the ecosystem that builds around them, like the technology ecosystem that builds around these data centers, is just incredible. And they want to be very close to metropolitan centers. And if you wanted to see what happens when they move in, like in Columbus, it's just incredible. Columbus, Ohio, it's incredible what's happened when the data centers moved in, the type of investment and growth and high-tech ecosystem that kind of builds around them. So it's something we're really excited about. The other thing we're really excited about is when these guys come in, they're not that price sensitive, so they help fund some of the infrastructure we have to build like to rebuild our grid, for example. They help push bills down so that we can make our products more affordable to residential customers. So there's multiple benefits from this growth, much like the EV growth would have provided a lot of benefit to our customers because they would have driven bills down because they're using more juice on the system during off-peak periods, for example.
How does the regulatory turbulence of this current administration impact a business like yours? I mean, I think we have a good handle on Linda's and Tina's, but...
So the tariffs really haven't had much impact on us. We're investing about $4.5 billion of capital every year to rebuild the grid, build new generation, rebuild some of our gas infrastructure. About 80 to 85% of that is contracted work. It's actually labor, and the balance is materials. So the impact of tariffs on us in the worst case is probably a 1 or 2% impact. So not much of an impact. The bigger impact is the rollback of the Inflation Reduction Act. There was a lot of tax incentives in that package that we would flow right to customers for renewable generation, renewable assets like wind and solar and battery systems and nuclear. That's, as we build out those assets, we're pretty good through 2027 and 2028. But beyond that, it's going to be a big tax increase on utility bills because of this sort of rollback of tax incentives that we're just a pass through. It goes right to our customers. So that's the biggest impact, and it's going to make renewables, if we continue on a journey of renewables, which I think we have to under state law, it's going to create about a 30% headwind on pricing. So we're going to have to find offsets for that sort of thing. So it's pretty impactful once you get into the post-2028 period.
Well, a lot of it seems to redound to the same thing, and that is that costs are going to increase. some of this turbulence for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Tariffs obviously are raising costs. I would assume it's going to raise your operating costs and affect patients potentially.
It will impact patients. And so there's a couple things here. First off, in turbulence is Medicaid. Medicaid is in the House bill. It's being discussed in the Senate bill right now. There's two main elements of that. One is coverage for people who are currently on Medicaid, and the second is the funding for Medicaid. Both impact the state of Michigan. There are, I think it's 30% of people in Michigan are on Medicaid. 50% of kids are covered by Michigan. We all know somebody who is covered by Medicaid today. And even if you don't know somebody, we probably will see it impact us if we don't have Medicaid because of the care. So they may show up in the ER and not have the primary care utilization that they need. They might not be able to work anymore, and so then they're not productive in society. So having funding and having coverage for Medicaid and even the individual insurance is going to have an impact on us. The uncertainty about what is in the House bill and what is in the Senate bill is requiring us to do a lot of scenario planning of what does that mean and how do we do this as we go forward. The big thing I want to make sure we're looking at is how do we attract the right people, the talented people to be here in Michigan? Because we need the top doctors and the top nurses to care for our community. I want to live in a state that is the top 10 in the country. But right now, we are reimbursed in the bottom 10. And we need to make sure that we are paid appropriately, that the funding exists so that we can keep attracting people here so we can do amazing, innovative, provide care and new technologies and new research so that we can take care of our communities and we can be in the top quartile or the top percentile for quality. That's our focus. That's where we want to go. And having that instability harms us in that area.
She walked and set you up really good to talk about people and manufacturing.
Yeah, thank you, Tina. Going back quickly though to the tariffs, we aren't directly impacted by tariffs unless somebody issues a tariff on people. Hopefully that won't happen. Mm-hmm. But we have tens of thousands of customers across the U.S. Mm-hmm. And I could tell you 10,000 or more stories just like the ones you heard from Tina and Linda. Every business, small to global enterprises, are struggling with that. And I think the turbulence is unfortunate because people are grappling with all sorts of new things and trying to figure out. But I think rather than focusing on talent, rather than focusing on making Michigan a Big Ten or top 10 state, we're focusing on non-productive scenario planning, what ifs, what's in the Senate bill, what's in the House bill. And I had a CEO, customer of ours, who said, in his view, turbulence is the new constant. And I think that's a really sort of unfortunate place to operate in because... But
do you think he or she is right?
Well, I listened to the comments you've heard today, and I think we've all heard this week a bevy of concern about the uncertainty and the turbulence and the whiplashing and the pinballing. That's really difficult to operate a business in when you have to deal with the daily. You opened giving us a 12-hour
Yeah, I mean, and
example.
We could be looking at this for another 3+ years of turbulence, moving forward, moving to one side, moving to the other side. I spend a lot of time talking to the auto industry, and they got their own huge suite of issues. When they get some of the tariffs pulled back, there's still a lot of other ones that are still on them. They're looking at the USMCA being renegotiated next year. I mean, it goes on and on and on and on. And they don't seem to be able to get any clarity. One of the questions I'd have for you is there's all this talk from the administration, from the president on down, of bringing and reshoring manufacturing back to the United States. Something tells me we don't have the people to do those jobs if that were to even happen.
Yeah,
what's your take on that?
Yeah, so we have a lot of exposure to the semiconductor industry, so we saw a lot of initial reshoring activities because of the Semiconductor Act, and We saw how difficult it is to find the talent you need to build a fab and to do a manufacturing facility that there aren't a lot of in the United States, that there isn't a talent base that you can draw from. You can reskill, you can upskill, but it takes time to do that. And I think that's what we're going to have to deal with if and when there is large numbers of manufacturing operations being open. But I would say from our experience that when people build new manufacturing, we are a supplier to a company that sells pens to big box stores, and their biggest time of year is right about now because they're short, stocking shelves for the school year. They built a new plant and cut by 80% the number of people that are operating in the new plant. And I think that's going to happen when Steve Jobs builds an Apple. He's going to do it in a way that may very well not need nearly as many people as a manufacturing facility that existed here 10 or 15 years ago. And if that's not the issue, I think the issue of finding people. We have trouble today even finding people that are willing to work in a manufacturing floor for a decent wage, and I don't know that that's going to change overnight when all this manufacturing is coming back to the U.S.
Mayor Mike Duggan yesterday made a whole pitch around education and what he would do if he were elected governor. You talk about not being able to find people. I'd love to go right around here and say, is the fact that Michigan's public education is largely, I'm not going to say exclusively, largely broken, a disincentive and a problem for all of you to find talent in your businesses?
I mean, I was just going to add, listening to you, Peter, about the conversations that were had yesterday and even today around career technical education and just, upskilling people to plants that have more automation and robotics still need a lot of people to make sure that those are running efficiently, effectively, and it's a skill, that you can actually get certification for, and I do think that has a lot of merit, particularly for Michigan. If you look at the fact that we have a higher unemployment rate than the rest of the country, I mean, there's some opportunities that we're not leaning into that we could do a better job of, I think, to provide great wages for people.
Yeah. One of the things I'm concerned about is we have an aging population. We also have an aging population of those providing care to that population. And so we're going to need more people to be caregivers. And so we are doing everything we can to create a bigger pipeline. And we're working with all the universities and colleges and high schools to get more people in there, but we're creating new pipelines. We have 11 new apprenticeships that are coming through. Last year we graduated 80. This year we've graduated 23 so far. One of those people just graduated. She put on a cap and gown for the first time because she couldn't put it on during her high school graduation because it was during COVID. We are helping people connect from an apprenticeship to get a medical assistant role, to then get on to be a nurse, to then go on to something else. So we're trying to really build that pipeline, but it's an learn as you earn program, and it's being really creative. We created our first hiring center because one of the things we found out is that we needed to make sure we were more connected in the community. And when we did that, we had 30 to 50 people show up per day looking for some jobs. And they wanted the one-on-one interviews, and so we did those interviews. Now we have people in the pipeline, in roles that they can then start to earn and learn as we move forward. So it's going to take a lot of creativity and a lot of partnerships to really move this forward. It can't be the same old way we've done it before.
Go ahead, Gary.
Yeah, ours has been really interesting. Like when we think about professional ranks like engineers, accountants, IT, sort of professionals, that's not been that hard because we got great universities that graduate a lot of great people in those categories. Where we've had the greatest struggle is with our trades, like line workers, gas fitters, electricians, tree trimmers. So what we had to do there is we actually got together with a few other corporations and we upgraded trade schools, the Detroit Public School System, for example. Like we completely rebuilt the Randolph Trade School. Like there used to be 100 or 200 students attending that school. And we found the school in pretty significant state of disrepair and also without teachers that were really qualified for the trades that they were training for. So what we did is we upgraded all the assets in that school, and then we supplemented the salaries of the teachers so that we could get like a licensed line worker that had been in the business for 30 years and now wanted to teach his trade to young kids. So that went from a school that took 200 kids in a year to now runs with about 700 kids and is graduating a lot of kids every year. And we also created an adult program at night. So then we went to Breithof and did the same thing. Then the third thing we did is we created a tree trim academy in Detroit. We worked with Mayor Duggan and the IBEW and Focus Hope. And we took disadvantaged kids from neighborhoods in Detroit and the suburbs that needed wraparound services like Focus Hope, our partner provided, where we had to upgrade their reading skills, their math skills, teach them how to come to work every day, how to dress, how to behave. So they go through this boot camp, and then they come to the apprenticeship program with the IBEW. We partner with the IBEW, and we built up these kids to be tree trimmers. And then from a tree trimmer, you go on to become a line worker after 4 or 5 years of
It's good
apprenticeship.
money, isn't it?
$150,000 a year.
Lord knows what those guys do. I shudder every time I watch
well,
them.
the first thing is they got to get over the fear of heights. So that's,
No, I'm talking about reaching over the wires with the big long sheaths on.
Being afraid of heights is worse than reaching over the wires. I mean, if you can't get past the fear of heights, you're not going to make it. So we have.
But are you getting repeat people? I mean, are you getting they filling up once they move through the program? You're getting
like
more?
we bring in about 50 to 100 a year into that tree trim program. So that's one program. Then we got, our best partner in all of this. I think, we've got great partnerships with our unions. About half our workforce is unionized, and the IBEW and the UWUA are the biggest unions that we deal with. And they got very elaborate and professional training programs for their apprentices. So we put in about 100 people a year into our apprenticeship programs. So between the Tree Trim Academy and the apprenticeship programs through our unions, we're not having a problem. Like we used to have a problem about 10 years ago, and because we were losing more workers than we were gaining, and we just didn't have enough apprenticeship programs. And so we built this apprenticeship program. Then the Tree Trim Academy was a home run, because we're also taking returning citizens into the tree trimming program, and that's a wonderful program. I mean, there's some great stories there about people who completely turned their lives around.
Are your peers in other states having to do this the same extent?
They do, because the amount of spending in the utility world, especially the electric business, to rebuild these old grids that were built after World War II, primarily, it's just massive across the country. And the need for skilled trades and construction workers to build power plants, to build solar fields, to rebuild wires and poles and transformers and substations. I mean, it's just the amount of investment in our industry is just skyrocketed. Just to give you an example here at DTE, 10 years ago we were putting maybe $200 million a year into the grid. This year we'll invest $1.5 billion in the grid. So, and that's all people. 80% of that money is people. The beauty of it, they're all Michigan people. So all that money is going back into Michigan. Mm-hmm. So it's pretty cool.
Is public education part of the turbulence that we're talking about here? I'm curious because that's where a lot of these people come from. You bring them into your programs and various things. Is it part of having something you actively feel like you're managing, or there's either a lack of quality or people that aren't prepared for the kind of jobs that you have today and into tomorrow?
I think from our perspective, we just had to get really specific about our needs. We can't, just rely on someone coming out of high school and be able to go into an apprenticeship program. So we had to go a lot deeper and get a lot more specific with schools and actually help sponsor those schools to run the programs that we needed to get the trades we needed. So that was really what we were finding.
Mm-hmm. Same for us. We've just gotten very specific and very connected, and from a partnership perspective. We put out a job shadow on our website. We had 1,000 high school students apply. In fact, it broke our website. And so we had to pull it down. But I talked to one of those students that came in, and she loved it because she got to see what an ER was like and following a nurse around. We need to make sure we have those because they have to have that experience to want to go into healthcare. It's a hard business to go into, a hard it's hard to provide healthcare on a day-to-day basis. And so to get the students that are interested in it, we want to take them and put them into all these apprenticeship programs, into these earn-to-learn programs, into these shadowing, so that we can build them up and really have that partnership going
Daniel,
forward.
I think you need to do it holistically. You need to start early. You need to have a program so that, I mean, Dina's a leader talking to people in high school, because usually they find themselves in senior year and you're having that conversation with them. You need to start having that conversation when they're in 7th and 8th grade and introduce different professions to them. And states that have done that have been successful in creating talent pools and vibrant workforces, because it extends from pre-K to post-high school, and there are different paths. Some 4-year degrees, 2-year degrees, apprenticeships, trades, but it's part of a program.
I'd say for us, our corporate headquarters are here in Michigan, so the design and product development piece of our business is here. And I would say that the resurgence of Detroit and the cool factor of Detroit, we used to have a hard time getting designers to come from New York or LA.
Not
and
now.
Now young people want to be part of the great vibes in the city. So it's been a real plus, from a national brand standpoint, to be able to attract people to the city that want to move here and make a life here. From a standpoint of our sewing plants and distribution, that's in Kentucky and Tennessee, so that would be more around the technical training piece of it.
In conclusion, I want to ask you all one question. About in 2017-ish, I was up here and Sergio Marchionne was here. Trump had been elected. We didn't know what exactly that portended for the country or the economy. And I said to him, how do you manage this situation with this kind of president, volatile president? And he looked at me and he said, he's the president, we adapt. And I'm curious, I'm going to go around and ask each of you, how do you feel like you're having to adapt to manage this turbulence that we are now going through? And there's no indication that from a policy perspective it's going to necessarily stop or slow down. Start right here.
Well, in healthcare, we're always adapting. It feels like the last 5 years have been doing that. But I would say that one thing we don't adapt to is our mission. Our mission is always front and center, and we're always working to make sure that we're taking care of people in our communities. We are always innovating. And so when we look at that as how do we innovate and how do we make sure we're providing care in a better way and adapt that innovation so that it's better for the people that we're serving. So I'll just give a quick example that I've shared with people before here. We are innovating in how you do mitral valve surgery. Typically in a mitral valve surgery, you have to cut the chest, you have to break the ribs, you have to cut through all the muscle, and then you repair the mitral valve. And you're in the hospital for a while, you're at home recovering for a while, you're on drugs. What we're doing, and we're one of 3 places in the country that are doing this, is we're actually doing a robotic mitral valve repair. We're going in through the side through your ribs. We're slipping through with the size of your pinky through your ribs, through the muscles, not cutting them. And then we're getting there and using robotics to repair a mitral valve that is like tissue paper.
Ugh.
It's amazing. I went in and saw the patient that we did this for the first time. He wasn't on any drugs. He was standing up. He didn't have a scar down his chest. He had no work restrictions. And he was going home to be with his family. And so that is innovating, adapting, saving money in terms of cost for healthcare, but it takes a team to do that because we had to build the team from a cardiologist, surgeon, nurses, to make sure that we're doing that forward. And so that's how we're adapting and moving forward, because that's where we believe people want us to go, is that better healthcare.
I know about having the chest cracked. I had my chest cracked. What about you?
I'm going to just be quick about it and say, like Tina, focus on our mission. Close out the external around you and say, what are you here for? You're here for to serve and protect hardworking people, build durable products for them, and whatever that we need to do to move that forward. That's my primary role. And there's all kinds of external challenges we'll always have to deal with as leaders that we just move forward.
Makes sense. Jerry?
I think At DTE, we've been able to build a team that can adapt and be resilient. So it's really about our people. If you look at what we've weathered over the last handful of years and had some of our best years, is historic pandemic and historic weather events, and we've built a team that can take all of that and still make it happen.
Yeah, I would just, I think my job is to let people focus on what they can control and let me worry about the stuff that's going on outside and give them the comfort that we're going to get through this. We've been around for 80 years, and then just let's stick to our purpose, and we'll get through this together.
Makes sense. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next session, a conversation with Bill Ford and Alexandra Ford English, is sponsored by Business Leaders for Michigan. Please welcome Executive Chair of Ford Motor Company, Bill Ford. A member of the Board of Directors for Ford Motor Company, Alexandra Ford English. And to moderate the conversation, please welcome the Chief Executive Officer of Sam Mack Communications, Christy McDonald.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's great to see you as everyone kind of comes in and shifts and sit down. It's good to see you, Bill. And Alexandra, welcome to Mackinac on the Mackinac Policy Conference.
Thank you so much. Happy to be here.
And I want to say congratulations on your seat on the board. You are the first female Ford family member since 1903 to be on the board. So
that's true.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I think I want to start off with the visual of you sitting here, of the both of you together, because we all know family dynamics. We all know parent-child dynamics. How does it feel to be sitting in these positions together? Let me start with you, Bill.
Well, I wish I had different children. It's been great, and I actually love it. And for both Alexandra and her two brothers, who both work at Ford, it's really been a way of life. It's not a job. It's not something but they had to come to it on their own. They couldn't. This is not something I could ever say to any of them, I would like you to do this. It wouldn't work. They had to feel it. They had to want it. And thankfully for me, that all three of them came to that conclusion, but they all had to start somewhere else first. And they all have. And I absolutely love having all three of them there, but as every parent in this room will understand, you better be ready for what you hear because, I stopped being the head of Ford Motor Company when I walk in the door at home. Yeah. And, and frankly, though, they will tell me things that nobody else will, and I value that.
Yeah, I love the idea of the generational culture and tension. Alexandra, you worked with the company for several years on innovation, EVs, the autonomous program as well, and now sitting on the board. Tell us a little bit about where your focus is lying.
Yeah, I mean, we are always focused on the future. A lot of people think about family involvement as being protectors of the past, and that is absolutely not how we view our role. A lot of that stems from Dad and how he thinks about the company, but we just have such a rich opportunity set ahead of us. I mean, the industry is changing so rapidly, and so I'm really focused on everything that's going to come for our company. So every time I'm thinking about decisions, I'm thinking, are we going to be happy about this decision in 5 years? Mm-hmm. What about 10 years, 20? And that really long-term focus allows us to have, first of all, a lot of stability, but also a great growth mindset. So I spend a lot of my time also thinking, of course, on the matters of the day, but very long-term focused as well.
When you talk about having your children, so you also have Will and Nick who are at the company, is there arm twisting? Is there unfair expectations of then having your children at the company? And what does that feel like?
Well, I'm sure there are unfair expectations, but I put into place something a few years ago that I won't violate, which is to say to not just my children, but any of my nieces, nephews, to say this: if you want to work at Ford, you must do several things. Number one, you must have a graduate degree from a top university in a relevant topic. So think, business, law, engineering. Mm-hmm. Then you must go work somewhere else for a minimum of 5 years. And after you've done all of that, if you still want to come to Ford, then you got to come see me, and it's still not a guarantee. Because it's for their own protection, frankly, that they know that they stack up against all their peer group. But it's also for the company's protection. You know, we cannot be a family employment agency. And so we really, you know, I want to make sure that the young people in our family that are coming into the company are incredibly well qualified, very motivated, and understand all the things that come with it. And, you know, part of having them work somewhere else for 5 years, it's really severalfold. One is they will succeed or fail on their own, not because of who they are. But secondly, they'll grow up somewhere else. You know, they don't have one foot still in the university campus. And I think that's important too. So I think that, but you know, nonetheless, there are expectations, and many of my relatives have chosen not to come to Ford.
Mm-hmm. And you have one daughter.
So I have two daugers.
Is
Obviously,
clinical
Alexandra, and I have a daughter who's a PhD psychologist, and she'll never have to leave the family for
No,
all of that.
Her work is cut out for her at the family dinner table.
Exactly. She's got a built-in client base forever.
Well, let me ask you, Alexandra, what was that conversation like when he said you have to go have an advanced degree, you have to go out for 5 years, and then come see me and talk to me? What was that conversation?
Well, it's interesting because he did just that, and it happened more naturally. I actually went to go work in retail first, and I'm so glad I did. First of all,
you were at Tory Burch,
Gap
in the Gap
in San Francisco, and then Tory Burch in New York, and I loved it. I loved it, and not only that, I'm glad that I had a normal corporate company experience. I had failures, I had promotions, and then when I did feel the tug to come work for Ford, I did that first through an MBA internship, and I'll be candid, I didn't have the best experience, and I thought that meant that a career at Ford was not going to be for me.
Yeah.
And I was nervous, but I went to tell him, and his reaction was fantastic. I'm thrilled. Now you can go figure out what makes you happy and what you do want to go do. And I stood there, and I was frustrated because it would have been so much easier if he had told me you have to work here. Like, that would have been such an easier decision for me to make, but then it was on me to figure out a good fit for myself within the company. And I found it, and I found many more since then. And I'm so happy the decision was mine because, look, as fun as the industry is, it's a tough industry. And if I didn't really want to be here and I hadn't had that challenge and know I really want to be here, it wouldn't be as much fun as it is.
So what is the family dinner table like, the conversation? Is it ever suspended from Ford? I mean, I got to know.
Yeah, I mean, well, look, in many ways, it's probably no different than yours or anybody else's. I mean, it's, you know, you're catching up. It's kind of, but there's always been an element of Ford for all of us from the day that they were born. And it's inescapable. And it's, you know, it's who we are. It's what we grew up with. It's, you know, I'm only the fourth family member in 100 and, what is it now, 22 years to be head of the company. And and we do talk a lot about it, and we argue a lot, as families do. And I love that because, you know, I don't get a lot of honest feedback in my job, frankly. And there's no shortage of that at our house.
So what do you think the value thread is that has gone through the generations? Is there a certain mantra? Is there a certain phrase? Is there anything that, what would you say it would be, Alexandra?
Yeah, you know, we were never sat down and taught the company values. It was just part and parcel with how we were raised, and it would be very difficult to separate the corporate values from our family values. And we mostly learned them from watching Dad, at least I did. And I'll give you an example. He would always go out of his way to give us, tell us about his day and his work and the experience he had. And whenever he spoke about employees, it was always with deep respect, and that leaves an impression. So it's really, for us, about, of course, amazing products and, you know, amazing vehicles, but more it's about the people, leaving the world a better place, taking care of our customers, our employees, the communities we live in, helping when we can, because we're usually in a position to do so. At no point was there a transfer of those values. I don't remember anything other than those values, and so it's very easy to uphold them. In some, you know, you could argue it's difficult and you get challenged quite a bit, but it's all we know. And so it's really nice. It's a great guidepost because so many things in our world are changing. by the day and the hour and the minute, and to know where you won't back away from is actually, I find great comfort in that. Otherwise, you might not know where your north is.
What's the generational value thread that you think that you've picked up on, Bill?
Well, I mean, Alexander really touched on it. It is, I've always believed that if companies aren't making people's lives better, then they shouldn't exist. And so for us, it's always, and she really touched on it, it's about the communities in which we operate, whether it's Detroit and what we can do for Detroit, or Michigan, or anywhere else we operate. To me, that's what a great company does. It has values, and then it lives by. It's so easy to talk about them. You just got to live them, and it's about giving back every single day. And I've found that actually it comes back to you many more times than you give. And I can think of so many examples of that. But maybe the most stark example was during the financial crisis, when we were right on the edge of not making it, and I got flooded with notes and letters and emails from employees at all levels, from the plant floor up, saying, hey, Bill, don't give up. We can do this. This is a great company. Well, normally those are top down, but they were all coming back to me saying, we love this company, and we will not let this company fail. And guess what? They didn't. As others went bankrupt around us, our employees simply wouldn't let us fail. And it's because the company has to be more than a paycheck. And if all it is a paycheck, forget it. It's not worth it. This is too hard a business. It's too hard to find ways to get excited. Unless you truly believe and live the values that I believe, and that Alexander believes, and that so many of our employees virtually, in fact, I'd say pretty much all our employees, because if they don't believe it, they're not going to fit in, and they shouldn't last.
I mean, is it difficult, though, when you have this global corporation where everyone is coming at you, and you're also in an industry that is constantly changing? And again, we are going to be talking about the political nature of where we are in turbulent times. But focusing on these values, community-oriented, do you find it difficult to continue to keep the model that you have?
No, actually, I think it's a strength. As Alexander said, it really gives us a grounding and a true north in terms of who we are and what we're going to do come hell or high water. So, no, I actually think it's in a world, as she said, that's ever-changing and ever-turbulent, to know exactly who you are, what you stand for, and where you should be spending your time and your effort and your money, I think that actually makes life a lot easier.
So, Alexandra, with that premise, though, there has got to be a little bit of generational clashing or rubbing in terms of maybe we should do it this way if we have our true north, but there are different ways that we can do things, Dad.
Well, I tell him about 100 times a day all the different ways we could be doing things, but he's receptive to them. So what I think is really interesting about this conversation, and we talk about it a lot, is there are values which are unchanging, and then there's culture which needs to change all the time, strategies which need to change all the time, products, of course, need to change all the time. And so when we think about it as a family, there are really no sacred cows within the company aside from our values. And so we're receptive to changing just about anything. But there are things, of course, we believe deeply in. We believe our home is in Michigan. We believe in American manufacturing. We believe in making people's lives better. There are things we believe in. But everything else, one of the benefits of family involvement is we have such a long-term focus. You have to adapt. You have to evolve to stay relevant and competitive. And so it's really a mandate that we have. And so when I call him up, or we talked amongst our cousins and brothers and everyone who works at the company, and we come up with all these different ways to do things, there's a real receptiveness to it because we have to.
So there isn't like a separate group chat between you, Nick, and Will saying,
there is.
Can you put
yeah,
we got to get him to
at
do
my
this.
expense. In fact, it always is.
We have one with him and one without him.
Is there anything that you can give us, like a specific example of some of the things that you've wanted to see change? I love this. I've been looking forward to this conversation all day.
No.
Well, I will give you an example. So when I first came to work at the company, and it's no surprise, but I was underwhelmed by the facilities in which I was working. And we had this funny, text chain going where I would just casually send him, photos and videos of all the things that I found that weren't quite up to snuff in our building. And, some of them were funny, some of them needed to change. And I felt if I'm seeing this and I have all the pride in the world for this company, then a different employee might not be as forgiving. Like, they shouldn't work here either. And so we have fantastic new buildings, and we opened Michigan Central Station, and we have, really invested in our facilities for our customers and in our plants as well. And those are things that we really care about. So whether it's things like that, whether it's, corporate maternity leave policies or products that we think are interesting, I think we talk probably 10 times a day, but for about 30 seconds each.
Do you really? I want to get on that text thread so badly, I can't even tell you. All right, let's talk a little bit about leading during turbulent times right now. I think one of the big questions people have in this room is, we know what's happening with the change in the White House and President Trump. When's the last time you've spoken to President Trump? And what is the line like back and forth between the White House and Ford?
Well, so we speak to the White House almost on a daily basis, and I think, look, the hard part for a lot of people in Washington, this has always been the case, regardless of party, is to understand that our lead times as an industrial manufacturer are longer than political lead times, and we can adapt to almost anything except uncertainty. And unfortunately, where we are right now is there's nothing but uncertainty. You look at all the tariffs. In fact, at one point, we had 4 layers of tariffs on us. We had the fentanyl tariffs, we had the reciprocal tariffs, we had the auto tariffs, we had the steel and aluminum tariffs, and all of that unintentional, and yet there we were. So, but I think that proves the point that unintentionally, there's so many tails to our industry, and we get hit with so much that people don't necessarily realize. So we have to have the line of communication open, and we do. And look, I completely agree with what the president wants to do, which is to have a strong American industrial base. We're the most American company. We make 80% of our vehicles here. Most of our competitors make 50% or less. And it's cost us over the years. It's about a $2,000 vehicle penalty versus our domestic competition because we've chosen to be the most American. But I always felt that was the right thing to do. So I completely agree with the goal. The question is, getting there can't go like this. There are just too many things that are tails on those decisions that have to be worked through. So I think we live in a time of great uncertainty, and whether it's tariffs, obviously, things like access to rare earth, which go into so many industrial products. You could sort of whether it's emission regulations and where those are going. So while we are very adaptable, we do have long lead times, and that I think sometimes is completely out of sync with the way Washington, and as I say, I don't mean necessarily the current administration, I mean every administration has to work. So that's always been a challenge for us, is to say, because if you think of it, we've had Republican, Democrat, and each time there have been policy changes that affect us. And so we head down one road, have to pull a U-turn, go down that road, pull a U-turn. It's enormously disruptive, and financially, it's really tough. We have to do it, and we're going to I love where we're positioned as Ford. So we have tremendous flexibility. Nonetheless, it does take its toll.
Yeah, Alexandra, you did a lot of work on innovation and EVs. What could you say in terms of what you're seeing right now in terms of marketing for EVs and people's really want for them now in the next 5 years? Because the goalposts keep changing.
The goalposts do keep changing, and so that's why I believe as a company, it comes from my retail experience. If you do right by the customer, I think you have the strongest shot at success. So we've served so many different customers over the history of our company. So it's not our job to tell customers what to buy. It's our job to make incredible products that they want to buy. And we believe that, ICE vehicles, hybrid vehicles, all the different types, EVs, are a great product for different types of people, for different types of things. And so while that does make it more complex, now we have to be very good at many different types of propulsion and different types of vehicles. We think it's the right thing, not only because it lends us this flexibility, but it honestly allows the customer to tell us what they want, And that's their job, and it's our job to make great things for them. So the way we'll navigate this the best, of course, we have to advocate for the success of all of the different types of vehicles. But we'll be most successful if we just keep listening to our customer and trying to push those customers forward into those vehicles.
I think it's really interesting, Bill, that we see that in the beginning when the tariffs were starting in the conversations, that the auto industry as a whole and GM, Ford, you kind of advocated together and talking to the White House saying, look, this is going to be very difficult for automakers here in the US. How do you, I guess, walk the line of advocating as an industry, but yet in serious competitive times, because I can't go through a newspaper or see a Ford ad on television without hearing Ford touting its investment here in the United States?
Well, I think we have to continue to do that. I mean, look, let me put it this way. If our competitors had our footprint, we'd have 15 more auto plants in this country and 4 million more jobs. So I think that tells you our commitment to this country, and nobody else has that. And I don't want that to go unnoticed. Having said that, yes, in most respects, we are aligned with GM and Stellantis, and frankly, Toyota and others, in terms of getting the supply base, the fragility of the supply base fixed, not having the supply base tariffed as parts. Some of these parts cross the border several times, and so we just have to make sure that there's alignment around policy. But you're right. Each company is very different. Each company has a different view of the world, and that can't change, frankly, because we do compete. And we've made decisions. Maybe their decisions are better. I don't know. But for us, it was the right decision to invest in America and to pay that penalty. And I don't regret that for a minute. But that sometimes does put us at odds with others when we try and talk about the industry. Because obviously there are all these industry groups, not all these, there are several industry groups. We're part of them. And we can agree on about 90% of the things. However, there will be some things that we simply won't.
Yeah. And as things continue to change, Alexandra, there was an announcement earlier on in the month about a big loss of operating profit because of the uncertainty of where everything is with tariffs. And I think you have customers looking, saying, gosh, how much more am I going to be paying for a car a year from now? How do you take those considerations into play every day?
Those are huge considerations because even without this uncertainty, we think affordability is top of mind within our company. We want everybody to be able to afford the vehicle that they want, whether it's an ICE vehicle or an EV vehicle. And so that's a real consideration for us. Like my dad was saying, the political lead times and the production lead times just simply don't match up. And so when we have that level of uncertainty, it's difficult for us to do the math. And so we'll do the best we can. We really hope that things don't have to trickle down to the customer because protecting the customer is something back to our values that we really believe in. And we'll do the best we can.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about investment. You talked about investment here in Michigan. Can you give us an update on the Marshall plant at all?
Yeah, so we're all in on Marshall, and so it's about 1,700 jobs. I think the big issue for Marshall is as this big beautiful bill is going through Washington, the production tax credit that is critical to us getting, and we made the investment around, it seems to be up for grabs. And it really, if it doesn't stay, it will imperil what we do in Marshall. And the thing that I keep saying to the politicians is, it doesn't matter if you're Democratic or Republican, whether you believe in things like production tax credits or you don't. We made a certain investment based upon a policy that was in place. It's not fair to change policies after all the expenditure has been made. Going forward, if you want to go down a different road, that's fine, because we can adjust to anything, but we actually don't think it's fair to have all the money expended, offer all those jobs, about to open it, and then say, sorry, we're changing the policy. So I'm spending a lot of time, talking about that with politicians, and and it's a federal issue, but it's also a state issue. And so we've got a gentleman in the front row here, Mike Duggan, who it's no secret I hope becomes our next governor. And one of the reasons I hope Mike becomes the next governor is he understands business. He understands the issues we face. He understands the complexity of the decisions that we have to make. And he'll be a partner, as he has been in Detroit, for us. I mean, frankly, I wouldn't have done Michigan Central had Mike not been mayor. End of story.
He's going to have to pay for the campaign time. That you just
well, I realize that, but I do think, and I will stop talking politics,
Yeah.
but it really is important, though, is we think about the future of our state and where we want to go, that, we actually make progress, and we don't have infighting all the time, regardless of the party.
Yeah.
And, we just whipsaw ourselves back and forth as a state. Every 2 years, we have different changes and different policies, different conversations. We've got to stop that.
Let's talk a little bit about investing in our workforce here in the state. So, Alexandra, when we look at, keeping the next generation of workers here in Michigan, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I left Michigan and I came back, and it's been an incredible experience. You can see the investment that has been made in the state and in the cities, and it's so vibrant. And honestly, it's a great place to live. It's a great place to raise a family. And people want great places to work. We talked about that. And they also want incredible problems to work on. We talk about that a lot as well. We have those things here in Michigan. And so my hope is that the investment continues and the momentum continues, because we are in such an incredible time right now where Detroit and Michigan and our businesses and the whole state has a really great reputation, so much momentum, and I think it's ours just to accelerate, and so I really hope that continues.
Yeah, and to follow up on that, I think I've seen a lot of hires at Ford lately who are coming from different industries. And I think in the years past, it's always been, like, you've been in auto, we're picking you to be in auto. What is the advantage of putting people in different positions who have come out of different types of occupations?
Some people see outside talent as a risk, and I understand that. I see it as a must. So we obviously have to have great auto experts within our company. But most of our customers are not auto experts. They just want great products. And so regardless of background, we need leaders who really understand our customer and can make great products for them. The reason it's so strengthening to have a mix is the definition of great products is really evolving. And so there's hardware, and that's even changing. We talked about the different propulsions. There's all the software now in the vehicle, and those are entirely new skill sets for our industry that require new ways of thinking, new ways of interacting with the customer, of course, engineering the cars in different ways, coding differently. And so there has to be this mix of automotive experience and then many different outside talents, but they have to come together. And so I think that's the real critical step, and we're seeing that in our company, and it's really strengthened the company having all of these different experts coming in and bringing what they know from different industries and their contacts and their types of relationships with their customers, and it all just makes Ford stronger.
Yeah, enhances it, because you and I have talked before, it's a technology company at this point in time.
Yeah, and look, I think for a long time, we were an insular company in an insular industry in an insular state. And I think, it's because everything was whole world being developed that wasn't being developed in Michigan, and most in Michigan, including the auto industry, wasn't even aware of it. And so that's why it's so important that we continue to attract talent to this state that can really, and build the future here, not in California, but build it here. It's one of the reasons we did Michigan Central and the whole campus down there. And we have 150 startups there now in the book depository building, and they're working on future-related issues and a lot of those, pretty much all of those companies, would have gone to California or Austin, Texas, someplace like that. They wouldn't have come to Detroit, and they wouldn't have come to Michigan. So I think it's really important that we attract talent, not just to Ford, but to our state. Yeah. If we really want to be a leading state going forward. And we're doing that. And by the way, you all, everyone in this room knows this, the quality of life in the state's unbelievable. We don't have natural disasters. We have all the fresh water in the world. We've got a great workforce. Cost of living's not insane compared to other states. So it's just getting people to realize that. And it's becoming easier to get people to realize that because of the reputation of the city of Detroit and the state of Michigan is growing.
Let's talk about Michigan Central because it's been almost a year
Yeah.
since the grand opening. Can you believe it, timing-wise?
No, and we were just talking before this, you and I, about what a blast that opening party was.
It was the best.
Yeah, that was really fun. And to have all those Detroit or Michigan-based artists come and do it for free. I mean, that was the other thing. I mean, they all just loved being part of it. And it was so much fun just to see everybody in the streets smiling. I mean, everyone was just so happy. And we've had over 300,000 visitors there, and there's really not much to see yet.
But isn't there some announcement soon about hotel?
Yeah, next week we're going to announce the hotel that's going to go in there.
You don't want to say anything now? I'm just kidding.
I'm never very good at keeping secrets, and particularly corporate secrets. So I'll probably blow it also this time. But but it'll be next week, and it'll be great because they'll also bring food and beverage to the place, and it'll really make it a fun place for people not to just go to once, which they're doing now because everyone just wants to see it, but then to keep coming back. And I'm very excited. And the reception of both the community, Corktown and Southwest Detroit, but also the business community. I mean, people are just loving being down there, and we're filling up we're actually trying to not fill it up with Ford people. So we have all the Ford people saying, "Oh, we want to come." We're saying, "No, wait. We want this to be a place where the future can be really imagined, and working with all those startups next door."
Yeah.
So it's coming along great. I couldn't be more excited about how it's been received, and and it's just fun. And I tell you, what was really fun was last fall during the Lions season when the whole place was lit up blue, and they had drones going over with the Lions logo, and it's been great.
Yeah, I mean, Alexandra, in terms of that being a real hallmark of investment and for Ford in the community, but it still needs to keep momentum in terms of with other industry there too, huh?
It really does. I worked downtown in Corktown, and it's so fun. And that was actually even before Michigan Central and more of the campus opened up, and people love working down there. It's just a much more urban feel than you get from some of our other buildings, and people coming from other cities want that. And so it's really fun, and I haven't taken a single person down there who doesn't say, "Oh, I'd move here," or "I'd like to work here," or "Can I come work here?" And so it's really exciting. It's a fun place to be.
You guys don't get to do this very often, do you?
Thankfully, no. This is great.
I mean, because I was just saying, you guys could do a podcast. Everybody could do a podcast, but you guys don't. You usually get to sit down and do this kind of interaction.
We don't.
Right?
No. Behind closed doors normally.
Well, that's great because I have a couple questions for you. I always like to end moderation with just some kind of interesting questions for each one of you. So, Alexandra, the best advice you've received from your dad?
Oh.
That's so good. I love my job.
I don't think I always thought this was the best advice, but he used to tell me all the time growing up, "I expect more out of you." And it used to drive me nuts. And I never thought I would value that advice. But now I really do. And when I think about it often because now I hear it as a reminder to not compare myself to anyone and just to run my own race.
All right, Bill, what is the best advice you've received from Alexandra?
I don't know because I close my ears every time she talks.
Oh my God. Bill, you are done. Alexandra, let's talk.
Yes. The good stuff will happen now.
The good stuff's going to happen now. Go ahead.
Well, no, I mean, so Alexandra, as you might suspect, is pretty direct. And, she's always the one who will sit me down and tell me what I don't want to hear. And
that's got to be hard.
Well, she's done that since she was born. So frankly, I'm used to it. And so, and it's been great. Actually, not many people in life will do that. And she always has. And she's been the brave one in our family to do that. Usually the others tear up to go talk to Dad.
True.
And so it's been great.
Alexandra, what is one thing that you know about your dad that nobody would have guessed?
Oh, please.
This is awesome. This is what you're here for. You know this.
Oh, God.
Wow, this could be a real can of worms for you. I don't know why. This is what pops into my mind.
No,
but-
the answer is no.
You are so red right now.
This is the filtered thing that popped into my mind. No. His favorite day of the year is April Fool's Day. And he will spend 364 days planning his pranks. And he will try to trick everyone and anyone. And I have notes and reminders all throughout my phone and my calendar. It's like, ignore Dad today. Don't believe a word he says. Don't even answer his calls today. And his tricks are so good that honestly, about every other year, I fall for it.
What's been the best one? Oh. If you can reveal it, if you can.
You know, they always teeter on like 99% could be realistic, but that 1% like sets you off and is fantastical. And I'll never forget, it was a couple of years ago, and I now looking back, I'm like, well, that is just silly. He sent a text, and I woke up to it. That was like, I really just want to spend more time fly fishing. I've decided to retire by the end of the month. And I was like, oh gosh. I was like, we probably should have a phone call about this at a minimum. And I call him up, and he tries to keep it going, and I could tell within one sentence. And I was like,
oh my God.
I'm hanging up.
All right, Bill, what about being a father has impacted your leadership style?
It's toughened me up, I'll tell you that much. No, I think, one of the things I'm very proud of as a father is that I never wanted to miss them growing up. So the minute I got any of their schedules, whether it was school schedules, sports teams, I put it all on my calendar. And then I tried to move heaven and earth to make every single one of those.
You did.
Well, I made most.
That's a big deal. Yeah.
And so, because, I guess I grew up around a lot of, quote, powerful and wealthy people. And I could see, though, that it was often at the cost of their own family, and their relationship with their children, their relationship with their wife, their relationship with that, and the regret that they all had later because of that. And I saw that as a younger person growing up, and I thought, that's not what I want, and I'm not going to do that. And so, of course, you never get it perfectly right, obviously, but that was, to me, the most important thing about being a father. And I also, therefore, at Ford, am always extremely accommodating to anybody who says, I can't make this meeting because I have to attend a teacher conference, or great, go do it. You'll be a much better employee because of it. Because if you say no to those things, you'll burn people out, and B, the resentment will build.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, last question. One piece of advice for each other. So, Alexandra, what's your one piece of advice for Bill?
I probably have a laundry list in my notebook somewhere,
Yeah,
but
I'm sure you do.
I'll take a different tact and say, you're always so focused on the future, and that's great, and you need to continue to be. But I do hope sometime, not now, sometime you write down all of your experiences, because you have the best stories.
And some of them are true.
All right, Bill, your piece of advice for Alexandra.
Well, look, I'll be serious for a moment. This is a very tough industry, and it won't get any easier as we go forward. And you have to continue to be resilient, but also continue to look to the future, because others around you won't. They won't have either the luxury of doing that, or they won't have the inclination to do that because they just are trying to get through the day. And I understand that, but I think it's going to be incumbent upon you to really be the one to help set the long-term direction of the company, and then not waver, because those around you will waver, and you can't do that. I think that's what's put us in the position we're in today, and I think that will carry us on into the future.
Well, thank you both for sharing just the respect that you have for each other, and the love, and that's guiding a global company as a part of it.
Thank you so much, Christy. That was great.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bill Ford Jr. and Alexandra Ford English.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was really fun.
From Delta faucets to Behr paint, Masco Corporation is proud to deliver products that enhance the way consumers all over the world experience and enjoy their living spaces. Masco, serving Michigan communities since 1929.
Support also provided by the Cynthia and Edsel Ford Fund for Journalism at Detroit PBS.
The DTE Foundation is a proud sponsor of Detroit PBS. Through our giving, we are committed to meeting the needs of the communities we serve statewide to help ensure a bright and thriving future for all. Learn more at dtefoundation.com.
We help organizations find their voices through what they do and who they impact. We are VVK PR and Creative, a Detroit agency telling the stories of critical issues affecting the big picture and the small moments. Stories at Skyline Heights and on-the-ground influence. We lead with relationships first, solutions always, and with diversity as our compass. VVK PR and Creative.
Nissan Foundation, and viewers like you.
And welcome back to the main desk here at the 2025 Mackinac Policy Conference from the Grand Hotel on Mackinac Island. I am Zoe Clark, and for years we have introduced the University Research Corridor to the Mackinac Policy Conference, but as of this week, the URC is now Research Universities for Michigan, and we have 3 of the state's R1 university presidents here with us. Hello, you 3.
Good morning.
Good.
How are you?
Hi, good. We have the president of Michigan Tech, Richard Kobach. Great to see you in person. Michigan State University president, of course, Kevin Guskowitz. And Kimberly Espy, the president of Wayne State University. Dr. Espy, I'm going to start with you. Tell us about the new name. What is the
yeah, we are very excited about
tell.
this new name. And in fact, in some ways, it is a new name, but it's the same mission with expanded impact. We are so excited to welcome our new colleague from Michigan Tech, who joins Michigan State, Wayne State University, and the University of Michigan. And really, what's so important about this name is actually the 4. Yeah. Because the 4 of us together are working hand in hand, collaborating to advance our state. And when you think about our strengths in advanced manufacturing, mobility, AI, life sciences, and sustainability, across our 4 institutions, you know, we're really able to deliver quite a bit from Michigan. And so this new name is really about that. It's about the 4, and we're just really excited to be bringing folks together. So, for example, we hosted an event called Livable Futures, where faculty from all 4 institutions got together, developed new ideas around clean tech and clean water and clean energy, because it'll really make a difference, not just for now, but for our future.
President Kobach, we talked a little while earlier in the year when Michigan Tech, of course, was named the state's most recent R1 university, a really big deal. I'm curious about what it means now, not just to be an R1, but to be part of this group of universities and the research that's being done for and, you know, in some respects on behalf of the state's economy.
Yeah, first of all, we very much appreciate our colleagues inviting us to join this organization. So again, I'll tell you thank you on the air. I mean, but also the organization represents the bulk of the federal funded research that's happening in our state. In fact, 95% of all the federal funding that's coming into the university system in the state of Michigan is from these four universities. And so if you also look at the impact of that, it's really remarkable with regard to the number of patents that are produced from that research and the startup companies that come from that. So being part of that ecosystem with our colleagues in a more intimate way has really been refreshing for us.
President Guskowitz, you are now old hat at this conference. This is your second year.
15 months in.
I was going to say, I'm curious from your perspective, as you've got business leaders, elected officials, right, folks from philanthropy, what is the message right now from your group, particularly in light of cuts that we are seeing, concerns surrounding funding to this research? What do folks here at the conference and at home who are watching need to know?
It's about storytelling, Zoe. We have to talk about the importance of this research. Our 4 universities combined bring in about $2 billion a year in federally funded research. That amounts to over 25,000 jobs, employers that help to conduct that research. It's about the impact that the research has on society in these areas that President Espy already mentioned. We could give so many different examples, but certainly as you think about the partnership with the federal government that research universities have had now for over 60, 65 years, we've got to tell those stories so that it's not dismantled. We are sort of the envy of so many other countries in terms of what higher ed means to improving society and its needs here in the U.S.
Yeah, the same question to you, President Espy. I mean, institutions, whether they be academic, whether they be science, feel under attack right now.
It is a challenging environment, and yet at the same time, challenges also provide opportunities. And one of the things that we talked about with respect to the federal investment is that the federal government identifies priorities that the universities then work on behalf of. And when you think of our impact, it's really about turning that research into economic development, into impact for those on our society. So one of the things that's a real advantage relative to research universities from Michigan is we're trying to make it easier to partner with us, right? So we have a new data portfolio that shows our impact on talent, so our companies can know where to come to hire our outstanding students. It's on economic development and the startups and the spin-outs that we're producing. But it's also about how do you access the infrastructure that we have, the high-tech equipment. Many small businesses, they can't afford that. So how do they connect with us? So that data portfolio provides a lot of information that we hope businesses, universities, and folks will use.
And I'm curious, too, about the regionality. We talked a little bit about this, President Kobach, when the announcement was made about Michigan Tech earlier, that we've got, a school that's very focused on ag, but also immense research. We have a school in, the state's largest city.
Urban serving.
Exactly.
Indeed.
Yeah. And then, of course, we have the Upper Peninsula. President Kobach, how are you thinking about that regionality and so much of the state and maybe some work that could be done with the universities together?
Sure. So each of these institutions, the 4 institutions, as you indicated, represent certain focus areas. Of course, the land grant hits everybody.
Sure.
Yeah. But I think it's a portfolio of expertise that represents the needs of the state in a way that perhaps, it's difficult to replicate otherwise. And so with regard to the 4 universities, I wouldn't say that we view it regionally, but we're looking at it statewide and nationally. And we bring that together. The work that's happening at Wayne State is impacting Houghton, Michigan, and I would like to think that some of the work in Michigan Tech is impacting Detroit as well.
Yeah.
So that's what's fun about being at the conference and actually working with my colleagues, is that we're seeing that collaboration be synergistic, so the 1 + 1 = 3.
Yeah.
But for the whole state now.
Yeah. President Guskowitz, Governor Whitmer will often say that from Lansing to D.C. is the same distance from Lansing to certain parts of the UP. And more than ever, it feels like, again, whether it's politics, whether it's an academic, we need folks coming together more. Do you see this role being something that can help with that?
Absolutely. Research Universities for Michigan is, I think, you've already asked, and we talked a bit about the breadth across a large mass of land and across a big state. I've had a chance since we met last year here at the meeting to actually get up to the UP and see it, and it's incredible. And I'm proud that at Michigan State we touched down in all 83 counties across the state, and I think we're having an impact. But we need to do more of it in collaboration, and that's really what we're going to do through this sort of a reimagined research universities for Michigan. We got to leverage our strengths, whether that's in the life sciences, mobility, sustainability, AI, advanced manufacturing, but we all have great examples of how we can do that. We have a responsibility as 4 great public research universities to help power the economy, to be the economic engines for the state of Michigan and draw new businesses and help grow our population here.
So we're talking a lot about research, a lot about the economy. What we haven't really talked about yet, right, is about students. So as we round up the conversation, I am curious to hear from each of you. New polling results came out this week from the Chamber that show actually 1 in 4 Michiganders said a post-high school education was not important. I'm curious to hear from each of you, if you had the opportunity to sit down right now with, that 1 in 4, that 25%, what is your message? I'm going to start with you, President Kobach.
Sure, my message would be to find out what their goals and what's important to them. And if you look at it, most of the aspirations that some of those students want to achieve actually will require a 4-year degree. And I think we need to be straightforward about that. Maybe it doesn't fit everybody, but it fits a lot of people if their aspirations are to achieve, what your parents probably wanted you to achieve. A 4-year degree is going to most likely be on that path.
President Gus.
Yeah, I think there are great data to show the unemployment rates are exponentially higher in those that seek not to go and earn at least a 2-year degree, let alone a 4-year degree. And we have to continue to message that. I think we have to also be sure that we're keeping access and affordability at the front of mind, top of mind. And I'm proud, I know that I speak for my colleagues, that we do everything possible to keep tuition as low as possible, and so that every student who's earned their way to a Wayne State, to a Michigan Tech, to a Michigan State, can afford to come there and graduate as debt-free as possible.
President Espiel, and with you.
And lastly, I would just add to my colleagues is that oftentimes we humans like to think in binary terms, this or that, when actually, when you think about a student's career, it's 40, 50 years, and oftentimes a student may start in a particular discipline and then realize, oh geez, I've been in the trades. Now I want to start my own small business and I need some of the business skills. So it shouldn't just be that it's an either or, but it's an and those things can be very complementary, and it's really important to take that long view and to think about that economic value.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. I appreciate the time. We are going to head now to the main stage for what many folks have been waiting for this entire conference. That is the main address from Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
Distinguished guests, please take your seats. This session will begin momentarily. Chief Executive Officer of Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, Tricia Keith.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my distinct privilege and honor to be able to introduce our next guest to you today. Before I'm able to do that, though, I do need to acknowledge the great work of the Chamber team led by Sandy Barua, the great work of Suzanne Schenk over the last year in leading the Chamber board, and the great work of Peter Quigley in putting this year's conference together. And what an appropriate theme for us: equation for impact, vision plus action plus tools equals impact. And I think that really fits for today's address by the governor, because what she's going to be talking about is getting things done. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan is delighted to be the diamond sponsor, again, of this year's conference, and we think it aligns with our guiding principle of how we bring people together to create great partnerships and to collaborate, and that's what it takes of us all working together. And of course, we have to talk about our mission around access and affordability and making sure that we're taking care of people's health. And we're going to talk about those accomplishments in a moment, and a few of her accomplishments that I'd like to highlight. She will be giving us her 7th address today, but in her first 6.5 years, she has signed almost 1,500 bipartisan bills. Thank you. She has created 6 balanced state budgets and is working collaboratively on the 7th. She has worked to create almost 40,000 good-paying auto jobs and has laid the foundation for other sectors like medical devices, healthcare sciences, clean energy, among others. And if you talk about this governor, you know you have to talk about infrastructure. And by the time this construction season ends, she will have completed the work on 24,500 lane miles of roads and 1,900 bridges. Now, if you're like me, you probably feel like you've sat behind orange barrels in almost 24,000 of those miles. But that's what we ask her to do, and that is what she is doing. But when you think about her healthcare achievements post-COVID, she worked her administration quickly to make sure Medicaid redeterminations happened quickly and efficiently to make sure people stayed on the rolls. She created the Prescription Drug Task Force and is working on those recommendations. She had a significant focus on maternal health, and we've heard about the great RX Kids program that has resulted as part of that. And she created programs for healthcare workers to recruit, train, and keep those healthcare workers that we so need in this state. All of those accomplishments are about getting things done, and I hope you had a chance to read about many of them in her bestseller, True Gretch. But she's here to talk more about that and how she'll continue to get more things done. It's my pleasure to introduce our 49th governor of the state of Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer. Thanks, Lisa. Thank you. 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 Hi, Uncle Gregory. This is your 50th year here, isn't it? Unbelievable. Hello, everybody. It is great to be back here at MPC, and it's hard to believe it is the 7th year I've given this address. This afternoon, I want to jump right in and talk a little bit about our ability to do hard things. Some people call it grit, and our willingness to work together in the short term to get things done that make a difference in the long term. That's what it's all about. You know, Michigan is a diverse state in every sense of the word, but it's our ability to unite around shared priorities that makes us special. We solve problems that others write off as unsolvable. We prove time and time again that we can do hard things. We all know that citizens across the political spectrum are frustrated. Broken promises, stagnating wages, increasing polarization leads to people listening to the loudest and angriest voice in the room. Michiganders deserve better. We cannot give in to the instant gratification that comes from cheap, divisive, anger-driven politics. We need leadership that provides certainty, executes a clear long-term strategy, instead of lurching from self-inflicted wounds to embarrassing controversy week after week. Historically, Michigan has been a model for doing hard things. Just look at the mighty Mac. We have worked across the aisle, between government at all levels, and across industries of all kinds to make meaningful, lasting progress. So please, let me highlight just a few of the hard things that we have accomplished together. First, I want to talk about Selfridge. Back in yes. Oh, we didn't put a picture of me and my new bestie up there, did we? All right, so back in 2014, the A-10 Warthogs at the Air Base in Macomb County were set to be retired. The clock was ticking and a lot was at risk without another fighter mission. After a decade of fierce, consistent Michigan advocacy, President Trump announced last month that Selfridge will receive a new fighter mission of F-15EX jets.
This move protects 30,000 jobs, 5,000 military families, and $850 million of annual economic impact here in Michigan. For Michigan, this is a BFD. Saving Selfridge was truly a team Michigan effort. I advocated for the base and face-to-face meetings at the White House every year since I took office in 2019. And I won't lie, it made for some odd moments and some even odder photographs. But at the end of the day, we delivered. We saved an economic anchor of one of our state's largest and most prosperous counties. We bolstered all the other bases in Michigan, and we strengthened our growing defense and aerospace industries because we can do hard things. Moving on to Medicaid. Thank you. Moving on to Medicaid. You know, Medicaid is a lifeline for 2.6 million Michiganders, including 3 in 5 nursing home residents, 300,000 Michiganders living with disabilities, and nearly half the births in Michigan, including 84% of the deliveries at Detroit Children's Hospital. Last week, Republicans in the U.S. House passed legislation to cut hundreds of billions of dollars from Medicaid and SNAP. Now, these cuts would terminate health care for millions of our most vulnerable friends, family, and neighbors. It would threaten food that nearly 15% of Michiganders rely on to feed themselves and their children. Here in Michigan, we worked together to expand Medicaid. When the Affordable Care Act passed, I was the minority leader in the Michigan Senate. I knew we had to seize the chance to expand health care to hundreds of thousands more Michiganders. And you know what? Governor Snyder supported it too. And our only chance of getting it done was working together. Not everyone agreed with my approach, including some of my own colleagues who didn't want to give the governor a win. But I saw a generational opportunity to do something transformative. And I knew that we had to put our differences aside. I went desk to desk to get the votes to get it done. We created Healthy Michigan, which still covers hundreds of thousands of people today, because we can do hard things. Moving on to our workforce. For decades, we watched the evolution of work, and we knew Michigan needed to seriously upskill our workforce to compete for good jobs. This was a universal priority, and we had to take it seriously or risk losing businesses who needed a pool of skilled talent to move to or expand here in Michigan. Unfortunately, our policies had been heading in the opposite direction for years. Gutted funding for education, for public colleges and universities, made it less and less affordable for all and completely out of reach for too many. When I ran for governor, I prioritized higher education and skills training. And early on, I set our ambitious but achievable goal, 60 by 30, to have 60% of our adults earn a degree or certificate by 2030. Now, since I took office, we've been inching closer and closer to meeting it. By working across the aisle, we established the Michigan Reconnect, the Michigan Achievement Scholarship, and the Michigan Guarantee. So if you graduate high school or are older than 25, you can earn an associate's degree tuition-free right now. If you attend private or public, yeah. If you attend private or public university, you can save up to $27,500 right now. And since we established these paths, more than 100,000 Michiganders have used them to save money, to graduate, and to find a good paying job. 100,000 people. And when it comes to our 60 by 30 goal, we've gone from 45%, all right, that's what it was, 45% of our working age population with a degree or certificate to over 52%, despite a pandemic in the middle of it. You see, we can do hard things. And finally, a story from this year on minimum wage and paid sick time, a difficult issue that had been kicked down the road for a long time. I'm pleased that Democrats, Republicans, business, and workers came together earlier this year to pass a reasonable bipartisan deal. We raised the minimum wage to $15 an hour, 1 year ahead of schedule, which puts more money in the pockets of 700,000 workers. We increased the tipped minimum wage by the highest amount ever. We delivered paid sick leave, and we did all of this while maintaining flexibility for small businesses, ensuring that they could continue operating in Michigan without raising prices or laying people off. We can do hard things. So there's so much that we've done together we're celebrating. We protected abortion rights, expanded LGBTQ+ rights, passed common sense gun violence prevention laws. We raised our credit rating, paid down $20 billion of debt, and brought our rainy day fund to an all-time high. We're rolling back the retirement tax and quintupled the state match of the EITC. We slashed burdensome regulations on redeveloping brownfields and lowered the cost of R&D. And we will soon open the Gordie Howe International Bridge on the busiest land border crossing in North America. And just for the record, Michiganders love Gordie Howe and all Canadians, right? We can do hard things. To succeed, you got to be willing to work with people you disagree with about most things, to find what you can do together. It's the harder path to take in the moment, but it's always the right one. Success requires thinking about ways to help the whole team instead of just padding your own stats. And that's why I don't care much about headlines. What I care about is making headway. I have 19 months left in this office. I'm not counting down. It really is the best job in the world. I go to work every day to make the place that I love most in the world a little bit better. And as I think about how best to use the time that I have left, I want to lay out a few more hard things we got to do together. So let's start with our children. I believe that every child deserves access to a high-quality public education from pre-K through post-secondary. When I took office, we'd been underinvesting in education for decades, and we had wide funding gaps between public schools, as high as $400 per student. For years, we had been trying to fix it, and in 2021, we finally closed the funding gap in our public schools. Since then, we have raised teacher pay, cut retiree taxes, we expanded on-campus mental health resources, started feeding all 1.4 million Michigan public school students free breakfast and lunch. Our graduation rate, our AP class numbers, and career and tech education completion rates are at all-time highs. We can do these hard things. But let's be frank, we face a literacy crisis, not just here in Michigan, but across the country. Just a quarter of our fourth graders can read proficiently. That's not acceptable. Falling behind in reading follows you for the rest of your life. Literacy is statistically correlated to academic, financial, and physical health. And while this crisis impacts all our kids, I want to call attention to the fact that our boys are falling more behind than our girls. As a result, girls read at a higher level than boys, earn better grades, and are more likely to graduate, go to college, and earn more money. This is a hard problem to solve, and we're all juggling a lot. Parents are trying hard to make ends meet while raising their kids. Our kids have lived through a once-in-a-century pandemic and are being shaped by ever-changing technology. And Michigan's incredible public educators show up, work hard, care deeply about their students' well-being and academic achievement. We all need to work together to tackle the literacy crisis. The next hard thing we must do is make sure that every kid in Michigan can read. We must focus every education policy to meet this high-level goal until we hit it. As the State Board of Education hires their new superintendent, I urge them to pick a candidate with a proven record on literacy. We have built some momentum here. Late last year, I signed common sense legislation to use proven science of reading strategies, like phonics. It's how a lot of us learn to read. And we need to get back to it because it works. These new laws also require that our schools are testing for dyslexia so they can identify students who need extra help early on. Knowing how to read is an ordinary superpower that we all deserve to have. Let's do what it takes to get our kids back on track for the bright futures that they all deserve. I know we can, because we can do hard things. Next, let's talk about my favorite subject, the roads. We need to deliver a sustainable, long-term solution for local and state roads so folks can get to work, drop off their kids at school, run errands without blowing a tire or cracking an axle. I'm proud of the Rebuilding Michigan plan. We fixed our most economically critical highways and bridges. I know, it's caused a lot of traffic in Southeast Michigan. And yes, I've heard about 696. I'm sorry, and you're welcome. But as I said in my State of the State, Rebuilding Michigan was a temporary fix for a long-term problem. We need to fix our local roads, which have been underinvested in for decades. I'm grateful for the engagement on this issue all year long by members in the legislature of both parties. We're inching closer to a deal, but we're going to have to compromise to get this done right. It means new revenue and responsible cuts, too. Let's get it done while balancing our budget and not burdening the middle class. This year, we will. You know why? Because we can do hard things. And finally, let's talk about our ongoing efforts to bring more advanced manufacturing to Michigan. In just the last few years, we've secured projects across the state in several key industries. But I want to focus on semiconductor chips. We've all seen the devastating consequence of what a global shortage of chips can do. It forced our automakers to buy up parking lots and fill them with almost done cars awaiting chips. It jacked up prices on phones and computers and appliances. In the decade ahead, being able to, well, in the decades, I mean, this is a long-term play. Being able to make chips top to bottom in America will allow us to stay on the cutting edge of AI. Whoever dominates this technology from design to production will win the 21st century. We can't afford to lose this race to China. We must win it. And to do so, we have to build more semiconductor chip fabrication facilities. They call these things fabs. Fabs are the most advanced factories on the planet. They take an enormous amount of time and resources to build. A single chip plant uses more steel than the Mackinac Bridge, 12 times more cement than Ford Field, more miles of cable than the Michigan coastline. All this work takes thousands of union construction workers around 2 years to complete. And once up and running, a chip plant supports thousands of good-paying local jobs. You see, chips are the brains of devices that we use every single day. They power the invisible systems that make modern life possible. They make trillions of calculations a second, allowing you to send a text, write an email, play music, or order delivery. They store information from your photos and documents to all our medical records and financial data. A chip plant is the kind of transformational project where a dad can work on pouring the foundation, his daughter can help wire it up to the grid, and his grandchildren can work inside making the chips the world needs. This is an intergenerational investment that makes an entire region an economic magnet, inspiring families to move here and put down roots. For a long time, the United States made 0% of the world's advanced chips. We ceded too much ground to foreign competition. And now, thanks to plants being built nationwide, we're growing fast. Michigan should get in on the game. I've been advocating for this directly with the Trump administration and their new U.S. Investment Accelerator. Together, let's land and start building a chip plant in Michigan by the end of next year. What do you say? It won't be easy, but that's okay, because we know how to do hard things. Over the past 6.5 years, I've found that leadership is about fighting hard, often quietly, for your big goals. It's your tolerance for taking a few punches to win the fight. Leadership is about your ability to do hard things. Today, I've outlined a few of the hard things we've already done and laid out 3 more: literacy, roads, and chips that we must do. As I wrap up, I want to take a moment to speak about the minute that we're living in. The only certainty about the next few years is uncertainty. And while there's a lot to celebrate about the work we've done and will continue to do in Michigan, much of our fate is tied to the decisions made down in DC. I know you all are trying to read the tea leaves and figure out how your business, your community, your family will be affected by the ever-changing national policy. As governor, I'm watching every twist in the tariff story, tracking ongoing efforts to strip billions out of Medicaid and SNAP, among so many other issues. And these are serious issues with huge stakes for Michigan, from workers in the auto supply chain to parents figuring out next month's budget. We can do hard things in Michigan, but we're also living in hard times. We have to acknowledge what's within our control and what's not. I can't control the global tariff war and its impact on our economy. Although every opportunity I get to go to the Oval Office, I will make our case. I can't control it, though. It will continue to be hard, but my commitment to you, as it has always been, will be to do everything in my power to move our state forward. I will work with anyone to make life a little easier for our families, our businesses, and our communities. That's why I ran for governor in the first place. For a long time, especially in the wake of the 2008 financial crisis, Michiganders were feeling pretty pessimistic about our future. Compounding events like the bankruptcy and the Flint water crisis made that worse. The fundamentals weren't working, and people had lost trust in their government. In 2018, I ran to tackle those challenges. I wanted to fix the fundamentals and restore trust, to give people confidence that Michigan is headed in the right direction. Today, I'm proud that Michiganders feel more positive about our state's direction, despite ongoing uncertainty about the national direction. I know you feel it too. Just think for a second about the looks people used to give you 10 or 15 years ago when you told them where you were from. Remember how it made you feel? Compare that to today. We learned just a few weeks ago that Detroit's population has grown again for the second time in nearly 70 years. It's incredible. This is going to be off the cuff, but I remember sitting in that audience and watching Bill Milliken give a speech from this podium, talking about as Detroit goes, so goes the state of Michigan. This was during some of those hardest times, and here we are now. We should all feel pride of our flagship city, a place that has risen from a past defined by hardship to a future driven by endless possibilities. Detroit does hard things. As a state, we've done a lot over the last couple of years, but we're not done yet. Let's continue leading by example as a state that does hard things in the right way. And let's remember that we're all on the same team, Team Michigan. Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Please welcome back to the stage, Patricia Key.
Well, thank you, Governor. We can do hard things. You've been doing hard things. Picking up on that theme, I think, can you talk about some of the core leadership principles that you've embodied and are putting forward in order to keep doing good things?
Well, as I said, I think that this has been a tremendous time to lead. In whatever role you have, we've all been facing a lot of interesting challenges, tough things that we never could have imagined, and it sometimes feels like I'm strapped in a roller coaster that never stops and doesn't even follow the same path every time we go around. But I think that, the one thing that centers everything that I do, I think, is asking Michiganders, what's going on in your life? What can I do that'll make your life a little easier or better? What keeps you up at night? Mm-hmm. And then listening to what they say. People are not shy. Mm-hmm. They will tell you exactly what's going on, and I think that's helps center me on what we need to stay focused on. That, and I've got a tremendous team of people around me. I couldn't do this work without a phenomenal cabinet of great leaders, without Joanne and the whole team in my executive office. I mean, they're remarkable, and they, on the hardest days, still make this job one that I'm grateful to have.
That's great. That's great. Let's go with the hard thing. You and I talked a little bit about this. I think there's a lot of chatter in the audience about the crazy news that we had around the pardons. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah. I don't know how many of you are fans of Key and Peele. So I remember when President Obama, when they would do the anger translator, Luther, I think his name was, and I often think about that, like, I did all the interviews. They said, how do you feel about this? I said, well, I'm disappointed. My anger translator would use more colorful language. We should no one should hesitate to condemn political violence, whether it is aimed at my good friend Josh Shapiro, the horror that played out at their residence in Pennsylvania, or it is the man who shot Donald Trump, or it is the people that threatened me. It's unacceptable. And so it is my hope that he doesn't go forward with that. But, I'm going to, we have an ongoing dialogue now. It's good. Mm-hmm. It's very different from the first term. Mm-hmm. And I've got some theories about why, but it doesn't really matter. I'm going to take every opportunity to make the case for Michigan, and it's a nerd to our benefit, whether it's Selfridge or it is, the Army Corps taking on the Brandon Road lock. I mean, that's a big deal. It's, look at my head of DNR standing up. Thank you for the standing ovation, Scott. But, it's a huge deal. It's about $1 billion investment from the federal government. We've been trying to get this done for years. This invasive species of carp is making their way closer and closer to Lake Michigan, and they eat everything in their path. It would decimate our fishing industry, our tourism. I mean, it is a real threat, and won't just stop in Lake Michigan. And so this is something that benefits, even though they weren't allowed to help, every other state that touches the Great Lakes. But we got it done, and I'm very pleased with that. So there's an ongoing dialogue. I'm at it on chips, and you can trust that I will have this conversation as well, and I hope he makes a different decision than the one that they're mulling. But, the serenity prayer has helped keep me, helped keep me grounded, knowing the difference of what I can control and what I can't, and then just putting all my energy into the things that I can.
Good, thank you. Thanks for addressing that. Let's pivot to the conference and talk about this equation for impact, vision, action, tools. How has that influenced, as you think about it and come forward in tackling hard things for your administration? How have you used that principle?
Yeah, well, I think that, when all the great experts who've been on this stage the last 2 days talk about, the challenges ahead, just listening to the Fords, right? Talking a little bit about the challenges and tariffs, but also being able to, have a laugh between them, I think that's a really uniquely Michigan quality, right? To be able to find something light in a really dark, heavy time. that the principles of what the equation is in order to be successful, I think, apply in government as they do in business, as they do in your individual personal lives. And but the most fundamental ingredient are good people doing the work. And I think that's something that we've all benefited from in terms of the people that are in leadership positions and in this room, but also throughout state government. And state employees work really hard. They don't get a lot of credit. They don't get a lot of gratitude. They don't make a lot of money, but they work hard, and I'm always trying to make sure to thank them. I think in the era of Doge and all of the criticism, it's really important to remember that these are just people like the rest of us, hardworking people who show up every day. They take on challenges, and they do it on all of our behalf. And so I really work extra hard to show them my gratitude, and I appreciate those of you who do as well.
Pivoting to infrastructure, you said it's your favorite subject, talking about roads. How do you think all of these investments are paying off for Michigan businesses and families?
Well, infrastructure is, every business has infrastructure. Business people get it, that we can't have short-term solutions for a long-term problem. And I have tried with the legislature to, get a long-term solution. We've not been able to get it done yet, but I'm glad to see that Speaker Hall appears to be serious about doing this, and the Senate Democrats appear to be working on something as well. We've got to stay at the table until it's done. This is kicking the can down the road. Every analogy I have involves roads. It's just terrible. But, putting this off costs more. It makes it harder for people and for business. I mean, there is a cost to this. You talk to, anyone who's got a trucking business. I know a lot of you have investments in that space. It comes with a big cost. So when we actually fix the infrastructure, that is a foundational element. One of the things that Austin, I think, was talking about was in a tariff chaos, states that are most vulnerable are states that have a lot of manufacturing, states that have a lot of agriculture, and states that are heavy in autos. That's us, right? Uniquely us. And so the question I'm always asking is, what can we do? What can we do? What's possible here? And it really was investing in your workforce, investing in your infrastructure, and diversifying your economy. And that's what literacy, roads, and a chip plant, that's what it's all about. Those are the same exact three things. And so I think it's good for business when we can do all of those, make efforts at the state level on all of those fronts, because we want Michigan to be a place that attracts people, attracts investment. I think we've done a lot of good, but there are some big issues we have yet to tackle.
For sure. And so in doing so, how do you think the role of technology, innovation, how do you think that plays in for job growth?
I think that there's so much possibility when it comes to AI. It's scary to some, and we're all trying to learn and consume as much as we can. But lives are going to be changing at such a rapid pace. It's just going to get faster and faster. And so these plants that take 2 years to build are going to be churning out chips that really are going to be foundational in terms of data centers, in terms of AI and all the technology that we're going to get more and more reliant on, that we're going to use to make our lives better, that we have to worry about in some regards, but I think there's a lot of positive potential here. We got to be on the cutting edge of it all. And just thinking about the applications in healthcare.
Absolutely.
First and foremost, but across government, there's so much potential here, and I would hate the thought of Michigan being left out from being in a leadership space. They need places that do advanced manufacturing. They need skills and talent, and something that I hear frequently from business people who've got plants in many different states is the Michigan workforce works. They're hard workers and take pride in our work. And that's not true of every person ever, but I think that that's another great asset that we have going for us. But technology and AI is we've got to be in the mix. And we've got Hemlock Semiconductor and Bacher who are doing great things with hyperpure polysilicon. Michigan's really unique. We've got a lot of the components, but we've got to be going from start to finish in chips here in Michigan, and that's what we haven't done yet.
Good, good. Tell me what gives you the most hope for the future of Michigan?
Oh, people. You know, I love people, and I know that, you know, after the last election, I'll just be honest, I kind of had to turn off the TV and check out for a little while. I watched a lot of Dexter. I know, weird choice, right? Last time it was Ted Lasso, this time it was Dexter. But anyway, I had to check out for a little while. My girls were like, "Are you going to be okay?" I'm like, "Yes, I just need a minute to clear my head." But you know, I'm the governor of the greatest state in the nation, the greatest place on the planet. And I got to show up. I got to show up for Michigan. I got to go to the White House. I got to try to work with someone I worked really hard not to elect, you know, and build a relationship and, you know, smile when I'm not real happy about being at a press conference I never planned to be at. And yet, the people of Michigan expect their governor to show up no matter who's there. We all got to play the hand we're dealt as best as we can. And so I have hope because there's a lot of people out there doing the same thing.
So I guess last question, you referenced 19 months. We're not counting either. But 19 months, what's the one thing that you hope to get done?
Oh, God, if I don't say roads, you're going to run me out of town, right?
All right,
I'm going to say
policy isn't getting enough attention then?
roads and chips. That's
Okay,
what I want to get
okay,
done. I want
okay.
a chip plant and I want a road solution so that the next governor doesn't have to worry about that.
Good, great. Governor, thank you so much for
Thank
the
you.
conversation for that. We're going to invite Tammy Karnreich and a few friends, Dennis, Sandy, Suzanne, up to the stage right now for a special presentation. We would ask everyone to hang with us on this. We're very excited. Thank you.
Governor, your theme music was way better than ours. I don't know who was responsible for that.
So as many of you know, Tammy Karnreich is starting a new chapter in her life, and we've brought some of her dear friends here to honor her for that. And what we know about Tammy is that Tammy shows up. We've heard the governor say show up. I use the theme, the world is run by those who show up. And Tammy has shown up in so many ways over her career, intellectually, physically, emotionally, in creating the brand and in building a really strong chamber. And for that, we want to honor her. And I will turn this over to you, Governor.
All right, well, I'm not going to hand this to you. It's always awkward to hold on to a tribute, but just wanted to say thank you for your leadership. It's been a joy working with you. My whole team feels that way, and we wanted to acknowledge everything that you've done to make this such a successful conference.
Well,
Thanks, Tammy.
thank you, Governor. And I was backstage talking to your staff saying, I'm here for you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Governor.
Thank you.
So, T,
Yes.
first of all, has Gregory really come here 50 years?
50 years, right, Uncle Gregory?
Wow, Godfather, thank you. I have not been coming here for 50, but I probably have been coming here for all of your 20. And what you've done for the chamber has been incredible. You mentioned leading by example. I want to read a quote, and then I'm going to invite, I have some surprise people virtually joining us on stage. But I want to read a quote that leading from the front means demonstrating what's expected, modeling behavior, going first, and guiding others by example. And that is how you have led, Tammy. Thank you. And because some of our friends couldn't be here, we've got a brief video that we're going to run now. Don't worry about it. It's not going to embarrass you.
Okay. This is it right here?
No.
Nope.
Is it the Dennis Archer slideshow?
No, it's coming. It's coming.
Congratulations, Tammy, on your retirement from the Detroit Regional Chamber of Commerce and on your new venture. I've known you for over 20 years and know you to be the most professional, diligent, and capable individual, and I think that you're going to do just fantastic in your new venture. Once again, enjoy your new time, and I wish you the best of luck.
Tammy, I love you so much. Congratulations on an incredible run at Mackinac, the Detroit Chamber. I remember my first time there and how great it was, how wonderful you made it for me, how wonderful you make it for all of us. The conference won't be quite the same without you. It'll find a way to reinvent itself, but you are incredibly special. We wish you nothing but the very best in all of your pursuits going forward, and we expect nothing but the same success that you've generated for all of us here. God bless you. My only regret is that I'm not there. D. Archie, I love you. Boys, I love you. But Tammy, you made it the most special. God bless.
Awesome.
That was nice. Good boy. Oh, you and Dan Campbell.
So, on behalf of the current and past Board of Directors of the Chamber and all of the Mackinac Policy Conference chairs, we know that Tammy is our go-to, our right arm with sage advice. I would text or call Tammy at any hour with a problem as they arose, and she said, "I got you." And she did. Somehow she found a solution. But let me tell you who Tammy is at the core. We've talked a lot about the progress of the city of Detroit. But do you guys remember a Time magazine article in 2009 that was entitled "The Remains of Detroit"? Well, Tammy wrote an op-ed that challenged us, and she said, "We cannot change the conversation around the world about Detroit until we change the conversation amongst ourselves." And boy, was she right.
Forgot about that.
Well, Tammy, I didn't forget. Here we are in the midst of a transformational revitalization, and you were a key part of that.
Thank you, Suzanne.
So thank you so much, and we can't wait for your next chapter.
Stay tuned.
Okay.
So I will obviously have the opportunity, along with the rest of the Detroit Regional Chamber team, to say what we, how much we love Tammy and kind of send her off in style over the next several months. So I'm going to save my big comments for those later events. I'm going to
You just don't want to cry, Sandy.
Right. Except for one thing. You all see Tammy in this very, very public role. What you don't see is how Tammy, for 20 years, has been an incredible mentor to the younger staff at the Chamber. And so many of those younger staff 20 years ago are now today's executive leaders, not just in our organization, but around the state and frankly around the country. So Tammy, on behalf of all of us here, everyone raise your glasses. A toast.
Oh my God.
To our friend, to our leader, Tammy Carnwright. We love you.
Love you.
Cheers. Cheers. Cheers.
G. All right. Now, Tammy, now that we've got you a little drunk, time for you to take the stage.
It takes more than a sip of champagne.
Yeah. Dennis has something in the back for you.
Well, first of all, some of the most special people around me. When I came here 20 years ago, it was 1 year later Tricia arrived on the scene. And we were introduced right away. She was coming in from Lansing, and we've been great friends since then. So I love you. The governor, working with you and your team for the last several years has been just tremendous for me. Your team is very vibrant, very committed, very dedicated, but loves working as a team with us. And I'll miss them. I will miss them.
We'll still be here, and you're welcome anytime.
Thank you. Thank you. Not yet. Suzanne. Because I don't want to get emotional. Suzanne, you know, you're right. I always did try to take care of, you know, board chairs, conference chairs. I always said conference was the orientation for the board chair, right, Sandy? We always say, because they do more work.
We start them out at the hard job.
Yeah, that's right. But working with Suzanne was such a pleasure because this woman's so intelligent. You don't understand the national exposure of this woman and what she's accomplished in a man's world. So much that when I had the opportunity to work from her, she didn't realize she was mentoring me too. So I love her. Dee, what can I say? So this has been probably one of my best friends now for 19 years. I think it was 1 year after I think I came. And just been through so much. You know, you saw the crew up there on the video. I miss those guys. I haven't seen them in a while. Been through ups and downs, and he knows them all. And, you know, celebrating his family. I love his family. You know, Trudy, Dennis, the boys. You know, this is a fabulous family for Detroit. The Archer family is amazing. And we're very, very lucky to have them. But I've always been lucky to have Dennis, D, I only call him D. It's my friend, my really good friend. He's been there through a lot, and he's always there to guide me. And he's already said, I'm on board for T 2.0. So I guess, thank you, buddy. Sandy. Sandy gets a lot of accolades for being the CEO of the chamber. But Sandy's much more than that. He really is. He's a person that cares so much about our city, our state, our region, our team, our staff. I mean, Sandy will do things like most employers probably wouldn't do just because he believes it's the right thing to do for employees. And as I mentioned, I think it was yesterday or the day before, you know, I got some praise for this conference. Well, first of all, it's a huge team. Let me tell you, we've got 50-some staff here, I think, right?
Yep.
At least. Production crews we've worked with forever, everybody. But I had to, you know, also recognize Sandy because he's let us take so many bold steps forward with this conference. Let us spend some more money on speakers. But in return, we made him money, too, I will say. But Sandy's been just so special for me. He's my partner, my working partner. He calls me his work wife because I can't divorce him, as he says. But I mean, truly, working with Sandy has been such an honor, and I've learned so much from him coming in from D.C., especially, and where his strengths are and where he shines. And he really has stepped up our organization in that way. He calls people to come in for, you know, to do things that he knows from his DC days, but he really is taking good care of me.
Easy to do.
Thank you, sir.
Tammy, cheers.
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 Cheers. Cheers.
Governor, again, thank you so much. Amazing, as always, tour de force speech. Tricia, amazing job, and even better suit. I love that. Everyone, we have lots, you know, this concludes our programming in this theater, but we have a mayoral debate. We've got a PAC event with our quadrant leaders. We've got receptions around. So enjoy the evening, and thank you. Oh, group photo.
All right.
And that is going to do it for our 2025 coverage of the Mackinac Policy Conference. Don't forget that you can find all of the conference sessions on demand online at onedetroitpbs.org. I want to thank you to our partners at the Detroit Regional Chamber for their support and just the absolutely wonderful work they did to bring this annual conference to all of you. And thank you also to our incredible crew and the team at Detroit PBS who have worked tirelessly this week to bring you all of the news and information happening here on Mackinac Island. They are absolute rock stars. It has been my pleasure to be your host this week. I am Zoe Clark. Thank you so much for watching.
From Delta faucets to Behr paint, Masco Corporation is proud to deliver products that enhance the way consumers all over the world experience and enjoy their living spaces. Masco, serving Michigan communities since 1929.
The DTE Foundation is a proud sponsor of Detroit PBS. Through our giving, we are committed to meeting the needs of the communities we serve statewide to help ensure a bright and thriving future for all. Learn more at dtefoundation.com.
We help organizations find their voices through what they do and who they impact. We are VVK PR and Creative, a Detroit agency telling the stories of critical issues affecting the big picture and the small moments. Stories at Skyline Heights and on-the-ground influence. We lead with relationships first, solutions always, and with diversity as our compass. VVK PR and Creative.